The champ is here. This is the champ.
Oh my God!
I won it against the best player.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can beat that.
You won the hand.
Thank you.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallet has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo, which just happens to be the first EPT of 2025. It's our first day of live coverage. It's the second day of the main event, live from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but even the paternity suits are Brioni.
We are also joined by Mr. Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
And here we are, guys. Can you believe 4 months and a few days have gone past, and this is the first European Poker Tour event of the year?
Weird. Very weird.
And we're going to be streaming the last 5 days of the main event. We kick things off today. World-famous bubble coverage coming up later on. We'll follow it through to the final table on Saturday, and on Saturday we'll be on air half an hour later, 1 p.m. local time, as we play down to a champion. Hopefully you can be with us for those 5 days, and we look forward to hearing from you. Please use the live chat on YouTube for your questions and your comments. And of course, you can be across all the other PokerStars goodness on X, Facebook, and Instagram. So the big stacks coming in to day 2, around 450 players returning for day 2. David Doherty was the chip leader at the end of day 1A. Cesar Garcia, the chip leader at the end of day 1B. The field merges for day 2. Blinds will start today at 1,1500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. We're going to kick things off at the start of level 11 and play 5 full levels today. And we're expecting the bubble to burst during that 5th and final level of the day. And we have a first feature table getting mic'd up, taking their seats, ready for the start of action. That table headlined by a member of Team Pro and a former November 9er. In fact, hashtag fun fact, 2 November 9ers at this feature table. Kenny Hallett, who made the World Series main event final table in 2016, and Aram Zobian, who was at the FT in 2018. We also have the most recent EPT champion. It was December 2024 when Pedro Marques won EPT Prague. That was the last time there was a European Poker Tour event. We also have super high roller Reg, the young phenom Leon Sturm, and we have Misato Yokosawa on the main stage just to give Joe some PTSD.
Look, I have totally forgiven Misato. No! I hate him.
And great to have Kenny here, Griffin, because there was nobody else of any note at that final table in 2016.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Kenny, coming off a very, very strong couple of weeks, including a high roller win in Ireland and even final table the 2200 out here in Monaco. So he's going to be playing with a lot of confidence.
I imagine we'll see a wide range of players over the course of the day. I imagine we'll be changing feature table relatively regularly, but this will be our lineup for at least the first 90 minutes of the day. And earlier this morning, just like in You Only Live Twice, Open Crater, the roof was opened, bringing sunlight to the most beautiful poker room in the world, the Salle des Étoiles, the Room of the Stars.
Whoa. That looks CGI almost.
That's where they landed the Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
And the stars were arriving. ready to take to the tables. Got to get that selfie, got to get that stuff for the gram. There is David Doherty, one of the big stacks coming into play today.
I always thought it was Doherty.
Friend of the stream.
This guy will be grunding. It's Felix Schneider's X-Flex.
Friend of everyone.
Spraggy in high spirits as always. Maria Konnikova has made the trip to Monaco for this event. And of course the roof then has to close because otherwise it will cause havoc.
You know, they lubricate it with
the
coconut
strip.
oil.
So we're about to get the action underway, and we do not have the confirmed field size. We do not have the confirmed prize pool or payouts, but it is looking like close to 1,200 runners. 1,194 entries is what it currently shows on the tournament clock. Probably at the start of the second level of the day, Toby Stone, the TD, will confirm the field size, and hopefully we'll learn how much money they are playing for. Prize pool will be around 5.8 million. First prize is set to be big, and that is a delightful looking sandwich.
Yeah, there's Leon Sturm, one of two Leons on the table, but no women, no kids.
Leon buying in at the start of the day, so gets a fresh stack of 30k, 20 big blinds at the current blind level.
Is everybody chowing down?
Masato had a big breakfast. He doesn't need a lunch.
So I was just in Japan, and Masato is legit a legend there. They single-handedly credit him with bringing the game to that country. Wait,
Did everyone get a sandwich?
is that a thing now? Does everyone get a sandwich at the feature table?
I think everyone just stopped at the snack bar on the way in.
More like eat your table. Is there something there?
Okay, you're 1-1 now.
It's going to be a long 5 days.
Yeah. You'd like to see him come out to a little bit more of a lead before immediately going down in the count, but...
And action is getting underway here on day 2 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. We have had to wait a fair few months for European Poker Tour action, and here we go. 5 full levels to be played today. The first of those levels, level 11. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. First hand of the day.
Speaking of big blind ante, just want to say rip to my mom's sister, Helen, who passed away last month.
Nice. So that's what a good joke is.
Action folded around to Masato Yokosawa in the cutoff. Masato with Queen 7 offsuit.
This joker.
And he is raising.
This is out of pocket, as Griffin would say.
Computer hand.
Out of pocket.
Hey, we got a blocker. Leon's busy eating.
Insulting.
Get a better hand to fold.
Yeah, got the Queen 8 to fold in the big blind, and just like that, Masato wins the first hand of the day. Got Yale watching, saying rooting for the Japanese, and posts not 1 but 2 Japanese flags.
That's right. It's the land of the raising sun.
John Delano says, hi, Griffin.
Hi, John.
What's up, JD?
Ed making a good observation, though. Poppy seed, not great at the poker table. That baguette is going to shed. You're going to find poppy seeds in your chips, poppy seeds on the cards, poppy seeds ingrained in the felt.
It is making me want one of those sandwiches.
You literally just ate a chicken salad.
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's salad. It's not real food.
Don't make friends with salad.
That's right.
Leon Sturm, 7-5 of clubs. He's opening from the cutoff.
Steal here. Funny story about Leon, actually. I texted him last week and asked him if he wanted to play squash. He said, you're in Vienna? I was texting the wrong Leon.
So that was a no then.
That was a no, yes.
Sick brag. How many Leons do you know?
Just the 2.
But I do have visions, because this is the kind of ridiculous thing you would do. Had he said yes, I could see you booking an air ticket to Vienna.
I think him knowing Griffin wasn't in Vienna was one of the only reasons he answered. He was safe.
하면 falafel.
Hey, by the way, I thought you weren't supposed to text the players at Triton.
하면
That was the
Yeah.
through line that I'd played racket
Like
sports
you.
with them before. It's the only time I
That's what you
played
got in trouble
padel.
for?
This invite
Playing padel with them?
for Hanover.
So a couple of raise and take hits. We move on to the third hand of the day. And let's see if we get a raise from the cutoff for the third hand in a row. We don't. Actions on the button. Alan Huberman.
Marques looks richer than the last time I
Yeah,
saw him.
well,
So Huberman has raised to 3K with Queen 8 of clubs. Leon Zaita
So, excuse me.
in the big blind.
hey, can we split the box? It's funny because his name is Zaiter, but he's the only one without a sandwich.
Yeah, it's better than my eater joke.
What did you say?
I said more like eat your table
Oh, yeah, I still don't get that one. I'm sorry I asked,
instead of
actually.
feature.
So we are going to get a re-raise from Zaita in the big blind, making it 8,000.
Pretty unconventional way to play this hand, but it's going to work out. Sizing a bit small too.
Very serious so far.
But sometimes aggressive action, never be the wrong action.
Very solid.
You can come a little further.
But
No, I'm saying you have even more room.
Kenny took such a big bite there; it almost felt like he was struggling with the paper.
He was tearing, he was
Yeah,
tearing
he's
at
just
it.
tearing at it.
I'll try.
Nothing will ever beat the time in Monaco that Tim Adams had to eat a yogurt at the feature table without a spoon. If we talk about like most ridiculous, embarrassing eating moment in EPT history, that probably is number one. I mean, it was amazing tongue action, but probably suboptimal as far as yogurt consumption goes. Masato Yokosawa, Queen Jack of Strawberries, has made it 3.5K. Pedro Marques with Jack 9 of Diamonds on the button.
Yeah, playing very deep stacked in these early levels of day two. Gonna come with a flat, playing over 100 big blinds.
Okay.
It was a very emotional moment for Pedro when he won that EPT trophy in Prague last year. We spoke to him on the Poker in the Ears podcast the following week, and he said it was the dream. That from the moment he started playing poker, that's what he wanted to do, win an EPT, and he made that happen.
That was so cute.
We have got a King 8-5 flop with just one heart.
Just a little bit of aggression here, just to continue from Yokosawa, should take things down. But going to be respecting his opponent here. EPT champion, as mentioned. Very tough opponent.
Sato elects to continue for 7K and gets a fold from Marques.
Strong, confident sizing on the board that favors his range. I like it.
Sato, with more than 2 million in live earnings, almost 1 million YouTube subscribers, and of course we saw him make the final table of the NAPT Las Vegas main event last year. It was the World Series of Poker main event where he was on Joe's table on day one. And
he went real deep, though.
He did go deep that year, but is it fair to say that all of the hands of significance, all the hands of consequence that ultimately led to your demise were at his hands?
That's correct, yes. Thank you for your question.
it's good.
There was a really big one where,
pineapple hands.
of course, I had pocket jacks, and he flopped a boat with a pair of eights. I made what I thought was a exploitable fold on the turn or something, and he was kind enough to show me that he had flopped a full house.
Did you see him when you visited Japan?
No, he wasn't there. They kind of intimated that he's too big for the series that I was at.
But it's the first big series, no? I would imagine in
Like the
Japan.
average buy-in was like $400 or something.
Yeah, but is there a bigger series, or just that he doesn't play that small
exactly?
anymore?
He's off doing
Yeah. Okay.
the big buy-ins around the world.
I mean, I just feel like if I was Wayne Gretzky, I would show up to the.
You would still play the pond every once in a while.
Yeah, just one of the first big events.
Not everyone's as obsessed as you are of impressing people from high school.
Action folded to Zaita on the button, and we have got a raise with King Queen.
And Kenny with some pause and some deep breathing. I feel like that means he aims to misbehave a little bit here.
Ace 7 of hearts.
Good candidate to attack this button open. Elects to go with a flat, though.
Lucas Poshat folding the big blind, and that means we're going to go heads up to the flop. Ten, 10, 3 on the flop. So Kenny, as well as being an accomplished poker player, is also a tournament director, is a member of the TDA, and is also an advisor to PokerStars on live events, and has been working with tournament director Toby Stone on a big change for the EPT, which has been brought in for Monte-Carlo, which is final tables, and we'll see it when we get down to 9 players in the main event. Final tables will now be played not by levels of duration, but levels of number of hands. So it'll be 30 hands per level instead of a 90-minute level.
So we can't use the clock anymore because of woke.
Checked to the river here. Yeah, Kenny's someone very, very passionate about this community, about informing players, about making conditions better. He's quite famous for the schedule that he releases every year for the World Series of Poker that sort of details all the events surrounding just the World Series. Really helpful to everyone that wants to grind the whole series.
Very good.
Kenny hovering around the 40 big blind mark. We are 10 minutes into the day and already a fair few eliminations. The first 3 players out today, Kyan Mokri, Patrick Bruel, and Matthias Eibinger.
Ended up yesterday. Started chip leader.
He's wearing a shirt that says, "Don't keep in touch," after I just messaged him. I think that's a direct reference.
Probably. Hey, at least he's thinking about you.
I might have said at the end of the message, "Keep in touch," too. Like, I should really check.
It just feels wrong. Yeah.
I think there were quite a lot of players
The
either.
final table, you're never going to be happy if you finish lower than whatever you started.
Quite a lot of late registrations, a lot of players re-entering at the start of play today.
but
They're coming in with
if you
20
start
bigs,
in,
so
like,
we are going to see a lot of
you're,
chip
like, never
consolidation
happy.
early doors.
Plus, every time they tried to count all the players, there's always one guy going 47, 28, 16, and it messes them up and they have to start over.
I think that's what how a lot of people.
Aces for Masata.
Yes. You know what they call aces in Japan?
What?
You're a man of reasonable
Aces.
expectations, though.
They call them aces.
Nice.
Nice. Good. Look at this. AA.
Oh, no, they call it AA, dude.
So,
I've been lying about going to Japan.
so Kenny, we're talking to Leon there about the Super High Roller final table yesterday. Leon did come in as the chip leader, but was not able to close it out. The biggest 100K we've ever seen.
Really?
In Monte Carlo. 74 total entries.
That's cool. Monte Carlo is alive and well with rich people. Great.
Yeah, if you're down like infinite the last 2 months.
Zobian, King 5 suited under the gun. Starts the hand with a 65 big blind stack and is going to raise it to 3,000.
Zobian, a very strong player out of the US of A. Been putting up some nice results in the last few years, including that final table appearance at the World Series. And the confidence of a man that would raise King 5 suited onto the gun.
Sturm in the big blind. Defends. This hand going to the flop. Jack 10-10. Just the one club. King high still good for now. So because we don't have the confirmed field size, with registration only closing in the last 15 minutes, we will get that information for you during the second level of the day. But we think it's around 1,200 total entries and around 400 players remaining. As we get the 7 of clubs on the turn, that's a pair for Sturm. It is the flush draw for Zobian.
Yeah, very interesting turn card. You know, there may have been some that Zobian would give up on. This one, however, could really pressurize a lot of especially the bottom part of Sturm's range, which he happens to have with his 8-7, but he takes the free card.
Oh. 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack.
Yep.
That's a straight.
Yep.
I find it works best when you guys say it in unison. Next time, let's all do it together, like the Chop Hot song.
Well, it's kind of like good. It's good to have verification.
We didn't plan it like that. We just both came to it at lightning fast speed.
We spotted it way before you did.
We had it.
Maybe.
We get the river lead from Sturm, 2,000 into 11,500.
Terminator.
Just king high for Zobian.
Yeah, just very difficult to get value from Zobian's range here. So betting very, very small, just hoping from a crying call from something.
Yeah. And Sturm playing close to 40k, hovering around 25 bigs, is the shortest stack at the table. Quite a lot of big stacks at this table. The biggest being Masato Yokosawa, playing more than 200k, more than 135 big blinds, and still 75 minutes to run on this blind level.
So how many hands do they play before the blinds go up?
Final table only.
Not yet, Joe.
Final table or final day?
Single table of 9.
Okay.
So at the point that they go to 9. So let's say, for example, that there was 60 minutes left on the blind level.
Yeah.
And they get to 9 players.
Yeah.
So there's 2/3 of the level left, so they would play 20 hands for the remainder of that level.
Oh, they
And
do
then-
a little
mid-level adjustment, and then from then on out, it's 30 hands per level.
algebra. Really?
And as ever, they're always going to round up rather than round down because you want to give players more rather than fewer hands. Huberman, Ace-King, has opened.
So I'm still trying to get my head around this thing. So what? Remember how we go 3-handed and then becomes 45-minute blind levels? What happens now?
It remains at 30 because if you think about it, it will take less time for 3 players to play 30 hands. So the level duration adjustment takes care of itself.
We'll see about that.
Well, there is a clause in the rules that they have the right to reduce the number of hands if it's going on
Smart.
a
They
bit
thought
too
of
long.
everything.
Yeah. I mean, Kenny and Toby are smart people. They don't just willy-nilly introduce random changes without thinking them through.
It's just because if the final table goes, I just have a thing later, after. So I just want to...
I don't like it, but that's because I resist change.
You know when they say plagiarism saves time? We have got...
2 top pairs, big trouble for Masato.
Absolutely. He flattered the button with King Jack. Zobian came along from the big blind and has the open-ended straight draw. Masato calling this c-bet from Huberman. Ugh. How does Zobian respond here, Griffin?
I mean, I would imagine he's just going to call and hope to see that 6 of hearts, baby. He's up against 2 pretty strong ranges on this board. Difficult to sort of rep a hand worth check raising. Boom, boom.
Always a pair. Always a pair when you're open-ended.
So Huberman now 61% favorite. Top pair, top kicker is going to fire again.
It's fine.
I mean, Yokosawa has a straight draw to go with top pair.
Yeah, and getting an an incredible price here, even if he is behind against something like a better king. With this now open-ended.
Was that your subtle way of questioning Huberman's sizing, Griffin?
I mean, it's a tricky spot. This turn card can really improve some of these hands. You think about, filling up Queen Jack, for instance. But yeah, you still want to get value from those hands that have to continue. That not just hands like King Jack, but an Ace 10 of diamonds, something of that nature is going to be calling. I probably would have bet a bit bigger, but you don't want to make the pot necessarily that big because of the way that the river can really change things. I'm curious to see how he attacks the river here. I would love to see a bet, something like 10,000.
Well, we did see Zobian fold the turn, so we've gone heads up to the river. No improvement for Yokosawa. And this is going to get checked to showdown.
Yeah, nice pot.
That could have been a lot more expensive for Yokosawa. He's still got 192k at the end of that hand. Meanwhile, Huberman chips up to over 170k. He is the second biggest stack at the table, behind Masato Yokosawa.
Yeah, I think a smaller sizing definitely wasn't the worst option. Still did manage to get value. If he'd bet too big, I think Masato can find a reason to fold even. So,
well, plenty of former Monte Carlo champions still in contention, including Nicola Schwiti, who won this event back in 2010. Steve O'Dwyer, who lifted the trophy 3 years after that.
Forgot about that. Wild.
The 2014 main event champion is still in the field, Antonio Buonanno, who won it at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Buonanno. I did not forget that.
And a more recent EPT Monte-Carlo champion,
man.
Manik Lerza, who also won the title at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I think that one was only 3 a.m., right?
this is why I think we need to make some changes with how we do the timing of the
That's
funnel.
right. Lucas on YouTube asks, where is Stapes? I miss him.
Aw.
Rest in peace, Joe Stapleton. 1984, 2022.
Well, Sturm has opened the button here with King 8 suited. Huberman defending the big blind with a dominated hand.
10, 8, 6, 2 clubs.
Ooh. This is all Sturm and could potentially prove costly for Huberman. Keith Stokes says, hi Joe, all the way from New Zealand.
Actually, we're in Monte Carlo.
He did not come all the way from New Zealand to be here.
Thank you for your question. Sorry for stepping on that. We both had a similar idea.
9 of clubs. Oh, it's on check raise. It is. And I don't expect Sturm to just be calling here.
No.
Only starting the hand with just over 20 big blinds. Wants to get all the money in. But you know what? Prove me wrong. These Super Sharks.
Well, that
make his hand.
has Huberman drawing dead. Great card for Sturm.
Great card!
Yeah, the more I think about this, I quite like it. Obviously, you're getting all your money in pretty much no matter what. But in this case, if you are getting check raised by something like a Queen 9 off, you keep those bluffing hands in.
Something that I haven't really figured out, Griffin. I get that, keep the bluffing hands. I get it on the turn. On the river, how do you play it?
Well, you're still, I mean...
I'd take it. I would be afraid that they wouldn't bluff.
Right, but now that we're here, I mean, as you can see, Huberman's giving up. I don't know what Huberman's intention was. If he had faced a shove on this flop with this particular hand, he's probably kind of just sort of raising to see where he is, which isn't really necessarily a practice you should make on a board like this. You don't want to be folding out all your equity. That's why it's more common to be calling here, unless you're prepared to play for stacks. And I think that's probably why Sturm elected to just call the raise, because he expects he's going to be up against bluffs and hands that are technically ahead here. And I may as well just keep those bluffs in, try to jump ahead of something like a 10x. And those hands that are semi-bluffing, like an 8-7 that I have crushed, they won't be folding, and I can get another 10K on the turn. And maybe even the rest on the river. Obviously, you know, the clubs have come in. There's not a lot of hands Huberman is beating here, but with so much out there, maybe just hopes his opponent has something like Queen Jack with a club and makes a hero call.
Copy that. Thanks, buddy.
Those look like folding hands to me.
It looks like a hero's hands to me.
Huberman folds, and the net result of that hand is that Leon Sturm is now up to 61K, now playing more than 40 big blinds. He was 5th in the super high roller that concluded yesterday, adding more than 500K to his total live earnings of $8.1 million. As we established, is a reg on the high roller circuit and is pretty young, right, Griffin?
Yeah. Yeah, one of those sort of rising stars in their early mid-20s. Let me confirm, actually. I want to say he's like under 26.
So you weren't invited to his birthday party?
You know what? Yeah, he's, as of June 12, 2023, he was 22 years old. So he's just 23 then? Wow.
I'm just going to read something quick here from Raven, who says, trick question to the commentators. What's the worst hand you can draw in poker? Now remember, it's a trick question. James, you writing down your answer?
Statrick, it's on you then.
Look, I'm drawing. I've drawn
Isn't
7 deuce
Isn't
offsuit.
it for Statrick?
Okay, yeah, James did just draw the worst hand, the worst starting hand at least.
Yeah.
You just wrote, what a dumb question. Oh.
I'm curious to see where the trick comes in.
So Poshat has opened with 8-7 of clubs. Masato Yokosawa in the hijack with king-queen offsuit, and I don't think that's a call. It's a 3-bet to 9,500.
He's such an aggro-maniac.
You can see it in the eyes, right? Even though it's the way his eyes flickered.
Ooh, baby.
Huberman, ace-queen of strawberries, is going to cold 4 from the small, 25,000 total, fold from the original razor, and tough for Masato to continue. He folds as well.
All right, we have an answer for the what's the worst hand you can draw in poker trick question. The answer is your wife's divorce lawyer's business card.
Oh, well, we have our first hammer of EPT Monte-Carlo. It only took us 25 minutes. You're banned.
You, sir, are banned. Thank you for your joke?
No. No, thank you.
Can we pick that apart a little bit?
No.
Can we? Yeah, I want to. Okay.
What's the worst hand you can draw in poker? I would think any business card would be equally bad. If you're allowed to draw a business card.
Are we drawing cards?
And then your wife's divorce lawyer's business card. It seems like if you were getting a divorce, you might want to have your wife's lawyer's business. You probably are going to need to be in touch
I can't believe you're breaking this
with
down.
your wife's lawyer.
I can't believe this level of analysis is being applied.
I also think you might be going through a divorce.
Yeah, like, did you already know about the divorce? If you already knew about the divorce, it's not really that much of a shock either. I'd say the joke's like a 7 out of 10, probably.
You're a very generous man. Huberman has raised the button with 10-6 of diamonds. Zaita with 7-3 of hearts in the bag.
Huberman very active early on. A little bit of a misstep, I think, in how he played that hand against Leon Sturm. But surprisingly with an advantage with the 10-6 against Zaita here.
Ace, queen, 10, 2 clubs, pair of 10s for Huberman. Huberman is going to fire. One heart. Sorry, I ran out of breath.
He is not check raising.
Kaboom.
Sean says, that was funny. Guess what, Sean? You're banned as well.
Yeah, Sean, you banned. It worked, by the way, Griffin. You rube.
Yeah, once again, I think maybe not the best decision to fire a bet out there with the 10-6, especially because apparently your opponent is capable of check raising the 7-3 and really throwing you for a loop. Some surprises here on this first feature table of our coverage.
Well, checking on some more former EPT champions in the field. Can you believe it's more than 20 years now since Noah Boken won his title in Copenhagen? It's almost 20 years since Mark Telcher won EPT London. It's more than a decade since we saw the first ever Bulgarian champion, Dimitar Danchev. That was at PCA 2013.
Legend.
And it's almost 10 years since this fella said,
not.
EPT champion over here 2016.
No way.
9 years ago that happened.
Couldn't tell if it was a celebration dance or a pee-pee dance. He'd had a couple of cocktails.
Both.
So many players turning out for this festival here in Monte Carlo, the first EPT stop of 2025. 3 more to come this year. We will be in Barcelona in August. We will be returning to Malta for the first time in nearly 10 years in October. And Prague will close out this year's EPT season.
I'm very excited to go back to Malta. I got a whole thing planned. Hey, 1 undercard for pocket 4s. You love to see it.
Sturm not thrilled about this board against this flatting range, but is going to fire a bet.
Doesn't like it.
Because,
has to go along with it.
Yeah, largely because of hands like, that might be calling like this that can probably fold to the flop. Having said that, Pedro really knows what he's doing here and might decide to peel one off. Club in hand, you turn a 4, you can really do some damage. You can still be up against those, ace 7 of hearts, ace 9 off type bets that are one and done. So good awareness.
Open-ended straight draw now for Sturm to go with ace high. Meanwhile, Mark's actually near enough a 2-to-1 favorite with this tiny pair.
And a really tricky spot for Sturm. I mean, he is effectively the only person that can represent the strongest hand here, ace-king. If you're sort of splitting the range of your opponent between those Broadway combos like king-queen, king-jack, queen-jack suited, and then all those pocket pairs that will 100% fold the turn, are you prepared to fire that bet? And he is, and will get a quick fold. And this is just a great example of, how aware Sturm is of his opponent's range, and it's just ready to pounce.
And is closing in on the 50 big blind mark, having started the day as a short stack, having only bought in at the start of day 2 with 30K. Kenny Hallett now the low man at the table, but is not short stack. Kenny has 40 big blinds, and we still have an hour before the first break of the day and before the blinds go up. Seppi asking about what's happening with the NAPT in 2025. No announcement's been made yet, but I was talking about it yesterday with someone who implied that we can expect to hear something in the next few weeks. There was, of course, a PokerStars Open in Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago. As far as the North American Poker Tour is concerned, expect details relatively soon, and as Ed advises, if you keep an eye on PokerStarsLive.com or if you have access to the PokerStars Live app, All the details on future PokerStars live events on both sides of the Atlantic can be found there.
I can tell them what I think I know, right?
You know nothing.
Jon Snow.
I mean, I know nothing, and you know less than me. Michael, the reason why we're not showing the field is it's not been confirmed yet. So we wait for Toby Stone, the tournament director, to do a full consolidation of entries, buy-ins, and at the start of the next level, we would expect Toby to confirm the field size, confirm the prize pool, announce how many players are getting paid and what they are playing for. Till we get that information, we'll just keep it off screen, because we have been burnt in the past where the number has changed from the unofficial number to the official number. We think it's around 1,200 total entries, we think. And we know there are around 400 players remaining at this point in time. Rory asks, if Australia can be a contestant in Eurovision, why can't the EPT come to Australia? Not sure that we really should be using Eurovision as a model for how the EPT should run. But also, in practical terms, because let's be honest, the EPT has visited countries that aren't in Europe, the PCA most famously, the Bahamas. Australia, bit of a problem in the sense that online poker, not a thing. And tends to be that we don't normally take the EPT places where you can't play online poker.
I would go, for the record.
Eurovision, underrated Netflix movie. I like that movie. Will Ferrell.
I did not care for it.
Rachel McAdams.
10's good at Showdown. My friend was in that movie, had a scene with Will. I can't tell you about it on the air, but I'll tell you later.
Nice.
Such a tease.
Well, the last time I told some celebrity gossip on the air, it didn't really go that well for me legally.
You can also tell me about that later. Did they say Will was nice?
I said I would tell you off the air.
This is why you shouldn't tease, because he's incapable of being patient and waiting 55 minutes for the break to hear the story off air.
He was impatient and too impatient to wait 90 seconds for me to finish my snack before he had to get himself a snack.
I just got the exact same snack you got, too.
Thank God you're good at analysis. It's like a chimp new GTO.
We have got a raise here from our most recent EPT champion, Pedro Marques, opening with ace-9, and Zaita thinking for a little bit before folding the king deuce. Looks like it's round to the blinds. Masato Yokosawa in the small. Jack-9 of clubs. He is in the big blind, sorry, and he is called.
It's an absolutely glorious big blind hand, even if you're dominated. Who cares?
And the
I
flop
agree.
is Jack 10-7. So it is top pair for Masato and a straight draw for both players.
Domination rotation.
Marques continuing. 2,500 into 8,500. Masato calls. Turn card is the 8. And this is a straight for both players. And Griffin, you wanted to sing in harmony, you're going to get your chance.
I don't know, maybe someone will bluff. Maybe the river will be a bluffing card. I know what cards would be bluffing cards, Griffin, but maybe you want to tell the audience what's a card that might cause this hand to not end in a chop.
There really isn't one, I think. And they both
Are you sure it's not the deuce of diamonds? just went deep in a PLO tournament, so my brain's all,
Yeah.
set for 4 cards right now. Is the thing. Like I
What did you cash for?
finished second for like $6,500.
That's great.
Yeah. It's gonna take me a minute to dumb it back down to.
So were you up on the trip then?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's great.
So Masato leading river. 16,500. So overbet.
Yeah, no reason to raise here. Don't technically have the nuts.
So this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say.
7,
Everyone
8,
loves
9,
a chop
10,
pot.
Jack. Oh,
Yikes.
that's right. I did the wrong. I thought
I'm right.
it was the
This
same
is it.
kind of
This has
string.
happened too many times.
James is legit mad right now.
Too many times you do this, so you're now banned. You're not taking part in any more chop pots.
You're no more. You're
You're no
out.
more.
No,
You're
no,
out.
no.
You're
Like
out.
a timeout ban.
No, you're out.
No,
You're out.
no.
You're out. I almost said for the first one of EPT 2025, don't griffin this, and you griffined it.
By the way, I'm only laughing because it's really uncomfortable in here. Because James is actually mad and Griffin is actually very sad.
We got a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, don't.
Oh, that's not.
Don't.
That's actually my mom.
Yeah, don't do the thing where you're like, I know I screwed up, but everything turned out okay. So actually, like, it's kind of fine that I did it.
It was the exact straight from earlier. It was a good
Like,
call.
I know I ruined the vacation, but look, it rained the whole time. Look at the weather in Aruba. Look, it rained. See?
I really hope we get another chop in the next 50 minutes so I can mute this button, unplug your microphone, and make you sit there like a petulant child.
We'll just hear the teardrops hitting the floor.
They're already there.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy, T-Bev. We can make fun of Griffin. You can't.
Selective bullying only, please.
He's my stepson.
Psylocke says, why not split the pot? They did.
Hold on a second. That's a great idea.
Meanwhile, we have Queens for Zieta. What is going on with this guy, by the way?
I thought that his glasses were sitting real high up on the bridge of his nose, which I wanted to mention, but I was like, maybe he just has a funny face, and I don't want to say it. But he's wearing sunglasses over regular glasses.
There is a very simple solution for this. I know because I have it. Prescription sunglasses.
He looks like an actor that I wouldn't be able to pinpoint. I have to think about from what series or show or movie. I'll figure it out.
Amazing bad lookalike, Griffin. He looks like someone.
He looks like David Zayas from Dexter.
He does.
That's who it is. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, good one. Ace Jack 6 on the flop. When you have a high pair like Queens, there is always an ace on the desk. And if there is anyone who is going to be able to represent this ace and push this guy off Queens, it is Leon Sturm.
Or he might just make the best hand on the turn.
Sure, there's that as well.
David Zayas, by the way, does play poker. So he almost doesn't count.
He also popped up in the last season of The Bear, right?
Yes. I think
he's married to the...
I'm pretty sure he played a poker playing cop he might have been in Rounders, actually, in the state trooper scene.
Yes, you're right, he is.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. They caught a hanger, Sergeant.
So I think Leon's going to bet quite big here, and I might get a quick call. This is a max value.
Griffin, well predicted.
Oh,
7, 8, 9 to Jack.
He just bet small.
But he did
That'll
get
work.
called quickly.
Yeah.
By third pair, sort of.
I mean, easier for us to say that maybe you could have bet 10,000 and got a snap call, but
always lucky.
the cards.
It's okay.
Luca asks, are the commentators reading this chat? No, thank you for your question. Halfway through the first level of the day and around 380 players remaining.
Wouldn't dream of reading the chat. No granola bar. No.
48 minutes and you get a full 90-minute break. Why can you not wait until then?
Fine.
Now, the thing is, if you had really nailed that song, nobody would have said anything to you.
I know, I'm noticing the ripple effect.
You could have had your little treat.
And you shouldn't, man. I wish you were in my brain right before because I knew that it was a bad idea, but I couldn't stop smiling thinking about it, and I just had to do it. I kept on looking at both of you smiling.
You're such a dingle
sorry.
blop. Such a dingle blop.
I'm gonna work harder, guys. I just turned
Actually,
40.
no, maybe do less, I think.
Okay, work less.
Marksh is raised with ace-10. Kenny Hallett with ace-king.
9,000.
3 bets to 9K. Folded back around to the original raiser.
Yeah, it just feels like one of those spots where you kind of need to allow yourself to be exploited if you are up against a bluff. You're just doing so poorly against the value range. You're raising an early position. You don't really have room to 4-bet fold against this stack size. And I think Mark's is going to be very aware of that.
Not to say that Kenny is not capable, but going after Pedro Marksh with that stack size and everything, just all...
Yeah, I mean, I think Kenny can do it with ace-7 suited, with some sort of sourdough combo. You know what? He does find the 4-bet with those blockers because of the times that Kenny is going to have, your king-jack offs and the like. Happens to be, in this case, he's up against the goods. Just had enough room. I suggested maybe he didn't, but if you really look at the stack sizes here, putting in 20K, would have had to call in for another 40, so makes some sense to sometimes 4-bet fold this combo.
The all-in from Kenny, the fold from Pedro. Next hand. Well, we recently looked at some of the former EPT champions who are playing on day 2 of this year's main event. We've also got several players who are at the final table of this tournament last year, including Joseph Chebecek, who finished 8th in last year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event. 6th place finisher, Nicholas Toom, aka Flushy, also a PSPC finalist.
Hey, buddy.
And a human.
There is the runner-up, Boris Angelov.
$1 million smile, multi-million-dollar smile.
And last year's champion, the reigning Monte Carlo champ, Dirk Van Luke, who's growing his hair out.
Yeah, he's got a totally new Van Luke.
10 on the river.
No, you won.
And for those of you who are inevitably going to ask this question, yes, Rania Nasruddin played this tournament. No, she did not advance beyond day 1.
One more time.
She finished closer to day 0 than day 1, honestly. I think it was an hour into yesterday she went broke. Or an hour since when she sat down.
Kenny electing to, of course, play this hand is in the form of another 3-bet or a flat. Does 3-bet, same size.
Slightly different dynamic this time because we've got Sturm on the button waking up with ace-king.
Blockers are so real.
We all thought it was going to be a replay of the previous hand, right? And then suddenly along comes Leon.
Yeah, and I really like this 3-bet actually from Kenny. You really don't expect your opponent to 4-bet light a second time. It would be much trickier had he flatted and then, be so under-repped and then Sturm take the squeeze spot. You would almost be inclined to back shove for the, 45 big blinds or what have you.
Oh, now we've got Huberman with 8s. Against a 4-bet, this hand looks so weak.
Yeah, just a little bit of a hand funeral here. We've all been there. Feel a bit annoyed that we can't just call an opening raise.
But do hand funerals with 8s. I think 9s is the biggest hand
No. The
I
thing
ever...
about snowmen's is you gotta let them melt.
You gotta let them go sometimes.
Gotta let them snowmen's melt.
So back around to Kenny, and this is a tough spot.
I mean, he knows Sturm is capable,
Yeah.
but man, you're in trouble if you're wrong here. Really, only move is to shove or fold.
And he
two
does
eyes.
elect to fold.
What is the frequency, Kenneth, should be folding there?
I mean, a
It was
lot of
just
the
a
time.
joke, sorry. It was
Yeah.
just an REM reference.
It was an Aria ref? What?
REM.
Oh.
King 4.
So one of the reasons why I think we've seen such huge fields at every live event this year, from Campione to Irish Opens here in Monte Carlo, is the PokerStars Live League, which is running across all PokerStars live events in Europe. The idea is that by playing tournaments throughout the year, you earn points, and there are 3 different tiers. There's a high leaderboard, a medium leaderboard, and a low leaderboard based on the buy-in level of the tournaments you play. Prizes for the top finishers in each leaderboard, the top 3 win prizes, but the top 10 in each leaderboard go through to a process early next year to become the next team pro, winning a contract worth 100K in buy-ins that will see you playing pretty much every PokerStars event next year for free.
You do have to sleep in Sam Grafton's bed in the Team Pro Lodge, though.
Too soon. Zaita with ace-queen under the gun. I think the leaderboards are dynamically updated in the PokerStars Live app, so if you want to check who's in the top 10 right now across the high, medium, and low tiers, you can. I think low is anything with a buy-in of 999 or less. Medium is 1K through to 4,999, and high is then 5K and more.
Sturm all the way up to 100K now. Been bobbing and weaving and showing why he's one of the top talents in the world right now.
We should probably, James, do a leaderboard recap on the next Poker in the Ears would be good, since we haven't covered it.
Yeah, I think what'll be interesting is after like 3 full festivals, whether that then changes how people are looking at the rest of the year, whether they think it's too late to play catch up, or whether they think that, you know, it's going to change dramatically between now and the end of the year.
Worth noting in this hand, this was very unconventional sizing from Zieter here, raising to 5,000 over 3x. You can see that Sturm still decided to call on the button. I think a lot of players get frozen up a little bit when they see these massive sizing, but Sturm just decides, okay, let's pretend this is 2,500 buy-in. Would I call him in, raise on the button, 40 bigs effective against, you know, a player that, you know, might not be a super pro, and then we also see the complete with the King-8 suited in the big blind, which is, you know, a very big size.
I mean, I'm sure some of that comes with the confidence of knowing you can play post-flop, right?
Yes,
like,
yeah.
I just don't. I'm like, ooh, I'll play around this, and oh, wait, too much, because I'm just not that good post-flop, especially in a bigger pot.
King 4 now. King 4 good. Very, very good.
But I'm liking what we're seeing from Zieter. I mean, if you saw that check raise at the 7-3 of hearts, he's ready to battle. And that's going to be fun to see how he can tangle with some of the, I mean, incredibly stacked feature table here between Leon, between Zobi and Pedro Marks. It's just, there's a lot of talent. Kenny.
Masato.
And Masato, yes, of course. So, man, I would have lost some big Japanese fans there if you didn't bail me out. Thank you. You're one of his.
It's all about honor
you're
and
the
respect in
yes,
that country.
of course,
Don't forget it.
I mean, it's stacked, this table. It's great.
How many minutes would Griffin survive in Japan?
I've been to Japan twice. I survived it both times.
Were you escorted
Yes,
to the airport?
my partner did escort me everywhere.
Zobian ace queen raises. Gets the fold from Huberman and from Pedro Marques. Zaita in the big blind with king 9.
I did go to those hot springs with the monkeys, and they took me in as one of their own, actually.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I slapped it.
They were like, we got to take care of this guy. He's not going to make it on his own.
And he's clearly a chimp.
Ice latte? Yeah.
Ice latte, yeah.
Latte avec
Avec means with. I'm from
Milk and
Quebec.
coffee, yes.
Your inability to speak French is well documented, Griffin. Don't worry. Yeah, we have got some street flash potential here.
Vois pas beaucoup de café en fait, donc ça va être pas très bien.
Zobian with the nut flush draw.
Café glacé.
And a
café,
gut shot
café au lait.
to Broadway, bets 2K.
This could get pretty weird with a diamond.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, those are 10K, 5K chips.
Not shit. Like I'm not a coffee drinker, so I'm not 100% sure what how you would order, like what they usually drink here. Yeah, I think they usually stick to espresso americano probably.
And Zobian responding to the raise with a call.
Diamond would be brutal for the check raiser here.
Eight of clubs pairs the board, meaning that ace high is still the best hand and the best draw.
Zobian not ecstatic about the board pairing on the turn can create a scenario where he's drawing dead if he was check raised by something like 10-8, you know, Jack-8. But still way too strong a hand to be folding on the turn here. And sometimes you're just ahead with the ace high. Not very commonly, but if you're getting check raised by something like a king high with a diamond, which is the case. You are now finding yourself in a scenario, however, that you're going to have to call 20% of your stack on a paired board against a check raise bet line. Yeah.
Does make the call. This hand going to the river, 56.5K in the middle. Zobian was just over pot behind. Board bricks out for both. Oh no, that's the straight. That's the straight for Zaita.
Griffin, you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7, 8.
Wait, no, together I thought.
Don't push it.
Do it. James, want to do it with me once?
Nope.
Okay, but I get the next shot pot song?
Nope.
You screwed up this one now, too. I was throwing you a bone, and you were like, I don't want the bone. I want the whole steak.
7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. Can I get some ratings in the YouTube chat, please?
Anyone who gives him more than a 2 is getting banned.
It's dark. I want you to know that if you give me more than a 2 and you do get banned, I do not have the power to unban you.
He cannot pardon you.
I don't know how to do it.
The river bet does not get called.
And still a hand funeral.
And
Oh, I like this guy.
Leon Zaita is the table chip leader right now with 188,000, 125 big blinds.
Yeah, I don't think Zobian is too worried about seeing that king of diamonds.
That was the
Queen.
rare trifecta of a winning hand, post-hand, hand funeral, open casket.
Enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I like it.
Did you come here with Martin Zamani?
No.
You're not friends?
We're buddies.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Where do you,
I travel alone usually.
Right.
where from originally?
Yeah, same.
I'm from Belgium originally.
Belgium.
Living in London.
Okay, makes sense.
Right. It's a long journey. Go with some American buddies.
People usually don't drink
That was
iced
close.
coffee
It was in Armenia.
Euro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think they do. Like, I mean,
Only Starbucks.
Doing some volunteer work there.
do have lots of Starbucks. Like, I don't drink coffee at all. Like, I don't really enjoy it.
like immersing myself in my
You
culture.
drink a lot of coffee in Japan?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't trust people who don't drink coffee.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Seems like a good.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a drug like anything else, but
Poker as well.
man, do I look forward to having a coffee every day.
Yeah, don't talk to me till I've had my coffee.
It's the best. I'm just like, oh, every day I wake up, I get to have a coffee. That's how I look at it.
Tea actually more.
Yeah.
Dopamine.
You know, coffee is way
Have you ever tried the coffee nap thing, this new phenomenon? Do you know about this? You take like a You take a shot of
I was actually
espresso
thinking
and
about
then you
going
go
to
down for a
Japan this
nap,
summer,
Focus.
but
and then you
people
like wake up 30 minutes
breakfast.
As
later.
it's hitting you.
And it hits, yeah, as it hits you.
Problem is,
Apparently, it's just
my
like the
partner and my
biggest
girlfriend,
rush
we can
to
only
wake
go,
up to. I mean, I don't know how
in
good you are.
summer,
Like,
like,
quickly
Sounds like
falling
this is
asleep
the
for a
sort
nap.
of thing that got like Keith Carradine killed. You know what I mean? Like
basically, and
It's good.
I'm just here. It's like
just
this life hack.
chasing,
people said like
combining two things that really shouldn't be combined for an
makes your
extra
heart
high.
explode.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. For like extra high.
Yeah, you die in your dreams and you never wake up.
Sturm is opened
maybe
here with
it's
King
more
Queen.
towards Hokkaido.
I think I'm going to try it on this trip. I'm going to report back.
Okay. Can't wait.
I'm just probably not going to be able to get to sleep, so.
Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto.
That's my reaction.
I can't lose my Aunt Helen and you in the same month.
Hey, that was the name of my mom's character in Ready or Not.
Helene?
Helene, oh yeah.
Yeah.
God, you're such a super fan of Ready or Not.
Well, no, I know. I love your mom. Big fan of your mom.
Yeah.
Kenny is flattered in the small with sixes. Pouchat has called in the big with ace-10 of spades. We are going three-way to the flop.
I like a good spread of cards, you know? Everyone's got a chance. The promise of tomorrow.
It is top pair for Sturm.
You both check.
Checkity check over to Sturm. A real fun top pair. I love a king queen top pair.
Yeah, I'm going to fold the ace-10 as well. Wishing instead he had a pocket pair.
Sure, yeah.
Or sevens instead of the nice 10.
A Pouchat pair.
Pouchat pair.
Yeah, I just realized, like, I think Japan is one of the biggest country.
30 minutes left on this level. 30 minutes for the first break of the day. The refreshments coming in.
Now, are you one of those people that can't have coffee after like 5 p.m. because you won't be able to sleep that night?
I don't sleep anyway, so
I have
James
got-
cannot.
No, I will do like a big coffee to start the day, and that's my
That's it.
caffeine for the day. Yeah.
Also tea houses, but
Yeah, in
But
Asia,
no,
yeah, I think. Yeah.
Realistically, even if I'm having a day where I like need a cappuccino after lunch or whatever, after 3 p.m. no chance of sleeping.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so fascinating to me. I'm not like that at all. I think I could have one in the early evening and still
I
be
think
able
we've
to
already
sleep.
established, Griffin, you're not like most people.
I guess not.
It's because of that chimp metabolism.
Yeah, they overlay.
Couple of
They
kings.
started this Sunday already, and everyone they bite. In America's from overlay. We're not.
what's your favorite Japanese food?
Sushi.
From Portugal.
Oh my
I'm a
God,
sushi
you're blowing
lover.
my mind, Masato. What's your favorite kind of Japanese
good
food?
quality.
Sushi.
Yeah.
You know, it was my second trip to Japan this time. It's the first time I had sushi.
How many?
Yeah, I remember your
times
first trip, and you were getting into the fast food there. I mean, it tastes better out there, right? Anyway.
Say like let's say every day.
Food is high quality everywhere, I'll say
Yeah.
that.
A week or something like that. What's your guess?
We went to this pork tonkatsu place for lunch, and as we were leaving, we were like, oh yeah, by the way, that's a Michelin star restaurant.
Nice.
It's very interesting.
And I think it was about 30 bucks a piece.
But the first time you went,
Yeah, I don't know.
you mostly ate
it could be,
American.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I was mostly focused on eating other things, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pieces of fish and
Anything to get the blood going. Yeah.
Pedro Marques opening with ace-3 of hearts. Zaita with ace-jack.
once a week maximum, I would guess.
Yeah.
2-3 times a month.
I think it's
Burning a lot of calories, like stress.
for me it's normal because I'm a sushi lover. But
Yeah.
like for normal people, let's say once in 3 months. Or
So I have checked the last message I sent Leanne. I did say, let's hang in Monaco, and then he came on the stream with a shirt that says, don't keep in touch.
I think James might be picking up one of those too soon.
I have way more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have way more.
Heads
Yeah,
up
yeah,
to the
yeah,
flop,
yeah,
which is 9-8-8.
Yeah, for me it's the yakitori. I really like.
Yakitori is more common.
I'm sorry that your day is ruined, goal perception. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I'm not a fan of these tactics. I'm not a fan of this clickbait. Let's just put a famous poker player who's not actually on the stream on there to get you to watch. It's nothing to do with me, Gov. So I'm sorry if you're expecting to see Patrick Antonius and he's not here.
So many type of food in Japan.
If he remains in the tournament, he will show up on the broadcast. I can promise you.
Potentially.
I mean, he's here somewhere. Doesn't he like live here or he spends a lot of time here? He'll
Yes,
be around.
but the viewer is not.
Compared to what you pay over here in the Americas.
I've never really.
Yeah.
You gonna play?
No,
I was kind of.
good time to go.
I'm planning.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, spring and
Just showed him one of those naked lady playing
So
cards.
many tourists. Like,
A reminder that at the start of the next level, after the first break of the day, we would imagine that we'll get the announcement from Toby Stone confirming the field size and confirming the prize pool and payouts.
Confirming exactly when we will see the stone bubble.
Mathematics dictates it will probably be the last level of today. So world-famous bubble coverage incoming.
Scandinavians and Dutch.
Yeah.
They can't play.
Yeah, they stay close for quite some
Like
time.
if you are in Austria, then you're fine. UK people are fine.
There's quite a few out there.
Yeah, they all moved there, like myself. Spanish people are fine too.
Yeah, get a good assessment of the table before you fold 9-3 suited.
Kenny with the Paul Daniels hand, pocket tens.
Is he just destroying everyone? Or?
Yeah, he's just still.
It's raised to 3,500. We got Masato Yokosawa on the button with ace jack, just a call.
Yeah, I like it.
Stay out of
Stay under repped. You don't want to be 3-bet folding this hand. And if Kenny were to, shove back with this 30, 40, well, 40 big blind stack, you'd have to fold ace jack. Ooh.
Just top set.
Start with a check, Kenny. Get tricky. Not really a board that should be hidden. Yes, he does check.
Kenny's pretty good.
Kenny knows what he's doing. So does Yokosawa. Doesn't fall for the bait. No reason to be gentle if you want to bet here as Kenny. You want to get max value from hands like pocket eights, pocket fives that might check back, especially fives that would certainly check back and now be inclined to call. Does go with a sizing of about 75%. Should spell the end of this hand. Yeah, the reason you don't check twice here is because if your opponent would have wanted to bluff, it would have more likely started coming on the flop. Turn is a less believable sort of line.
Does spell the end of this hand, as Griffin would say. THENDOFTHISHAND.
So Kenny's biggest cash was at that World Series of Poker main event final table in 2016. 1.5 million, near enough. Third on Belgium's all-time money list. 5.8 million in live earnings and 8 cashes in EPT mains.
I can actually tell you the exact amount that Seventh made as well. I have an incredible memory.
I want to know who the other two Belgian crushers are. Pierre Neuville is ahead of him?
Davide Katai will definitely be ahead of him.
Davide Katai, of course. Of course. Just saw him at breakfast this morning. How could I have forgotten?
Just give that guy 4 bets, ace high, and a trembling Canadian, and he'll change the world.
A card dead Canadian, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, of course, we were referencing that epic heads-up match against Andrew Chen, where he made arguably the greatest call in poker history.
Oh, not that Canadian. I meant you at the World Series.
No. I was talking about Katai's hand. Andrew Chen, the Canadian. We're crossing the references. Don't cross the references.
Sturm opening the button with Queen 3, gets a fold from Queen 9 in the small. Ace 5 for Alan Huberman, and he is going to defend the big blind. And Ace High is still ahead on this Jack High flop.
Bit of a cocky open here from Sturm, but going to feel so comfortable post-flop if he can get past Zobian, I think, who is a really, really talented player.
Just a quick postscript to the Kenny Hallett conversation.
Yeah.
Ty is first on the Belgian all-time money list with 11.3 million. Statric informing me that it's Thomas Boyvin who's second with 8.8 million.
Well, they're just making up Belgians now? Thomas Boyvin?
Well, Sturm off to a great start on day 2. He's moved over the 100K mark, registered late, so started day 2 with starting stack, 30K, 20 big blinds, now playing close to 70 big blinds.
Did you have an answer for this? Where would you have an EPT that doesn't have to be in Europe?
I did already answer it. I've said that I don't think European poker events should be held outside Europe. That's why we have different tours for different regions.
Fine. If you could have a PokerStars event
right
in a country where we don't currently have one, where would you want to go to?
Montreal.
Okay, Griffin, thank you for your comment.
Yes, you stay at my house.
I have to not disagree with my colleague Griffin Bencher. I would like to see a PokerStars event in Canada. I would like, as part of the North American Poker Tour, which doesn't just take in the USA, I would love to see an event in Canada.
Look at that.
Canada's a good choice. I guess it doesn't count because technically we do have some stuff there already, but I really would like all of us to go to Brazil.
Yeah, I would love that too.
I would like to meet a nice Brazilian doctor and settle down. And, you know, back to the poker. Sorry, I started daydreaming there a little bit.
Sturm flopping best hit with top pair.
Yes, I would also like to call you Poppy in a more appropriate setting, instead of just on WhatsApp.
And I might just have a craving for picanha. So. Picanha? I don't know. I'm good.
See, this is why you need a nice lady to teach you how to say it right.
Exactly.
And that is going to be another pot for Leon Sturm, who is now an above average stack. 108K for Leon. Average stack right now 98K with 360 odd players remaining.
I feel like this was the calm before the storm, and now I'm hearing lightning bolts.
Pedro March now below average, but still playing 50 big blinds. And 19 minutes on this blind level.
Come on, do something with March.
I'll think about it. If there was a bounty on EPT winners, he'd be a marched man.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Folded around to the button. Alan Huberman, he passes. Pedro has 4 deuce of hearts in the small.
How about if he cold decks somebody? It could be the March of the Penguins.
I hate to do this, but I actually preferred Griffins.
Hey, exception proves the rule, baby.
It didn't help that I tripped over it like 4 times.
Yeah.
Unraised pot, blind v blind.
Right? That's what I was avoiding saying. Yeah.
7-7 tray.
Yeah, northeast. The brash personality. Very direct.
Is that what Taylor Swift goes to record?
Yeah, actually. Newport is where in Rhode Island is the most famous place, probably. It's a place with all the mansions. I think she has a house there.
I think there's like a,
It's a pretty wealthy town, Newport, Rhode Island.
small recording cabin. I'm sure she also has.
Yeah.
She real estate.
Cast spells on people there.
Well, more familiar EPT faces. Another Monte Carlo champion, Adrian Mateos, who won this tournament back in 2015, a decade ago.
He's an absolute dream.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
There you go. It's no longer clickbait. We've got Patrick Antonius on the stream for about 4 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Patrick lives here in Monaco. Won the super high roller last year. Talking of more recent winners, Jon Kite won the record-breaking PokerStars Open a few days ago. And that is the guy who won the same tournament 2 years ago, back when it was the FPS main event, the 1K here in Monaco. Daisuke Ogita. And we have a question from Mr. Matthew, and I'm a bit confused by the question. If I win a gold pass from a country where PokerStars is not officially available, will I be able to use it? How? How were you able to win a gold pass from a country where you can't play on PokerStars?
I know what they're referring to, and my answer remains the same. Don't do it. Do not do it. It is a negative free roll for you to try to go around the terms of service of the PokerStars client.
Is Mr. Matthew insinuating that you could access PokerStars by using a VPN?
He is.
Right. Well,
and all I will say is that you can only lose money doing that.
Yeah, because there's absolutely no way that they're going to give you the gold pass and you're going to be able to redeem its value.
Correct.
I know.
You will get caught. You will be sad.
I have not king 4.
The stomach knows.
And I have king 4, I call. How many?
I'm all for a good rule bend sometimes in life. Don't do that one.
I think the way you put it, though, there's just no upside because you're either going to lose or if you win, you're going to lose.
That's right.
Yeah, do not pass gold. Do not collect a trip to wherever.
It blows my mind when there's like a 8-year-old child and they're like on their screen or something while the plane's taking off or landing. Makes me sad.
Oh, here's one for you, Joe, from Casanova Frankenstein. Commentator, remember when the cannon folded aces and avoided quad sixes? I can't believe it, Vince.
Other than the genre mixing, the crossing the references.
I distinctly remember that hand. I remember Mike Sexton saying that to Vince Van Patten on the big game.
I think I might have dropped an I can't believe it Vince once on the big game, but I can't remember. It was so long ago. But yes, I do remember that hand.
So Sturm is open with King Queen. We've seen the flat from Zaita on the button with King 8. Kenny Hallett, Ace King of Strawberries in the small blind.
16-5.
A little bit smaller, 13,500.
I got the 5 right.
That's true.
Sturm has been very, very active on this strong lineup of a feature table. He's had a lot of reasons to, and has had a lot of reasons to get a bit out of line with some of his opens. So when he raises a hand that's sort of ahead of his range, probably feels a bit more inclined to defend against it. But I imagine he's going to just let Kenny have this one. If he happens to be bluffing, it's such a good spot when Ziader flats the button. But you know what? He grabs those chips. And I think, really a reflection of how much respect players have for Kenny Hallett on this table, that two of the other, really, really top players on this table in Pedro Marks and of course, Leon Sturm have decided to 4-bet him in these spots, really giving him credit for not having it a decent percentage of the time. But both times, Kenny has had ace-king. The rest of the chips will go in, and Sturm will have burned nearly 20 big blinds with this 4-bet. And credit to Kenny for making it small enough also for Leon to find the room for this 4-bet. You know, I suggested might make it sort of closer to around 16,000, but by making it 13.5 allowed Sturm to click it to 27.
Kenny announces all in. And Leon will smirk and fold. Bill Mason says, I've been listening to Joe commentate for years. Is he 60 years old yet? He's getting closer. Joe turns 57 this year.
People say that your 50s are the new 40s, and I think they're right.
You also have a king?
I feel young as ever.
I also have a king.
Huh?
Possible.
Ook king?
Yeah, he has.
Heb je dat 2 king of as king?
Yeah, 2 king is very.
Does that make the 40s the new 50s? Because then I'm in my 50s now.
You're still in. You're the world's oldest living 8-year-old. So.
King Floyd had dat je kunnen gaan
I guess. I was black. God damn it. 3.
Ooh.
3 or 5?
This is a horrifying prediction. Jorodingo says Joe will go on forever as an AI sound. The horrifying bit, by the way, is not that Joe will go on forever. It's the fact that you will become AI. Zaita calling Zobian's raise. Here comes the flop. King 9-7.
Man, you love to see a king high flop when you have aces, but
you do, but it's a bit of a concerning flop considering Jack 10 has pretty decent equity here.
Yeah, not just a potential gut punch, but a double gut punch. Ooh, nice check from Zobian. Just seeing how much betting Theater's been doing. You know, wants to, but instead gives him that free
He
card.
zigs when you think he's going to zig. Yeah.
Is there something there with the name we could do with the zig and zag? Like, he zigs when he
Zider
ziggers
zigs?
when you think he's going to zag? No. And Zobian going to go for max value here now. May as well bet very big. That might even be an overbet. You know, wanting to get those 10x hands that he perceives Theater to have that will just call indiscriminately. Something like a queen 10, which will call any size. But he's just up against the nuts here. Hard for me to imagine him not busting. You know, receiving a call here will inflate the pot to, you know, well over 30K with 42K back. I mean, I don't think he always busts. We'll see if the river changes the texture much. For Zobian's sake, I would love to see, you know, a jack of spades on the river. But he's in real big trouble if Theater were to raise here. Just 0% beside your name with the aces. It's not fair.
Zigzag Zobian, zag zig Theater.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think alarm bells will go off for Zobian facing a raise here. It would look a lot like something like pocket eights. Maybe an 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited, certainly within the realm of possibility. A general practice is to play fast when you have straights because you unblock all the potential pairs, 2 pairs, and sets your opponent can have. I think I would prefer to see just a call from Theater in this particular situation. Yeah, and now Zobian going to pay and be shown the drawing dead news.
Yeah, the river card immaterial here. There is no card that Aram Zobian can hit to improve. This is going to be the first elimination we've seen from our feature table. This is the first all-in we've seen at our feature table, and it does result in the exit
Ace.
of Aram Zobian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. 8 und Dame.
Maybe ace, ace. Maybe one more ace on the kickstart.
So around 350 players remaining with 7.5 minutes on the clock. Leon Zaita, table chip leader with $250,000, more than 165 big blinds.
Yeah, and really the two stories on the table have been the Leons. I mean, you know, Sturm starting with 30 all the way up to 85, and now Zider near $250,000. Pretty impressive run up.
Really, really cool.
Yeah.
Oh no, he walked off and then remembered he'd forgotten something.
God, that's awkward.
I would just leave it. Anything that's like Apple AirPods or cheaper, I wouldn't go back. Maybe even an iPad I might leave. Depends on, you know, how old it was.
What about a notebook full of your jokes?
Ooh. No, they'd be doing me a favor probably if I left them there.
I do feel like you leveled up ever since I accidentally stole your notebook, you know?
I really wish I could have that notebook back, because what I've been doing now is going into old notebooks, and now that I'm like a slightly better comic, I can take some bits, make them work that I couldn't make work before.
I'll ask Woody again.
Speaking of which, I'll have headline in 3 different countries on this trip.
No way.
USA, Japan, and I'm playing I'm doing Amsterdam.
Oh, fantastic. After this?
A week from Saturday, yeah.
Thanks for the invite.
Come on, buddy. It's going to be a great night. Boom, Chicago.
Nice.
King 7, ace high, good. So when I was on Mad TV, like Keegan, like Key, and like Jordan Peele and like Barinholtz, they'd all come from Boom Chicago in Amsterdam. They were part of like the improv troupe there, and now I'm gonna headline stand up there. It's kind of a special moment for me.
Oh, so they must be flying in then.
I did think about texting them. Like I haven't texted them probably in like 15 years, and
you should just
be like,
not
hey,
to invite them, but to just say like nice little full circle.
It feels kind of cool that here I am. I idolized you guys.
You definitely should.
Three continents headliner. 3 countries, 3 continents.
Yeah.
It's a nice little stat. I'm saying that for one particular hater out there. You know who you are.
Your ex-girlfriend.
All right, take it easy. Oh, look at Lucas. It says Key and Peele and Stapes.
Zaita here with Jack 10. Of course, the shot clock will not be in play until the start of day 3. From tomorrow, we'll see timers and countdown. And we'll see time bank cards as well. Zaita opening big. 4,500. Has this been a standard open? Have I missed this?
Yeah, so we spoke a little bit rotation or two ago about the 5K open under the gun.
Right.
So yeah, looks like it's something of a bit standard. This is more, you know, something more common that we'd see in sort of a cash game format. So perhaps that's closer to his background. Sometimes you see it when you're playing online and someone's 3xing and stuff like that. So it does throw off players. I think. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Guys, ace is not a good hand.
I mean, this is great for Sturm because you've had the larger open from Zaita, therefore the larger 3-bet from Yokosawa, and now you've got aces in the small. And already so much dead money out there.
Yeah, and decides to sort of go with a balanced shove of 53 big blinds. Maybe just a click would seem so strong here. Wants to still get the money from something like pocket jacks, maybe even pocket tens. Hands that I think could fold sometimes, seeing a very strong 4-bet out of position. Tell you what, Zader loves to crack aces with Jack 10 off.
Yeah, right? Do it again. I mean, no offense, Sturm. It would just be wild.
Does this really need to take more than like 10 seconds? I guess it does.
Yeah, I think we're all entitled to be a little bit annoyed by this tank, given that the hand we know that Zeder has here just sort of been maybe a bit of a main character syndrome here. Like, this is like just like you know, this hand's not about you, buddy.
Yeah, but what if he was bluffing?
That's good.
Now I'd be scared to do it in the future.
And Stan,
Nein, das ist die Wahrheit.
so Stern back up above 100k, around average right now.
Voll Chance.
It's a Leon off.
Mein Herz, ja? Aber sag das nicht die ehrliche Wahrheit. Der Jack war gut oder nicht?
Nicht so gut.
Warte. Ich glaube dir. Ich glaube. Voll Chance. Er war besser.
Chances are this will be the last hand of the level.
Problem hands.
You never believe this, but after the break, that empty seat's going to be filled by another Leon.
Well, actually, and this may help inform our decision whether to change feature table, the player who's been assigned that empty seat and will be moving to the feature table after the break is a Benjamin Spraggy Spragg.
Oh.
Ah, so we're changing tables then.
Yeah, definitely don't want to have that bozo on the stream.
Love Spraggy. You guys know I love Spraggy. I'd say he's like a brother to me, but I actually love Spraggy.
Spraggy and Braggy over here.
9-8-5 on the flop. 6 is still good.
It's been the day of gut shots, even though one was a double gutter, I think, but...
Nice little bet here. I like it. 6 is probably good. Gonna get called by ace high sometimes here. Setting the price the times that you are behind. Like 7s are a check back 8. And even gets a call from King 10 high, which goes wham bam.
Not a gut shot, but the same principle, really.
Yeah, and it's not like Zeder's always losing here. You know, something like an ace 4, ace deuce, ace 7. There are some hands here. Wow, and does call is going to hate to see the King 10.
Gross.
Yeah, Kusawa gets there on the river, wins the last hand of this session. So these two players ending this level as the two biggest stacks on the main stage, in confirmation that we will be keeping this feature table for the next level, because the seat that was recently vacated is about to be occupied by Spraggy. That's right, Ben Spragg coming to the main stage. He will be on the feature table alongside these players for level 12 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. 1 level down, 5 still to play today. We have hit the first break of the day, and that first session has been a great session for Leon Zeiter. He is table chip leader with more than 110 big blinds. It's also been a good level for Leon Sturm. Bought in at the start of day 2, started with 30k, has more than 3x'd his stack, has more than 50 big blinds, is around average right now. And even the shortest stack at the table has around 25 big blinds. Next level, 1k, 2k with a 2k big blind ante. And more action coming up from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Monte Carlo in just over 20 minutes time. A chance for you to check out our most recent EPT champion. As we go back to the heads-up battle in the main event, blinds are up to 250,000, 500,000, and we have Marcus raising with King Queen, Runken shoving with Queen Jack.
Wow, and this could be it.
And that is a call, and it is a domination situation. And if King Queen holds here against Queen Jack, we have a winner.
Pedro Marquez,
Nation.
long time pro,
Good luck.
on the brink of a title which he will forever be associated with. If he can hold, join a long list of EPT champions. Runken looking for that jack.
24% chance. Five cards to come. The flop is king high. It's not looking good for Runken. He's down to 4%. It could be all over on the turn.
Lano. Lano,
Runken stands awaiting his fate.
The turn card is a deuce and it's over. We have our champion here in Prague.
That's the J-man. That's it.
It is Pedro Marques, the second most successful poker player in Portuguese history. Only João Vieira has more than him on the Portuguese all-time money list, and he's just added another 963,450 euros to his poker CV.
Yeah, an absolutely wonderful final table performance. A great guy, really liked within the poker community, and now poker immortality with an EPT title. And congrats to Paul Runken, second place finisher.
How much have we enjoyed watching this guy over the last few days? How much have we enjoyed the way he wielded that chip lead yesterday and today? That bluff he pulled off yesterday will live in poker history. It's going to be one of those hands you see again and again and again.
You're still smiling. This is great because, Pedro, I got to tell you, the audience knows this. When I have to interview the winner, that for me is sometimes the most stressful thing. And a lot of the time it's because the winner doesn't seem that happy, or they don't care, or they want to go do something else, or they only had 5% of themselves. But I can see that you were happy and you still are happy. So talk to me. What does this mean to you?
As I said, this has been a dream of mine for a really long time. I've been playing the tour for 10 years, and obviously every event that you go, the main tournament for every player, you think it's an event, right?
Yeah.
Doing a deep run and finishing the job, winning the main, it's crazy. I still can't believe it. It was an unbelievable day. I still have chills when I think about it. It's crazy.
If we go back to 2018, which is when you first came onto our radar, when you had the deep run in Barcelona and made the final table, and you're cutting through a field of like near enough 2,000 players, is there part of you that thinks that was my chance, this was my opportunity, and it's going to be really hard to get back here again?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is so hard. There will be people that will play every stop for 20 or 30 years and they won't manage to make a final table in this one. It's so hard to make it. And obviously, after that final table, I had a very sore feeling after that because I didn't know if I would be able to do it again. But yeah, still, I after that, I didn't lost the dream to do it again. So that's why I kept on playing and always with the goal of making it again and finishing the job.
And then, of course, you had that final table appearance in the Bahamas, in the PSPC. That tells you, oh, I can do this again.
Yeah. That one was an even bigger one. A lot of money up top. I think I was more prepared in that one than I was in the first one. I felt a lot of pressure in the first one. yeah, things didn't go my way, but still was for me what was a huge achievement, and was really happy about it. But also after that, I was like, I have to do this again. I have to keep on playing, and I have to win this one day.
Yeah, for sure.
So obviously your desire to win is there. You know how difficult it is to win. While this is happening, is money a concern, or are you making enough along the way? Are you also like, oh shit, I got to win something to make a living?
Money is always really important, obviously. But yeah, I've been playing for so long. Nowadays, money is not that important anymore. Still very important, but not as important as it was before. Nowadays, I was more searching for that trophy and that moment than the money.
You made a deal at the final table. That's something that James and I, we all, we're fans of deals. We like the players to secure a good deal for themselves. What was your mindset going into the deal, and what was your goal?
I mean, in this kind of events, the money up top is such a crazy amount. It's so much money, and obviously when we start the heads up, he has such an advantage of me that wouldn't happen for sure. In the back of my head, I was always thinking, if we get to similar stacks, I would like to look at numbers, because even though I thought at the moment that I have an advantage because I've been playing more than him for a long time, I think I've been in that position more times than him. In poker, everything can happen. If I get kings against aces, I'll get second, he'll get first, and I'll lose a ton of money. And so I think in those moments, I think people should think a little bit more about the money, because these kind of moments are unique, and I think you have to take advantage of it and take as much money as you can. After the deal was secured, I was just thinking about, the trophy, and I just want to win this.
After you did the deal, did you notice a change in Paul Runken's game, in his attitude, in how he was playing?
It was at a certain point. I remember the end with the Jack 7, where I went all in on the river. I felt a change of energy. I felt like he was sore. Yeah, I think something happened.
Yeah.
I think you're right, because I was watching not on stream at that point. I was down watching live from the floor. And when you moved all in there, everyone is just sort of on the edge of their seat, because if he calls and he's right, it's over. And look, it could have been just that I got the coin flip right in my head, but I said I didn't see any of the action, but just the feel I got right there. I was like, I think this is going to be a double up for Pedro. It feels like Paul is trying to make a loose call here. It feels like Pedro's got it. It feels like this is going to be a momentum shift. It all sort of felt like that exact moment. And when that happens and that call happens, we talked about this when I spoke to you on stage. Like, you're really good at not showing your emotions out there. But what was going on inside your brain after that double up?
That was the moment that I felt like maybe I can do it, because when we started, he had such a huge advantage. It would be hard, and he was playing hard as well, playing really aggressive. So I knew that I had to get the double up, otherwise it would be really hard for me. And when I got that stack, I was like, now I'm playing deep with him. And I think I'm prepared for this kind of situations. I already know how he's playing. And I felt like, with this stack, I can manage to win. I can,
So let's talk about Paul a little bit, actually. I'm curious what you think of him as a player. His style seemed kind of unconventional to us, but it seemed to be working. Was that your read as well?
Sure, he was. Like I said, he was playing crazy aggressive. People were not able to go through it. The people were almost folding every time. He was, he had an orthodox style. It was the first time I've played with him. I have never seen him before. It's never easy to play with a guy who plays like this. Never easy. And even more when you're playing so deep in a tournament, because the money starts ringing, right? And people get more scared, I'll say.
Yeah. And it doesn't help as well when someone is playing that aggressively, has that monster chip lead, and also they're catching cards as well. If not getting dealt premiums pre-flop, getting there by the river. And that just kind of a very how do you combat that if someone's just kind of like can't lose?
In poker, you have to have patience. Obviously, he was doing his job. He had such a big stack. He was doing his job by being aggressive, putting pressure on others. And when you're shorter than him, you have to just wait, because there will be a moment where you'll have an opportunity to catch him. And that was my plan, basically. Of course, as well, I was second in chip, so I was in kind of a jail because of the other short stacks.
Yeah.
So I had to be really, really aware of the other stacks and be careful, because I didn't want to obviously bust before the other short stacks.
Yeah, and we saw that a few times when we were four-handed. Whenever you were under the gun, Paul was in the big blind, and we saw several. Pedro opens, it's round to Paul in the big blind, he shoves, Pedro folds. That just seemed to be the kind of classic narrative every time that we had that dynamic.
He made like really, really big shoves. At a certain point, he was shoving me so much, like 60, 70 big blinds, and I was like, I was not expecting that, for sure. But that was a strategy that he wanted to apply. He for sure knows that I was in a jail and I couldn't call too wide. So yeah, he started applying me max pressure.
Yeah.
What preparation did you do in between the sort of day 5 and day 6? Did you go back and watch the day 5 coverage to try to get a little bit more of an understanding of what Paul was up to? Because he was clearly he was bossing it even then and really made himself the main character of that. I would have been really curious to go back and see what he had in a lot of those spots. Did you do that?
Yeah, for sure. I've watched full coverage of the TV table when he was there, because on day 5, day 5 or day 4, I didn't play with him on TV table. I was on the other tables, but I saw full coverage of the TV table and I saw how he was playing. And day 5 as well, we finished the day. I went to my room and I watched everything. Not only him, but the other players as well. But obviously, I had more focus in his play because he was the chip leader and could have put more pressure on me. So I had to know more about him.
Yeah.
So what did you think of the 3 deuce bluff? From just as an entertainment factor, that's one of the most entertaining hands I've ever seen. But I'm curious, from you as a very studied player, I assume, what did you make of that?
Said it in 10 years of poker. I don't know if I ever saw such a crazy bluff. I mean, in a theoretical aspect, I don't think it is possible to play that in that way. But he was fighting with that guy. He was like in a specific thing with him, and he was searching for that spot, And he said it on the turn. I already knew what I was doing, even though the other guy would speak first. He was saying, "I already knew what I was doing." And yeah, on the river, Siegfried, if I've not mistaken, took so long as well to make his action, and that helped him to make his aggressive action after that, because everybody in the table saw that Siegfried didn't know what to do. Yeah. He was not sure about his hand. He was not sure if he should value bet or not. And Brunken is a guy of, I think he knows, he's a feeling guy, and he felt that he was weak and he took advantage of it.
Calamusa in the cutoff has kings.
I'm starting to think maybe he can call cards. Hey, could you call for a Mother's Day card? I think it's too late for me to go out and get one.
Calamusa raises to 240,000. Adrian Alan folds. Jan Bendix in the small blind with ace-6 of diamonds.
Cool.
Round to Asan Umarov in the big blind.
I think it's my turn.
There is only one hand you want here, my friend.
and it's not 7-8 offsuit.
They're both red? Well, he is getting ridiculous pot odds, but my guess is that the 10 euro qualifier isn't going to be quite as experienced post-flop as the French grinder and the former EPT player of the year.
Well, he decides to call, and we're going three-way to the flop.
Hey, maybe Patrick Bruel will sing my mom something for Mother's Day.
Calamusa, the favorite here. The flop. Jack 6-6, trips for Bendik.
Oh, gross. King's no good.
Check.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Calamusa continuing for 300,000.
Of course he's going to bet. He's going to have the best hand a ridiculous amount of the time.
Bendik calls. Umarov folds. Heads up to the turn. It's a 5, meaning Bendik is a 95% favorite. And it looks like he's going to lead.
Maybe he doesn't like that spade.
1/3 pot, $500,000.
Could have been a little bigger.
All in.
Calamusa shoves.
Cool.
Nice work inducing.
Calamusa at risk and drawing to just 2 outs.
King.
Unless it is a king on the river, he is out in 5th place.
Poor guy probably expected to be up against a flush draw most of the time.
All right. Bad flop, I guess.
Nobody expects Yen Bendik's Yen Ben trips.
Flops or diamond.
The river. It's a king!
Hit him with the hind! I don't know how or why. New phone, who dis?
That's why I'm the best, huh?
Yan is not amused.
Baba Booey. Hello, hello. Hey now, the king of all suckouts. Sorry, Yen.
What more can he do?
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Back at the feature table, action is on Liv's boyfriend, Igor Kurganov. He's facing an under-the-gun raise from Eric Svez.
Have we seen this guy before?
Not sure, but his Svez is familiar.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's been folded around to Ludovic Geilich in the small blind.
Angus McAngus. He's kind of like a bagpipe, real noisy, and nobody knows how it works.
Ace-deuce offsuit. Svez made it 4,600 with ace-10 of diamonds. Ludo's going to make it 15,800.
It's a pretty aggressive 3-bet. I guess he doesn't want to just call out of position against an under-the-gun raise.
Ooh, jacks for Olashemian in the big blind.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Shemian flats the 3-bet.
This should be setting off Ludo's Sean Connery alarm. You know, the alarm all Scottish people are born with that lets them know when someone's trying to Connery them.
Svez calls as well, 3-way to the flop. And it's a king-high flop. Shemian's still ahead with jacks.
Ludo's got almost 0 equity, but luckily he also gives 0 you-know-whats.
50,000 in the middle. This is a continuation bet of 21,500.
And Ola's not folding for 1 bet. Nerp.
Shemian calls.
Seriously, Svez, consider this getting off easy.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. It's the 7 of hearts, pairing the board.
Ludo went from 1% equity on the flop to 5% on the turn. Not bad.
Still only ace high. But it looks like he's betting again. 48,000.
This guy's pretty nuts, huh?
And it doesn't look like Shemian's folding. He calls again, and this hand's going to the river with 189k in the middle already.
Neither player's got that amount behind.
And Shemian rivers a boat.
So not only is Ludo losing, but he'd have a better chance of getting Olo to do the truffle shuffle than to fold.
Gaelic does not empty the clip, he checks.
Obviously, Ola's betting.
All in.
All you can eat. And Ludo snap folds.
This is one of those hands that can look pretty terrible in a vacuum, so we just explain it away by saying table dynamics.
Ola Shemian up to 349k. He's taken the chip lead. That was 10 years ago. This is 2025, where we are in Monaco with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The Monte-Carlo main event continues, one level down, 4 to go, with world-famous bubble coverage later on day 2 here at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. James Hartigan alongside Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And these are the chip leaders coming back from break, Nick. Joseph Chibacek, a finalist from last year. 8th place finisher in the 2024 EPT Monte-Carlo main event, is the big stack coming into the next session of play. Blinds about to go to 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante. We have not changed feature table. We are keeping the same lineup on the main stage, but there is one crucial addition to that lineup. We highlighted that the empty seat was going to be filled by Spraggy. That's right, Ben Spragg bringing his stack to the feature table, joining us for the next session of play. We also still have another member of Team Pro, Kenny Hallett, and we have the most recent EPT main event champion. The last time we had a European Poker Tour was in Prague in December 2024. That was won by Pedro Marques. He's on the main stage. And again, I want to highlight, Nick, that it has been more than 4 months since we last streamed an EPT.
I know, it feels weird. I've said on many occasions to people we work with, I feel like I've been skiving. It feels so weird not to be on tour, but it feels good to be back, and what a way to kick it off back in MC, baby.
Really weird to get to the month of May and be talking about the Prague champion as the most recent EPT winner. But Pedro doing Pedro things. One of the big stories, though, has been Leon Sturm, the super high roller. Young player, very talented player, who bought in at the start of the day and has already got his stack up from 30k to more than 100k, more than 50 bigs at the current blind level. Around an average stack, you can see the tournament clock on screen. Oh, here's Toby with the announcement.
We have a total of 1,195 entries, generating a total prize pool of 5,795,750. We will be paying 175 places with a minimum payout of 8,500. And the winner of EPT Monte-Carlo 2025 will be going on with €1 million.
Woo!
How much?
Big smile from Toby as he confirms that the winner of this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event is going to get a 7-figure score, €1 million up top, the single biggest slice of that prize pool of €5.79 million. And confirmation that the number of entries this year, 1,195, 340 players returning from the break, and 175 are going to get paid with a min cash worth €8,500. We can see right now the payout to the top finishers, more than 600k for the runner-up, but $1 million up top this year. Exciting times.
Yeah, very exciting indeed.
Thank you.
Now we put his mic live as he finishes speaking.
I was going to say. No, very exciting indeed, James. Very pleased to be back on this stage. You know, I'm embarrassed to admit this, James. I still have yet to actually see the ceiling open. They always do it when I'm not around.
Well, Nick, if you showed up at like 11 in the morning...
Oh, don't you start. I'm always here early, James. Stop it. That's not the case.
Music.
All right, let's get into the action.
Confirmation that level 12 is underway. 1K, 2K blinds. We've seen Kenny fold. Lucas Pochat has folded. Masato Yokosawa is raising. Masato has king 8 of diamonds. It's going to make it 4,000.
Any counter-strike for you lately?
Round 2 Huberman. Spraggy, by the way, does have an above-average stack right now. He's brought 135K to the table, which is about 67 bigs.
175 spades, yeah.
Oh, I don't even play matchmaking. You play favorites, so... Oh, okay. I don't like 1 million plus price. The matchmaking system is good now.
It's not good. Playing a lot?
No, I mean, on and off for the past 4 or 5 years.
Huberman is called on the button with a dominating hand.
I think I suck when I play.
And we go to the flop, which is 8-7-6. Domination, rotation. Top pair for Masato.
Not too shabby. And I don't think this is a spot where we want to miss bets. Oh, okay. We are going to play it as a checkaroo.
And Huberman decides to bet with his overs.
Yeah, pretty swift bet there. Actually, in hindsight, I think I do quite like the check with the king 8. This is definitely a dangerous flop texture when your opponent flats on the button. Obviously, 10-9 is just going to smash you immediately. 10-9 suited is the nuts here. So in hindsight, actually, I think the check is kind of cool. But as played, getting some action from the king jack feels great. 10 on the turn.
Board gets straightier. Meanwhile, we have astute analysis from Curtsy, who says, whole lot of fake good players, fishes. I'd crush every single one. Good luck to you, Curtsy. Look forward to seeing you in Monte-Carlo next year.
Yeah.
And the barreling.
What's that, Curtsy? Oh, you got to get out of the micro stakes first? Okay, maybe we'll see you in 2038.
It's my favorite kind of player, James. Fake good players, fishes. This feels pretty ugly now. Yokosawa has got to be aware that king 8 is going to be good here some of the time, but with the board getting straightier, James, I guess there is a question as to how much 9x is going to be in the buttons range here.
Is it pro or you get tilted?
Action pre-flop was raise call, so, you know, some 9x, some suited 9x for sure.
Yeah, we have a few characters like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Masato folds the best hand on the turn, folds the second barrel.
The second barrel. Second barrel.
Indeed.
We are in that region, James.
So Huberman playing more than 80 bigs right now. This is a pretty deep stack table. Of the 8 players we have on the main stage, 6 are either at around average or above average, with the table chip leader being Leon Zaita with 221k, 110 bigs.
That was the case in Overwatch 2. It was so hard to break any.
Have like a regular 5-stack we used to playing with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, you get humbled real quick when you fall down the ranks in 5 or 6 groups.
What luck, James. We managed to get 2 ambassadors on the same table. Let's not forget as well, Day Night Sunday Million coverage on the PokerStars Twitch channel recently. That was a lot of fun. This guy knows how to play some cards.
Yeah, you used to, right?
Yeah, but only once a week for this No Limit channel.
Yeah.
And I always used to say it wasn't my community per se, because I was just streaming for a channel, right? So
Definitely got lots of people rotating in and out.
At the end, it was kind of only me, but still it was not my own channel. So it didn't feel like it was my community. With that, you have such a big board. I mean, I don't know if that's...
No, yeah. It makes a big difference when it's your own thing. Do it, man. Get on it.
Yeah, maybe in I want to say another live. Maybe so.
Now in 24.
It is.
All the time in the world.
It doesn't always feel like that, but...
Well.
A lot of people.
Obviously, you step back.
Kenny with the best of it right now.
まあ悪くないです。アフリカの石のおかげで勝てましたここから。最初の1レベル石の存在を忘れてしまう。今石取って。
I was wondering if we might see this from Kenny. This seems like a really good combo to have as a lead. And Kenny is an individual who would have studied these leading ranges, these donk betting ranges, James. Can you imagine? That is the term we use when we lead into the initial pre-flop raiser, not to insinuate Kenny is a donk, but...
I mean, he is. I mean just not because of that.
Oh, really?
Had it.
That people know so much.
Shark at the table, donkey in life. Just kidding, Kenny. You know we love you.
It definitely bothers me in terms of like
Rinleys, yes, you got clickbaited. I'm sorry.
I say that, but I guess I don't. 'Cause I have
He is in the tournament, though. We did see a brief glimpse of Antonius earlier on, and there's every chance that if he goes deep, we'll get him on the feature table at some point.
Seems like a decision we might want to make, yeah.
It's tough for me as well, because obviously I play every hand poker already. So why bother?
Yeah. When the wizard tells you already that you're perfect, why?
Yeah.
Or even indulge.
Sturm with Jack 10. Raising in early position. Spraggy not getting involved in this hand. Instead it's round to Pedro Marques. He folds. You don't need to ask how much. Just look at your cards and fold.
Yeah, absolutely. I would argue the Jack 10 off is on the wider side as an open, but I don't hate it. I think it's fine if you want to widen up that range. Seems like a good combo to sneak in there.
Minimum resistance.
Raise and take it for Sturm.
Back-to-back feature. Yeah.
With a 90-minute, if we would play 2-hour shifts, then
2 levels, I guess.
2 levels. Let's say it's always 2 levels.
Yeah.
Unless it's 2 hour levels. Maybe not. Like every 90 minutes, probably just too short to turn everything around. Because you're also gonna lose some time and stuff. So
yeah, it's true. It's a big hassle to set it up again.
Yeah.
Kenny, actually a really good person to ask about this, James. Does advise on a lot of tournament structure-related stuff for the European Poker Tour.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually know our procedures for changing feature tables.
That is true.
Diva in that sense.
But for the record, yeah, we probably would not, especially on a day 2, do more than 2 levels back to back with the same lineup.
Absolutely.
Usually I'm the victim.
Fold.
So Spraggy playing a hand against Masato Yokosawa. Avenge Joe Stapleton, Benjamin. Yes, Spraggy with top pair. Have some of that, son. Yokosawa with bottom pair. No diamond.
I like Masato's style here. I got to play a cash game with him last time we were in Barcelona. It's a lot of fun. Makes a lot of good content as well, especially if you're a Japanese speaker. That helps. But really rambunctious. On the tournament tables, a little bit more serious. On the cash tables, very vocal. Great to have around.
You're going to lock in?
How could I miss it? The
Yeah, I guess
greatest,
you know
the
a
greatest
lot.
series on earth.
Is it? Yeah.
I will be there.
Starting this Sunday.
I will be there no matter what, starting Sunday.
Don't miss all the juicy satellites.
Exactly. Satellites running from as little as 50 cents, etc.
This boy's
3
read his
different
messaging dot.
Yeah.
Low, medium, high.
Leaderboards.
You've been
Scoop-
hoarding your tickets
scoop me.
already? Ready to get into the grind?
Brian, YouTube chat asking, is Nesreddin in the
Fine
tournament? Nesreddin fired a few bullets. Unfortunately, did not make it to day 2.
All of it.
I'm sure we'll see more
Where do
from
you go?
Rania, Run Good Rania, at future EPT events, though. She's
Oh, nice. That's true.
well and truly hooked on the EPT action after her 2 very, very deep runs back-to-back. What was the number, James? How many people have done back-to-back EPT finals?
It's fewer than 10.
Yeah. Final table Monte Carlo, and then the same in Barcelona.
Sturm defended his big blind to a loose-ish open from Zaita, the table chip leader. So it's a battle of the Leons. Zhao, this is a 5K main event, 5,300 euros to be precise, is the buy-in. Andy, Maria is not in Monte Carlo, but will be joining us live via satellite throughout the week, including tonight for world-famous bubble coverage. A continuation bet of 8,500. And a fold from Leon Sturm. Deep Singh reminds us that Lex is coming soon to Bratislava. Are you two joining him? I will be in Las Vegas at the World Series of Poker, so I will not be going to Bratislava. Nick?
There is a chance. I haven't booked yet, but I have been to every Lex Live since its inception all those years ago. I think it was 2019. I might be in attendance. I think our moderator, Tom, was discussing potentially attending, which would be a big factor. PokerStars staff. Chris Trigalis also said he might attend. I don't know. It's one not to be missed, though, guys, and I probably will end up booking that last minute.
It's not to be missed, so I will be missing it.
It's not to be missed, so I probably won't miss it, but we'll see. It's going to be a busy year for me, so we'll see if we can slot it in there.
Espeland asks, how much for first? 1 million. Even. €1 million for the champ. Folded to Masato Yokosawa on the button. Raises to 4.5K. Gets a fold from Sturm in the small blind. It's Spraggy's big blind. And he's got kings. Spraggy re-raises. 3-betting to 19K. Quick fold from Masato Yokosawa. No, Supersonic Tim, this is not the last day. There is a day 3, there is a day 4, there is a day 5, there is a day 6. This is the first of 5 days of live coverage of the Monte Carlo main event. It plays all the way through to Saturday.
The fast prize is the 1 million?
It doesn't bother me, I never get that far.
Well, especially then, you need more for a min cash.
Yeah, that's true. I'd move it all down to the bottom, yeah. Somewhere between 95th. It's quite a lot, isn't it? Between 1 and 2. But
I feel like I've seen more.
I know. About 100K jump, 200K jump, 400K jump.
You can still deal, you know?
It was like 750,000 last year with 1,100 players. So.
No, it was more last year.
What?
Maybe that's what you saw, but the problem
last year
might have
Watson
made a
won,
deal
or
or
was
something.
it 2 years ago?
Oh, makes sense.
Last year Watson won.
I think it was
Mike
probably
Watson
1 million as well.
Leonard,
okay.
Like our usual payouts.
I mean, I only know
it's
because Leonard
around
was there, but
a little over 10x between 9 and 1st.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So
It's tough
they just
to recall.
round it up a little
Okay,
bit
makes
here, I would say.
They
Like,
made it.
I think it was last year, yeah.
Now,
That's
Kenny
the thing,
is
yeah, they
qualified
made
to talk about this.
I think because you can make deals, I don't think it matters too much. It's nice to have $1 million up top too.
I was feeling so bad because only I win the 1 million and you guys maximum winning is 650,000. So,
I still think it.
yeah.
At this point.
I feel a little bit bad.
You take second right now? So defeatist, isn't it? So pessimistic.
I mean, you're on today too. That's already a win, right?
I bought in so I could say.
Oh, yeah.
Sturm's raise called by Huberman. Ace high versus king high.
Check.
And that ace on the turn is great for Huberman. Gives him a lock on the hand.
Yeah, it does seem like a card that Sturm's going to want to barrel, James. Seems quite natural to check flop bet turn here. Our range will contain plenty of ace combos. Our opponent's range probably somewhat less, as on occasion some of our aces will be played as 3-bets pre-flop. Not all of them, of course, at this stack depth. Calling it seems very natural as well. A little check raise on the turn, James.
And I kind of feel this is indicating the strength of his hand and gives Sturm an opportunity to get away and not fire again on the river.
Yeah, and
make deal.
Thinking back to that hand, James, I wonder if maybe just check calling the turn and then calling a river bet is better. We're going to catch more bluffs that way. We control the pot when our opponent does have us outkicked with a better ace.
It's any less or any more.
We're not really going to check raise our opponent when they have a draw that often, because a lot of the draws would have just gone ahead and bet the flop in position. So story checks out. Check raising top pair is never going to be awful, really, but
Who's laughing now?
slight alternative. Perhaps.
Team Pro, an event like this. Yeah, but like against good pro, it's going to be very fun heads up. Against a bad player, it's going to be profitable heads ups.
Yeah, that's why.
There is no reason
why Leon
to
won't
make
shop.
deal. It's always fun to play against a good pro, fighting 400,000, right?
You must make more money on YouTube than me.
Yeah, that's true. Making deal is not fun for the contents.
No, that's true.
Blind v blind. Huberman.
You can make a video like
calls.
400,000 US dollars. Heads up.
Mr. Markesh. Here's a guy that we've seen a lot of on these tables, James.
Well, he's going to raise it to 7,000. Huberman is going to stick around, and we are going to see a flop.
Yep, this is textbook so far.
Queen 4-3. Huberman way ahead.
Yeah, this is a great flop for Huberman. Not only the top pair, but a good kicker and the heart blocker. Means it's a little bit less likely our opponent will have combinations we're going to be concerned about folding to on later streets. It's just going to be a c-bet from the 9-5. Obviously, if you're going to play the bottom of your range here, which is absolutely GTO, as a raise versus limp blind v blind, we are going to want to continuation bet on these textures. And again, with the check raise, James, this seems to be a bit of a habit of Huberman here. Does like to check raise his top pairs, it seems. I think on this texture, though, feeling pretty good about it in general.
Huberman. Second in chips behind Leon Zeiter, specifically at this table. Obviously bigger stacks out in the field, 320 players in total remaining. And a reminder that the number that Toby confirmed at the start of this level, 175 getting paid, 175 making the money. And we can expect to hit the bubble. We can expect to play into the money during the last level today. So world famous bubble coverage before we go off air tonight.
Oh, it was like 11 paid then. But I got made 6 hand of triple lead. But I gave it up with Rico after first hand. Literally. Tough to recover from that. And I did by having Peter shuffle to my aces.
So undergun open, call the big blind.
Yep.
Get it over.
Yeah.
And a king high flop, looking good for Kenny.
I mean, he actually had 40% on the turn because he had like pair got shot flush draw. I know I won. I triple lead again and then yeah, I feel like I didn't punt it.
And probably just a small bet, I'd imagine.
This play's pretty sick.
4,000 into 11,000.
Yep. That sounds about right at the stack depth.
I mean, Queen 10 of spades is not connected in any meaningful way with this board. This is a trivial fold, right?
I mean, yeah, we are struggling here to find any backdoors.
King 4? Ah, King 4.
Kenny showing the king, okay.
I mean, I have good hand, definitely smaller.
Good hands, yeah.
And then make you pay 25k to play.
Griffin would not be impressed. He hates it when people show cards.
He does.
Ask them, you know.
You want to buy some magic? 2030?
Would buy a small piece after the conversation, yeah.
I can see the card when you something like that.
Just ask them. Free roll you. Give me a 30% free roll or I quit.
No shot. If I said that or I quit, thanks for coming.
No shot.
Yeah. See you later.
No shot.
I don't know how you shoot that.
Before I'd finish my sentence.
I can truck maybe. I didn't bet.
They're too much
I can try.
at odds right now with GG. They can't lose a strong
big 22 player like me.
Yeah. You keep doing that.
I know.
Down talk.
Yeah.
Own up.
4,000 the raise from the shortest stack at the table. Lucas Pochart starting the hand with around 20 bigs. Has opened with aces. Leon Sturm with ace-queen suited. He is going to call. Jack-10 suited for Spraggy. Folds.
Yeah, decided against it there. Oh, hello. He's king suited.
And the price of poker is going up, Vincent, as Huberman raises. Looks squeezy, 3-betting to 13,000. And does Zaita have a hand, or is he just doing that thing?
What you got, senor?
We'll never know. So back around to Pochard, who I guess will just jam here, Nick, and that will save Sturm.
Yeah, I would imagine at this stage, James, only 17 big blinds behind.
Yeah.
The only move really is all in. There's already a ton of dead money in there anyway.
Absolutely.
In relation to Pochat's effective stack. And therefore, give it some thought, you know, make it look good. Just a little bit of Hollywood, the good kind. You know, the cinema.
Triangle time.
This is a tough spot for ace-queen suited, James.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably just side-fold, but it's like...
You don't like it, but I just think that that 3-bet from Huberman is probably not a light squeeze.
Yeah, exactly right, James. And knowing your customer here is important. And I think that's... I think the issue that we have, James, as you point out, is that the squeeze here is probably just going to be a lot of very strong hands and not very many light squeezes.
Oh, Sturm has decided to go for it.
Oh, wow.
Sturm has moved all in, and Huberman could potentially fold ace-king now.
I mean, potentially could. That's a lot of unusual action, right? Call and then back jam.
I mean, this looks super strong.
It does, absolutely.
And you're never worrying about calling off 17 bigs with ace-king, but this is a much bigger shove from Sturm.
No, mehr. Nee, Moment. Okay. That's good, yeah.
The way that Sturm has played this, James, I think might be more reminiscent of maybe 10s or jacks than ace-queen suited. But I guess, you know, it's kind of feels in that same realm. Getting ace-king suited to fold here would usually be a really good thing, but you've still got to contend with the aces that have already put the chips in the middle.
I mean, it's a great spot for Sturm if Huberman folds, because Sturm then can't go broke.
Yeah, exactly. So there is an upside to getting ace-king suited here to fold, but you know, ace-king suited, not a hand that we're likely to fold that often in Texas Hold'em, except for under extenuating circumstances. Is that the word, James? Extenuating?
Extenuating circumstances, yes.
But this is one of those circumstances. The action is just so that it is conceivable that ace-king suited needs to go in the bin. That back jam is terrifying to me. But like I said, I feel like if I put myself in Huberman's shoes, I start to think this looks a little bit like maybe pocket jacks. The Pochat shove can kind of be whatever at this stack depth. And of course, as you point out, James, we're talking about side pots now. That's going to be the relevant
Yes.
relevant factor here.
Absolutely. He folds the ace king.
Wow. Saved him so much money there.
And Sturm is going to get 48K back.
At least we got kings out.
But this is going to be a near triple up for Lucas Pochat if aces hold here.
Yeah, not only a great spot where you get the cooler with aces, but also all the extra dead money goes in. Fantastic stuff for Pochat if you can hold 86% of the time.
Maybe.
No. Perfect.
At least a sweat. So.
Just the one club on the board.
Ace King of Hearts not looking so bad now, James.
Nice flop.
So it's over on the turn. That is going to be a huge pot for Lucas Pochat. That's going to put him back in contention.
Read the dynamics perfectly.
Pochat now playing around 50 big blinds. Leon Sturm now the shortest stack of the table with around 25 bigs.
Some people
Yeah.
I believe it.
Hello to Dalton 10,000, who says just satellited into the Scoop $109 main event for $2.20.
Yeah, this table crazy.
Thanks, Leon.
Ace
Thanks,
king,
Spraggy,
ace
for
king.
reminding me.
So many
players.
Top
Yeah,
ambassador. Top ambassador.
I mean, you could have had ace jack or something, no?
Yeah, I saw the stream. It's crazy. Like everybody have ace king. This is televised poker. Dramatic.
$4,000. Thank you.
Button raise, and both blinds fold.
You are not big blind, but give me 1K. You're not big blind yet.
Soon.
I'm not?
Soon, yeah. Sure, okay.
Very soon.
Accept.
If I make it. Friends not looking at work.
I'm sure you're seeing the same reactions to that hand, Nick.
Yeah.
From the viewers. A lot of people questioning the fold, questioning why re-raise if you're then going to fold. I think, as ever, going to defend Huberman slightly here and say that it's a lot easier when you can actually see the cards of all the players. I will say that that move from Leon Sturm looked super strong. When you just flat the initial open and then jam over the top against a 3-bet and a 4-bet all-in, your hand does look super strong.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, James. And in reality, he obviously had the right sort of spidey senses about the circumstance. The only real question is, how do we perform in the side pot and how much remains to be called?
Sure.
So mathematically speaking, if our opponent is going to have tens or jacks or ace queen suited, for example, there's a chance that we are supposed to be putting the rest in there, even if only to compete for the side pot. But again, everyone's different. That's not a spot that I think the solver is going to know very well because it's going to be so player dependent. Yeah. Some players might never have flats with, you know, aces, queens, kings in that position. Some players might always have flats, and therefore the back jam has a very different complexion depending on who's making the back shove after the short stack goes all in from earlier position.
So ace high still ahead on the turn. it's Masato Yokosawa who has bet the turn 6,000, which is full pot, and gets a fold from the better hand.
With the bluff.
Yeah, I think technically we're going to want to probably continue calling with our ace highs, but if we think our opponent is the kind to continue barreling on the river, then we're kind of saying, if I'm calling with ace high on the turn, I'm going to call with ace high on the river. And that's fine. That is fine to do, especially on those paired boards. However, he just wasn't feeling it on this occasion, and it is, as we say, much scarier to do in position, in real life, excuse me. You know, when you're at the table, you can't see your opponent's cards. I like the way Masato plays his hand, though, and I think probably has a great combination to semi-bluff turn with and continue bluffing if he misses. And obviously, if he completes one of his straights, then go ahead and go for some value just the same.
So average stack with 305 players remaining is 117,000. Only 3 players at the table have below average stacks. Among them, Pedro Marques and Leon Sturm. Leon currently playing 22 bigs and defending here with 5-3 against a button raise with ace-queen. And a very interesting board. We have a post-flop flip on our hands.
Yes, we do. Very often, James, if we have 2 live overcards to a pair and a flush draw, we have approximately 50% or more, depending on the complexion. Now, from a technical standpoint, we really shouldn't be folding any pair, any draw on this flop. So I would not be surprised to see a call from the 5 tray at least.
3,000 apiece, and we go to the turn.
Oh.
Which is the 5 of hearts, giving Leon Sturm 2 pair, and he is now a 3-1 favorite. Of course, Pochard picks up the wheel draw to go with the flush draw, but those overs are no longer live.
I was about to say, James, I think we might do some leading on this turn. We can lead here with straights. We can lead here with some missed flush draws. And we can lead here, of course, with 2 pair plus. But part of the reason why we're allowed to lead with some of our weaker flush draws here, James, is because we're allowed to lead with much stronger things as well, right?
Yeah.
So if our opponent knows we're capable of leading with a turn gut shot that completed, in this case, you know, 6-7 or something like that, it means that we're allowed to lead small when we have flush draws, which controls the size of the pot, allows us to realize the equity more often. It's just important we're doing it in a balanced fashion. If you're the kind of player that always leads small when you have a flush draw or a draw of some sort and not when you have strong hands, your opponents know they can barrel you off the turn. They can put in a big raise here and put you in a bad situation. As played, though, ace-queen, of course, going nowhere for the small lead. Oh, that's a killer.
Spade on the river, nut flush for Pochard.
Yeah, and this is really, really tough for Sturm now, James, because he has the 2 pair, which is going to be winning a lot of the time, plus the spade blocker. You can imagine the dealer button opening a hand like ace-5 suited, for example, is a combo that is now a flush with the spades. When we have that in our hand, it does make it a little bit less likely our opponent has made a flush, so I wouldn't be surprised to see another lead. But not big. I would imagine maybe half-ish.
So 16 into 26.
Yeah.
And that leaves him 18.5 behind. So this is a pretty simple just shove on him move, right?
Yeah, 100%. There's no other move here. Ace-queen is just going to bang the rest in. Goes for the big stack push, James.
Yeah.
And there, you know, I don't know the sort of psychology of this well enough, really, because, you know, there might be a tell in the fact he does the big stack push instead of announcing all in or something like that, but this is such a nightmare spot for Sturm. I think it's very hard for your opponent to be bluffing here, to be honest. I can think of a few combinations, of course. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but as you said, James, when he puts in this much of his stack, you don't feel like you have that much fold equity, and a lot of players would at least think about the move on the river.
Stick to my plan. I got as an idiot, I got as a mess.
You are unfortunately going out, Leon Sturm. After his final table appearance in the Super High Roller yesterday, he does not advance beyond day 2 of the main event. Eliminated outside the top 300. And what a turnaround for Lucas Pochard, who's now playing a 70 big blind stack as Sturm collects his belongings and heads to the exit.
Yeah, really, really cold deck there. And I feel for Leon because I do feel like that's a spot where probably, you know, we are going to end up doing a lot of chips, if not the whole stack, very often. If he checks the river, James, he's probably still going to face an all-in and probably still have to call some of the time as well. So I'm not really sure. Maybe the lead and then the fold is the best way to get out of jail, but tough spot for sure, especially with that spade blocker in hand. And that means we're down another player.
What team pro should I get here now?
Felix, if he's still in?
Yeah.
He's got his own stream though, so probably even be.
Marley's out?
Marley's out. Maria was in this morning.
Oh yeah, Maria, yeah.
Maria. Maria.
Almost certainly not.
Chad is asking if maybe he should have folded pre-flop. I think that's potentially fair. The issue that we have, though, James, when we have the big blind ante is there's so much dead money. We have such a good price with almost any 2 cards. I perhaps would have found the fold pre-flop, but as played, I don't think it's a mistake necessarily.
That
Just a bit of a cold deck as
see if I can make it happen.
As the run out came.
Make it fairer for the rest.
What's your best finish?
6th or 5th, not sure. Deauville.
1990.
1800 something, yeah.
Spraggy versus Masato Yokosawa. A button raise, a big blind defend.
What is that?
8-7 versus Jack 10.
Okay.
It's gonna be the burn card.
5 of hearts exposed is the burn. And Queen Jack 3. Spraggy way ahead here.
Kareem in YouTube chat asking, are you guys reading the chat? No. Thank you for your question.
Check, check. Board pairs on the turn. Spraggy now 93%, no, 100% equity. Yokosawa drawing dead.
Masato. Yeah, I think we're going to go one of 2 ways here, guys. We're either going to keep telling a story. We're going to try and get the flush draws to fold, some 3x to fold. We might even try and get some jack x to fold if we size our bet just right. Bet's 3.5 into 10. So what that tells me, James, is Masato's plan is to bet small and then bomb river.
Okay.
If he's going to bet this size on this turn, I think his intention is to really try and represent a queen. Like I'm trying to milk Spraggy. I'm trying to get the jack to call one more street. And then on the river, we might see fireworks. We might see...
Well, instead, we got the check raise from Spraggy, so that ends the hand there.
Ah, okay, that also works.
Well, we talked earlier on about the PokerStars Live League. These are some of the players who are looking to add points to the leaderboard. David Doherty currently 5th place on the low, looking to move up the high right now. Ewan Trivedi, who is 6th on the medium. Of course, an EPT main event would count towards the high leaderboard. Cesar Garcia, who is one of the chip leaders at the start of the day, is currently 6th on the high leaderboard. And the man who's currently at the top of the high rankings is Clemens Reuter. So by making the money in this event, they will earn points. Looking to win prizes at the end of the year, looking to be in contention to get that contract, to be a member of Team Pro and play PokerStars events with their buy-ins paid next year. Jacob says, is there an estimated bubble yet? Well, we know the actual bubble, Jacob. The actual bubble is 176 because 175 get paid. If you're asking when it will be, we can estimate that it'll be during the last level of the day. So after the dinner break, which would be at around 9 o'clock this evening, Central European summertime.
So action here, pre-flop guys. Limp and a check. Blind v blind, and it's a good flop for Huberman here.
7 is always coming. And he calls the 3.5k bet from Spraggy, who has nothing. Spraggy still with nothing. Drawing dead, in fact.
He's going to bet the turn, James. He's going to bet the turn. He's going to bet 9k on the turn.
This would work against so many hands. A set of 7s is not one of them.
It is, and the reason I can accurately estimate that Spraggy is going to bet this turn, despite being slightly wrong on the size, is because it's a great flop to bet as a bluff, and it's a great turn to bet as a bluff, and you should probably be doing it most of the time, especially given that pre-flop action. And was that a raise? Oh, might have let Spraggy off a little light there, because I do
he's
imagine
done that a couple of times, Huberman.
Yeah, he likes to find raises there, and you know, of course, he's got a set of 7s, makes sense. But I think with the conditions pre-flop, with the action pre-flop, perhaps might have done better, maybe just calling again and letting Spraggy barrel off, which is something he probably should do often on that flop texture.
Let me ask this question from John Smith. How much would everyone get if they did a 299-way chop and wrapped it up right now? With a prize pool of 5.79 million, I've run the numbers, a 299-way chop would see everyone lock up 19,383 euros.
Not bad. What was the largest chop you were ever involved in, James?
I've never been part of a chop that's been more than a single table. I want to say 7 or 8 players is the most I've ever been involved in a chop with. And that is normally, and again, to highlight, it's a relatively low buy-in turbo donkament where everyone's super shallow. The payout structure is stupidly steep, and it just is so logical for everyone to just surrender their 5 big blinds and chop evenly.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you play a lot of, like, I guess, dailies, local dailies, you know, local casino stuff, everyone's kind of friendly. They all play together night after night. We see a lot more choppage, which I'm not a fan of. If you want to play a tournament, we got to play tournament poker. But I've seen some pretty big chops before in my time. Okay, look at this little situation.
Spraggy caught in the middle here.
Yeah, and actually might work out because we probably expect to see some 4-betting from the ace-king here. 67 big blinds for Poshat. Huberman, 91. So we are very deep stacked. What would be the 4-bet size here? 40K? Looks like he just decided to call instead.
Huh.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, what do you do with deuces now on the button?
Well, you call because it's a great price now to get lucky and flop a set and stack these players and punish that ace-king for not elevating pre-flop. I do think the 4-bet is more natural from the hijack, though, James. We do isolate the small blind. We do have some fold equity. And we do play a bigger pot with a great hand in position more often. But, okay, fair enough. Huberman has a plan. 10K into 44.5. I don't mind this size down as it is a multi-way pot and is already artificially inflated by the fact we have another opponent on the button who called after the 3-bet call. Ace-king is just going to give it up. And now Spraggy. Does he stick with his plan? Does he play the pure set mine, or does he stick around? This is a very small continuation bet, to be fair, so it's so hard to get away from really any hand that could still improve. Nice fold there. Definitely could have got trapped, but stuck with the plan.
So back to the PokerStars Live League, which started with the first event of the year in Campione. players were also earning points throughout the Irish Open and now earning points here in Monte Carlo. We have got the current standings at all 3 buy-in tiers. So remember, low, this is all tournaments with a buy-in of 999 or less. Andreas Froley currently topping that leaderboard. And there is David Doherty, we referenced him. He's currently 5th in the rankings right now. Remember, if you can make it into the top 10 at the end of the year, you will go through to that casting process to become a team pro. The top 3 in each leaderboard are going to win prizes. TJ Reid, Terence Reid currently topping the medium table. Nils Pudell also up there, along with Ewan Trevedi, who we saw out in the field, and Giuliano Bendinelli, a former EPT champion. He's currently in a prize-winning position in 3rd place. And then the high. A lot of names we'll recognize here. Clemens Reuter, Enrico Komoski. Hey, it's Enrico Komoski. Jesse Lonas, Mikita Bodziakowski, Alex Kulev. This is going to be a hotly contested contest.
Absolutely.
When you consider that all the EPT mains, all the high rollers, all the super high rollers are going to feed into this leaderboard, Nick, it's going to be very hotly contested by the time we get to Malta and Prague.
Absolutely. And look at some of those names. These are people we see, you know, session on, session off, every single stop, and that they're getting the points. You know, they're racking them up. Being in attendance and being a world-class Super Crusher will do that to you.
And of course, when Scoop rolls around, starts this coming Sunday, the day after Monte Carlo wraps, there will be the Scoop leaderboard with high, medium, and low tiers with prizes up for grabs. And as we get back to the action on our feature table, we had the under the gun +1 raise from post shot, called by Zaita in the big blind, and ace 3, ace high, still ahead on an 8-7-5 flop.
Is do we barrel again? 2 overcards and a diamond draw. I think really either way you go is probably going to be fine here. His equity instead. And I don't know about you, James, but this seems like the kind of board where I would turn ace-3 into a bluff given that action. I think that
Check.
if our opponent is unwilling to barrel on the flop or the turn, very often ace-3 is not going to be good enough. They're going to have you out-kicked with better aces. On this, in this case, king-queen.
So still playing 7-handed on the main stage right now, but I believe we have got a new... So still playing 7-handed on the main stage right now, but I believe we have got a new player come. Seat 1 has been Montenegro. Maybe he plays at the Montenegro. Maybe he plays at the Casino Royale in Montenegro.
Galadia Jordovik. Okay, yeah. First try was my best try.
Jack, deuce, deuce on the flop.
Yeah, pretty straightforward.
How can we get that black bracelet?
Which one? Depends.
From you said 100,000 in this series.
Last year.
Last year.
Yeah, I think it's in a rolling.
Or it's on a rolling 12
month.
month.
Might be a rolling 12-month period.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure, I believe so.
But yeah, if
3
you pay
tiers.
50k, 100k, or 250k this year, you can get like a VIP thing.
3-fold.
So just to be clear, if you are spending 100,000 in buy-ins across a calendar year, you get a black plastic
like
bracelet.
whatever since Monte Carlo last year. If you have
It's what it represents,
100,000 more in buy-ins, you should be eligible for it. There's a booth just at the entrance of the room, so you can go there, and they will have the data for you.
I didn't know that.
I don't know.
When did they start it?
It's
this trip.
Yeah, it's just like a bit of a soft rollout at the moment, but yeah, more information will be published soon, let's say.
Wow, nice. I think it's very close for me.
What, to 100? To 100K?
Yeah.
You'll have 50K for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I've not been playing EPT last 1 year, so I'm not sure, but So what can we get with 50,000?
Free food and transfer to airport.
That's with 250 airport transfers. That's like
so they have three options.
There's 3 tiers. Yeah.
Wow. So what's the tier of that Prague one?
I don't know. Like I say, this is players.
That's 100K plus. So like plus, like believe so.
Wow.
Marsh with the Spraggy has flop top pair. Post shot with the Grafton, not looking good.
Yep, not the best start for the Grafton. And being out of position, Marques having top pair on this board seems like a very plausible continuation bet. Might even size up slightly. Yeah, I like this a lot. Going for closer to half pot feels natural on this sort of low connected board. The big blind will have plenty of hands like 5-6 or 4-6. 4-3, 5-8 suited, 7x that we have out kick that we can really punish. Imagine your opponent has 8-7 offsuit here. Feels great to just start by inflating this pot. And it's also true that if we have an overpair here, James, let's say we have jacks or queens, we still want that similar kind of inflated action when we have a bigger pair, because we want to put more money in before the board starts to get ugly and really punish players that want to try and hunt those draws.
The service for the high roller, like.
They kind of already had it, but like if you were playing like the higher buy-ins, there were some things that that were possible, but now they put it actually into a program where where it's sort of like where everybody knows what tier they're at and what the exact benefits are.
So there's a look at the blinds again, guys. Just a reminder, 1K, 2K, 2K ante. That's a big blind ante, don't forget. And it's folding around now in the cutoff. 7-5 offsuit goes in the bin. And now Kenny with a very playable hand on the button.
4,500.
Is going to start with the open. Like the size here as well. We are still kind of on the deeper side in general. Average stack here around 124K. About 70 big blind average, so having a larger open does make sense. Defended by the dominating King 10 of diamonds. Great flop for Yakasawa. I think often it's going to go check bet.
4,000.
This is textbook from Kenny. Opening size, very GTO. 1/3 continuation bet on ace queen 4, very GTO. And now the option to potentially find a check raise. I think for me, I'm more happy flatting with King 10 suited here, James. I mean, not only is it a great draw, but also we are going to just be winning with King High quite often on this texture, so we don't necessarily need to start turning our hand into a bluff. We're not going to get an ace to fold. We're not going to get a queen to fold. So we're potentially just inflating the pot unnecessarily. If we had 2 overcards in a diamond draw, check raising becomes a better prospect because we actually will just have more equity and we will have more fold equity in general.
So does Kenny fire again now it's been checked to him a second time?
I would be surprised if he missed it. With the gut shot, I think we do barrel turn quite often. You know, potentially something big, maybe like 15K if he does have a bet here at all. don't know. I think checking is not completely ridiculous. You probably do randomize the spot a little bit. Yep, does decide to slow it down. He's going to save himself some chips on this occasion.
Okay, and an 8 on the river changes nothing. King high still good.
And now, James, when we don't complete the combo draw, the nightmare scenario, do we turn our hand into a bluff here? Honestly, we might actually get to showdown with king high and have the best hand. I don't think we necessarily need to bluff king 10 here, but I understand why people feel the need to do so when they don't improve, because if we don't have better than a pair, we start to feel a little bit inadequate, and we don't know how much more showdown we are going to have. Does Kenny bet check bet? He is beating some flush draws. Can we really believably bet check bet in a way that will convince queen to fold, 4 to fold?
And it does go check, check. The pot goes to Masato Yokosawa.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it seems like kind of an inconsequential one, James, but there's a lot of theory that goes into spots like that. And I think both players have played their hands well.
Well, we have recently lost a couple of former Monte Carlo champions from the field. Nicolas Schweiti has been eliminated. He took down the title here in Monaco in 2010. And not a Monte Carlo champion, but a former EPT champion. Mark Telcher also recently departed. So we are at 287 players right now, and a reminder that 175 will make the money. So we're going to be kicking off world-famous bubble coverage when we lose another 100 players. Mark just paying for his massage as he exits the arena. I want to pick up on a couple of comments. Jacob was asking, do you have to pay the buy-in with cash or do they accept credit cards? Credit cards are accepted, and Anshin says, if you're using a credit card, you probably shouldn't be playing. And all I would say to that is just because using a credit card doesn't mean you don't have the money. Some people find credit card convenient because it means you have to carry a lot of cash or do wire transfers, but also you get the miles. You get the points if you put it on your credit card.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And if you pay off your credit card regularly, good credit score.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I use a credit card for everything, but I pay off the balance every single month. So I'm never accruing any debt. I'm never paying any interest, but I'm getting those Amex points, I tell you.
James, I think this should be a segment on your YouTube channel, buddy. I think finance tips from James would be a hot ticket.
I'm not sure I'm necessarily qualified to be a financial advisor or even tipster.
Well, that's not what it sounds like from here. Guys, if you haven't checked out James Hardigan's wonderful YouTube channel, go and give it a look. Some poker content, but also some other interests of James.
There's very little poker content. Let's be right.
If you guys are interested in how Canadian beer tastes, it's a great spot to check.
4,500.
And no, Merstyles, there is no fee for using the credit card, and you are not wrong in highlighting that some other live event operators do charge a fee for credit cards. We don't.
Outrageous behavior, in my opinion.
I would say that most of the content on YouTube these days, well, certainly the most recent videos I've uploaded have all been about buying watches.
Yeah.
So I would say that is probably the epitome of financial advice. Some bozo spending far too much money on things that he doesn't need.
I don't know. I think your take on watch expenditure is actually very, very reasoned and very fair. James encouraged me to buy some Casio watches recently, which I'm very pleased with.
They're very cool.
I like them a lot. Should have got the gold one out today. I should have got the Jeff Goldblum.
I meant to tell you, someone was wearing the Jeff Goldblum last night. The guy at the serving us at the restaurant we were at last night.
Oh, nice.
And I recognized him. Like, oh, that's the Jeff Goldblum one from Chaos.
Yeah, should have got that one out today.
So Kenny still with top pair here. Spraggy with threes. It's not looking good for him.
man, Kenny's got such a good poker face. I'm really jealous of that, James.
7 bets, 12,000.
I don't want to say I'm a tell box, but I don't got that stone cold look down just yet. Got to work on that. Yeah, got to give it up now. Nice hand for Kenny.
So Kenny Hallett hovering around the 55 big blind mark. In fact, he and Spraggy have near identical stacks right now, slightly below average. The average being 126,000 with 283 players remaining. With 26 minutes left on the clock, so there will be another break at the end of this level. And during that break, Nick, we will be changing the feature table. So confirmation that these guys have had their time on the main stage. We've had this table for 2 consecutive levels. There will be a new lineup, and we'll tell you who will be at our new feature table as we get close to the break. Matt, you are correct. Kenny was once a floor man. He has worked as floor staff on the EPT. He is also a tournament director, has actually run many poker tournaments in Belgium, is a member of the TDA. One of the reasons why he's on the roster, one of the reasons why he's a member of Team PokerStars, is he works with Toby and Cedric and the live events team, especially getting feedback from players on things like structures, schedules, rule changes, tweaks, things that just make the whole experience better for people who are paying not insignificant sums of money to play these tournaments.
Correct. And by his own admission, he's an Excel nerd. He likes to be very diligent in that process, and I think he's brought on a lot of really, really positive changes here on the tour. A font of wisdom as both an ex-floor staff and a font of wisdom on the felt as well. You know what he's not good at, though, James?
What's that?
Being bad at poker. We can't rely on him for that.
Sasha asked, what happened with Sturm? Well, there's one of 2 things that could have happened. He was either balanced off the table or he was eliminated. And I'm sorry to tell you, it was the latter, not the former. Sturm lost a couple of big hands in a row, both to Pocha. He doubled up Pocha, aces against ace-queen. Pocha had the aces, and then basically got done by Pocha on the river. He had 2 pair. Pocha rivered the flush. It all went in, and he is no more.
6 fold, 7 fold, fold, 10 fold, 1 fold, 3 fold.
Star says, I played the NAPT and it was the best run tournament series I've ever attended. It's very kind of you to say that. It's the kind of comment I like to pass along to the live events team, because they do work hard to make sure it is a really seamless, professional, and ultimately enjoyable experience for everyone attending. So that feedback matters.
It does, guys. And James, I'm always somewhat shocked, because I'm used to being on the European Poker Tour so often. When I attend other non-European Poker Tour, non-PokerStars events, how awful it can be. We forget how spoiled we are sometimes.
Look, I don't like gross generalizations, and there are some poker rooms in America that run very good poker tournaments.
Sure.
There are some major live events in America which are very well run. They also have some of the worst run events in the world.
I completely agree.
The great thing is, though, there is so much choice. So if you have a bad experience at a particular casino or poker room, you don't have to go back.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about playing cash games in Vegas, James. You go, I don't know if this game's any good anymore. Do I have any other options? Oh, that's right. Probably like 8,000 poker tables to choose from. Man, I love cash.
7 fold.
Not a good table draw. Find another table, no problem. Where do you want to sit?
1 fold.
It's not the tournament vibe.
3 fold.
All right, on the button, folding queen deuce suited. I don't know. I think we can play that one. I feel like that might be part of that range. Or at least reasonable given the larger stack there.
So Mark completes with ace-4. Zaita decides to check his option. Blind v blind, unraised, going to the flop. 7-5 deuce. Oh, wow. Another deuce. This would be a great board for 7 deuce.
Yeah, and actually, I wonder if we are going to see a bet from the ace-4. I think checking is quite natural. I don't think we need to turn ace-high into a bluff when we have seen the action blind v blind like this. However, if you do have a kind of read on your opponent that they would always bet a 7 or would always bet a 5, they're obviously not going to have a deuce that often now when the board pairs. So possibly an opportunity to deny equity from, you know, a hand exactly like 10-6, right? Just 2 live cards. If Marques is going to play his hand in this fashion, though, I think we do need to call turn still. I don't think we're allowed to play ace-4 slow and then sort of find a fold when our opponent suddenly starts barreling turn for that same reason. So far, so good. For the ace-4, river is 7. So a really good run out for the ace-high to be winning now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the double paired board is a classic, isn't it, James? And Zaiter so far, perhaps not the most aggressive player we've seen, at least in the short session we've seen thus far. Does he pull the trigger again, and is it really a believable story?
No.
He might do he might play a deuce like this, James, but it's a slim range now.
I refuse to believe for 1 second that Pedro Marques is not making the ace high call.
I think he's making the call. I would really struggle to imagine he's ever going to fold here.
What is the sizing? So 13K into 18K.
Yeah, okay. It's all fair. If he wants to represent a deuce or a 7, I think this is a fair way to go about doing it. I just think a 7 would have bet the flop.
Yeah.
I think a 5 probably would have bet the flop. A 5 probably somewhat reluctant to go for value on the river, even though it's definitely a good value bet in my opinion. If he's got a deuce, he's got a deuce. Let's just make the call.
The only thing I would say is that Marques only has 25 bigs behind, but even so.
You know, if you are the kind of player that isn't known for aggression as well, though, James, is he the kind of player that would be scared that his opponent had a 7 and not bet the deuce on the river? That's another consideration. I think it's probably still a hand you want to go for value with. I think a deuce should bet turn, bet river. However, are we going to see the ace-high call on this specific hand? Does call.
Good call. Doesn't even need to show it. And that is going to see Pedro Marques chip up to 41 big blinds. It's still the shortest stack at the table, but is not short stacked. Blinds not going up for another 19 minutes. $277 players remaining, so we are pretty much 100 off the bubble. 100 off going hand for hand in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Confirmation that the min cash for this event is 8,500 euros up top. First prize of 1 million euros. That will be paid on Saturday when this tournament concludes. Final table streamed live on Saturday as Huberman raises with ace king.
Oh, wait 1 second here. 8-7 offsuit is going to join the fray. Does Kenny want to squeeze this combo? I think he probably does very often. Cutoff open, going to be a wider range. The flat from the small blind is going to fold to a 3-bet often. I think Kenny's going to make this elevated.
7 raise, 18,000.
Yeah, goes for the 18K sizing. Again, super textbook. Just a little bit more than the 4X size you would expect from out of position in the big blind, especially given the fact we're in a multi-way pot. That's probably the reason that we see more than perhaps 12. Now, it's not going to work out on this occasion. Huberman has the ace-king. Question is, are we going to see a call or a 4-bet?
17. Fold.
What?
Wait.
What?
Wait, what?
He just folded ace-king, right? He just folded ace-king to a 3-bet?
Wait, what? I was not expecting that.
He does not like ace-king, Huberman, does he?
I mean, we were somewhat applauding the fold with ace-king suited earlier, but again, that's up for debate whether or not that was a theoretically good fold. On this occasion, I think this is objectively a very poor fold.
Yeah, I'm not overly worried about Zita in this spot. I don't ever think he's kind of trapping here by calling out of the small. So all I'm really worried about Kenny is playing 45 effective. Ace-king, you got to go with it. Come on.
Yeah, what is this nonsense now? 8-7 offsuit, small blind? You trying to size him up here? I don't know if perhaps we're a little bit tilted from the previous encounter getting called by ace-high, but I think we know this is a fold. In fact, probably wasn't even a call pre-flop. Was loosey-goosey pre, fair enough, but at this stage, wait a second. Okay. Okay.
I love the fact that we get a fold from the guy with ace-king and the guy with 8-7 off is basically posturing like he's going to stick in a 4-bet.
He just might, James. We don't know. I think Kenny's probably super confused at this point. What kind of a hand flats the small blind and then finds a raise or a call maybe, but as played, there you go. Nice hand.
Kenny.
Can we please get a camera downstairs to get a reaction on Kenny when he sees that hand in replay?
Guys, ace-king is a drawing hand. It's not a pair. Got to fold it to a re-raise.
It's hard to make a pair in Texas Hold'em, guys.
Still early stages of the tournament. It's only day 2 of 6.
Oh, dear.
Can't be flipping at this stage. Can't be taking big risks.
Oh, man. And Kenny's such a capable player as well, James, right? Any excuse to fold that ace-king is out the window when you have a guy who's as experienced as Kenny.
Nick, when a player re-raises from the big blind, it's queens minimum. More likely aces or kings. It was an inspired pass.
Alrighty then.
Well, someone needs to get Graphical Hue on the line because his integrity is being called into question. We have a lot of people watching insisting that the graphics could not have been correct. They refuse to believe that Alan Huberman could fold ace-king in that spot.
Alan.
Going to all of the opens this season?
Malaga, probably. Namur, I don't think so.
I'm going to Belgium. My home country.
Well,
Come on.
there's a team pro who's probably going to that one. I don't get along too well with.
I can see, yeah.
One fold.
Are you doing Namur?
I hadn't considered it, James. Actually, not too dissimilar from Lex Live, to be honest. I just need to look at the dates and figure out what I can fit in. I really should attend more of our open events, though, and just give it a real go. When there's no comms on, play some main events.
Sure. I mean, I did Malaga last year, so I'm glad I got to go. This year, as we've already mentioned, I'll be in Vegas for the series, so sadly won't be in Namur, won't be in Malaga this time around. We have seen Benjamin Sprague's raise flattered by Zita and Yokosawa, 3-way to the flop. 6-4 deuce. So top pair for Yokosawa, but 8 still good. The snowman's for Zita ahead.
Yeah, and this will be tricky for Yakusawa to navigate. You assume we're going to see a bet from the Ochos. Shouldn't be too big, but what's the size here from Zyder? 12K. Okay, so it was 12K into a pot of 16.5. Fairly chunky. And I wonder if that's going to start setting off alarm bells for Yakusawa. I don't think we're really allowed to fold yet. I'm not suggesting that Yakusawa would actually get away from a6 on the flop, but sizing is important, James, and often the sizing on previous streets can indicate what we do on later streets.
This might be the best YouTube comment ever from Tyler Smith. This old man dropping the ace-king is pissing me off.
We're sorry, Tyler. Sorry to ruin your day, buddy.
Followed up by Garcia's, too nitty. Please play poker. All caps, exclamation point.
All caps. Well done, James. That was a good representation of
it wasn't just the all caps, it was the exclamation point as well. You have to really go for it.
Poker.
To verbally highlight how the word had been presented.
Okay, now wait a second. He's gone big on the flop, small on the turn, 12K into a pot of 40.5. And it's actually going to work out great on this occasion because at this stage, Yakusawa is obliged to continue with a hand this strong.
Ramon says he should get a penalty for folding ace-king there. Toby!
Now, I know...
It was not an error, guys. He folded ace-king. Just live with it.
the deep sigh from the pocket eights now.
Just check it back. Move on to the next one.
You know, what's interesting here, James, is if he checks... Okay, this is important now. This is important from a player sort of read profiling point of view. If he's not value betting eights in this situation, then in that previous situation where we're saying, would he value bet a deuce when it comes to like running sevens? This is a good example of how the things don't, like, sure, 1 and 1 don't make 2 here. If he's not going to value bet eights here, he's not the same player that would value bet a deuce when he was representing the boat earlier against Marques.
Well, here's an interesting comment from Anchan. Man, I just remembered the big game with Ivy, Negreanu, Helmuth, Tony G. You guys remember this format? It was really cool. We remember the format so well that we brought it back 2 years ago with the big game on tour. And the second season premieres Saturday, May 24th on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
Let's also not forget about the big game on tour uncut.
Well, that's been and gone. But the new season, new episodes published every weekend, features Sam Grafton, Jennifer Tilley, Andre Akari, Griffin Benja, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. So that is from Saturday, May 24th, and the weekend before that, Saturday, May 17th, you can watch the audition show taking you behind the scenes at Resorts World Las Vegas to see how the loose cannon was cast.
Wait, James, it's been and gone, yes, but you can still watch it on VOD, right?
You can do.
Okay, cool, thank you.
So that's a good point, actually, Nick. If Anchan didn't miss it, why not just watch all 150 hands from that session?
100%. And there's some good ones.
No, Papa, Shakira will not be at the table versus PK. All I will say, because I don't want to do spoilers, Shakira does get mentioned at the table. She does get brought up in conversation, and it's one of the most awkward moments I've ever seen at a poker table.
Shakira, Shakira.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that.
7 bets. Haven't done that in a while.
When Benny Spindler used to be on EPT.
Yeah.
And we had 7 bets at the feature table.
Yeah.
7 bet, 8 bet. All in fold.
Checking out some other faces in the field. Lock up your daughters. It's Kian, the eliminated Kiani. Camera's on you, bro. Lock up your sandwiches. It's Luke Schwartz. And make sure you lock up any loose chips lying around. It's Will Kassouf.
Up to his old tricks, trying to get a read.
Has he got the coconuts?
Coconuts. Top banana.
Next time I'm not following this back.
Will I am Kasuf.
I'll get it in good, that's all I'm gonna do. Get it in good next time.
Six raise, 22,000. 7-fold.
Back to the feature table where Pedro Marques is open with sixes. 3-bet from Zaita with ace queen.
Wait a second. What is this 3-bet size?
Fold.
Is that 22,000? Do we? We're gonna go from 4 to 22K in position here.
5-fold. 6.
It's like, here, have my chips.
You want looking?
Yeah.
You want looking? What do you have?
I have a pair.
What do you have?
6.
Good.
Very good.
I mean, absolutely. Just give pros like Kenny Hallett and Pedro Marques all this free information. They won't capitalize on that at all.
I'm sure they won't notice a pattern in you making it 4, 8, 12, 16, 6x the initial open.
All the best hands.
All the best hand. 6s.
60?
6-6.
The reigning champ.
Oh, wow. I've just seen who's going to be at the next feature table. Joe, you're going to have a blast next level.
You want this one?
Oh, you're going to have a blast dealing with chat for the next level.
Should have a title belt.
First bullet this one?
In Prague?
So, you know,
Second.
Monte Carlo,
So you
just
did
before the EPT, has the tennis tournament.
So he has. He's not on an 8-day.
So there have been plenty of tennis balls
Yeah.
in Monte Carlo in recent weeks.
Sure.
There's your clue. Joe will get the reference.
I got the reference.
4,000. 10 raise, 4,000.
Like that.
Ah, ace queen suited again in the cutoff. Kaladia Dorjevic. Kaladia Dorjevic. Yep, looks good to me.
One raise, 12,500.
And a hashtag fun fact about this guy from StatTrick.
Yeah.
He is Dejanic357 on Stars. He was Montenegro's first ever Scoop champion back in 2021 and ended up winning 3 Scoop titles that year. That is an excellent hashtag fun fact, StatTrick.
Thank you, mate. And Yakasawa now. What's the effective stack depth here? So Kaladia Dorjevic is the shorter of the two, 42 big blinds. So, you know, not shallow, James. And therefore, not really a spot I think we necessarily want to be jamming. Decides to call. Good flop for the 3-better, though. Great spot to continuation bet. I think a third is fine, like 10K seems pretty natural. Oh!
One bet, 10,000.
It wasn't an official prediction, but I'll take it. Yeah, if you're going to play ace-queen slow, I think we still need to call. We do have some backdoor potential here as well, so it's not ridiculous.
10 call.
Yeah, and we got to call the 1/3 for sure. Turn. Hello, 3 of diamonds.
Hello. That was a 3 of diamonds saying hello back now.
Is that what 3 of diamonds sounds like?
Yeah. Do you want to hear what the 5 of diamonds sounds like?
Yeah.
Hello. Do you want to hear what the 9 of clubs sounds like?
Yes, please.
Hello.
What does the ace of hearts sound like?
Hello.
All right, decision now on the turn. Do we continue value betting, or are we concerned about diamonds? Our opponents will call many 3-bets with more suited hands than offsuit. So that is a consideration. I think for that reason, we might want to potentially find some checking on this turn. Yeah.
So the river card is the king of diamonds. That's the flush for Yokosawa.
James, what does the king of diamonds sound like?
Hello.
And now we have to decide if we're going to try and value bet the queen of diamonds or if we want our opponent to potentially represent it. In a 3-bet pot, honestly, a check here is interesting. Yeah, I think that actually on balance I prefer a check, but with King 10 actually having this much showdown, I think we probably just see 2 checks. I don't think King 10 needs to bluff their hand, but there are many hands that would 3-bet that would feel the need to represent the ace of diamonds on this river. So we need to think about it in terms of ranges.
Gotta know that range well.
Gotta know that range well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Checked to showdown, and Masato Yokosawa up to 154k, 77 bigs, above average stack with 1 minute left on the clock.
I assume you guys take care of the chips?
So would you like to see who's going to be at our new featured table? We have got the reigning Monte Carlo champion, Dirk van Luke, and a player who's never been involved in anything controversial whatsoever, ever, Nacho Barbero. Plus, 2-time EPT finalist, Cully Sadu. Plus, Landa Liho. Those players coming to the featured table off the back of the break, which is now just 30 seconds away.
6 fold, 7 fold, finish, 8 fold, 10 fold, oops, sorry, 1 fold, finish, free raise, 4,500.
Now, can I just check, guys, when Nacho comes to the feature table, we are going to remind him that he's wearing a microphone, right? And that anything he says will be going out on the live stream and be heard by viewers and put out on social media and living on the internet in perpetuity.
Finish, huh?
So this is the last hand before the break, it would seem.
Indeed.
Mr. Sprague started us off with a raise. And we'll bet the flop here nice and small. Dry texture, James. King Trey Deuce, excuse me. Very, very disconnected and dry texture. So we don't need to size our bets large if we continuation bet. Marquesh facing this price might actually potentially find some check raising, maybe even just some floats. Yep. I know it seems a bit wild, but guys, when we're facing really small continuation bets like 3.5K and 12, we do continue more often when we have, you know, 2 backdoor draws perhaps or something like that, even just the bare flush draw on this occasion.
Free check.
And now does Marquesh turn his hand into a bluff? Doesn't have to go big here. You can imagine a lot of sort of suited aces have to fold here. Ace 6, ace 5, ace 4. You know, Queen Jack might feel the need to fold. Jack 9 suited might feel the need to fold. Jack 8 suited might feel the need to fold. I wonder if we just put in like 10K.
13.5.
Oh, goes bigger.
13,500.
But that was the plan, right? We weren't floating with Jack 8 to give up. We were floating with the intention of trying to convince Spraggy to fold this on a later street. Will Spraggy put it together, though? 3 is a very reasonable hero call in this flop texture, given this action.
Are we going to end this session? Are we going to end this feature table with Spraggy making a hero call? Come on, Spraggy, our social channels need new content.
Oh,
gonna have to recycle that penny spin
nice
again, aren't we?
Any pairs or no? No pair?
This time, no.
That's unfortunate. I had one card I really didn't like in my hand. One was okay.
Yeah, Spraggy discussing the fact he had a pair, but he was blocking straight draws. That was something that he was considering there.
Someone needs to send him the memo that blockers are not real.
Yeah.
So that level comes to an end, and this table will go out into the field. New lineup on the main stage when we return from break. So where's Spraggy out? Hovering around 40 bigs. He's fine. Leon Zaita still leads that table with 112 big blinds. But yes, new feature table on the other side of the break. The reigning Monte Carlo champion, Dirk van Luke. A two-time EPT finalist, Cully Sadu. And that goofball, Nacho Barbero. Back with more action from EPT Monte Carlo in 20 minutes' time. So we're at the 5,000, 10,000 blind level.
Henrik pass.
Action is on Antonio Asfandiari with King Jack. He is the current chip leader with around 22 players remaining.
Antonio raise. 31,000. Eric pass. Oyvind pass. Maxime pass. Valeri pass.
So this has been folded around to Stig Top Rasmussen, who's got pocket fives.
Isn't Stig Top the bad guy from Snatch?
That was Brick Top.
The Brick.
Big blind call.
There's a little bit of
having a child and calling it Brick.
There's a little bit of Stan Beeman about Rasmussen.
Yeah, for sure.
Flop comes ace of hearts, 7 of spades, 7 of diamonds. Check, check.
Action goes check, check on this ace 7-7 flop.
6 of spades.
Well, a really quick check behind from Esfandiari. I mean, versus big blind defend, which is fairly wide, he does have some showdown value with the second nut no pair, as I like to call it. Rasmussen's still out in front, but won't much like the board.
Especially not when 6 hits the river.
Well, checking back from Esfandiari as well, he can very easily still have pocket 8s through pocket kings or some weak ace-x that want a pot control flop. So it's not like Rasmussen can just keep firing. He'll like that river, though.
You think?
Yes, he will.
I'd say that's the best river for Rasmussen's hand right now, making a full house. And given Esfandiari's check behinds, he won't want to risk that happening a third time. I like the bet.
65,000.
Well, you either have 8-9 or Queen 10.
That's narrow.
Very specific. I mean, Esfandiari's range here does still have, as we spoke about, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings. If he thinks his opponent's bluffing sometimes, I guess, call those, maybe fold the king highs.
I just wonder why he thinks the only bluffs are is Queen 10.
Well, he's making the call. He's getting shown the bad news. It's not Queen 10. It's a full house.
Pocket 5s made a full house on the river.
Nice hand.
We need to balance the tables, and Henrik would be in a big blind. He will be moved to a different table, down to 21 players.
Don't even think about it.
Me?
You only do it because I'm in the blind.
I know.
Antonio call.
Scared me.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh,
the
Antonio taking this opportunity to limp in with queens.
You know, I'll take 2-7.
Sneaky. I hate it. I hate limping in with queens, right? Because if you want to make a big pre-flop pot, you kind of have to limp raise. What other hands are you going to limp raise other than the big pairs? If you're limping aces, at least the flop is always going to be pretty reasonable for you. If you're limping queens, you are risking a king high, ace high board.
100%. I think you also risk going 5 ways to the flop.
Right? Especially in 2008 as well, right?
Yeah, when you're Antonio Sfondiari, who wants to open the betting back up to you to be able to re-raise? And then what happens is you get better and better pot odds for everyone as they enter the pot.
Yeah. And we've had calls from Valerie Elikian and Walid Bouhabib, and now Stigtop Rasmussen deciding what to do with ace-10, and I think he might squeeze here, you know?
Raise all in.
Wow.
I love this play from Esfandiari. What a great limp. I mean, obviously, he just knew that there was going to be a jam behind. This is why they call him the magician.
Could it be magic?
Huge shove. That is a huge shove.
Call.
And call. Antonio calls. It's about 700,000 times 2. Antonio shows pocket.
Surprisingly, Walid Bouhabib gets rid of the tray deuce.
Diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Is Antonio going to go from being chip leader to being insane chip leader?
Thought he had a bet.
Okay, let's see the flop.
Why should I make that move?
This is insane.
7, tray 4. There's no help to Steve. Needs an ace to stay in the tournament. Queens are in the lead for Antonio. And here is the turn.
Why should I make that move?
Ace.
Oh, how much are we now hating that move from Antonio?
Queen would knock him out
Just
of
such a terrible get-in.
And here's the last card. It's a jack.
Sorry, man.
Steve doubles up.
Hey, sorry.
Don't necessary.
No, I'm sorry. Because I didn't know. I thought you didn't have a hand.
I understand. How much is it?
I would feel terrible too.
I wouldn't. Give me those chips.
Talked him into it too. It's so sick.
Jamen, jeg sidder lige og tænker på dig. Men jeg har jo en hånd.
With what includes? 816 with 2,000 antes is the next level.
Thank you, sir.
I know it's controversial. I'm a bad beat apologizer.
Walid on the button, he passes. It's the 2 blinds.
The worst. You should only say sorry if you mean it, Joe.
I do mean it.
That's how people get hurt.
I do mean it. I'm sorry that happened. I don't.
He didn't apologize when you won that satellite calling the sixes.
Stick calls.
Actually, I think you may have.
I love the fact that you're expecting Joe to remember a poker hand he played more than 2 minutes ago.
I don't remember ever playing a poker hand.
So we've had the open from Rasmussen and his nemesis. Antonio Sfondiari has raised with 5-4. So much history between these two. So much bad blood.
I knew that move would come. Now the problem is, who had the best hand?
Doesn't really matter, does it?
That's the whole essence of the game there, really, isn't it? Who has the best hand? That's kind of what we're doing. That is the overarching question of poker. Who has the best hand? It's Rasmussen at the moment.
But the best, exactly, the best hand doesn't matter right now. It's the best hand when all 5 cards are put in the middle of the table.
8.
Exactly.
Just proven.
Stick re-raises.
Oh.
The best 5 from 7. That is a big raise from the ace-3. 162k.
So Rasmussen raised with the ace-3, right? Esfandiari 3-bet. So this is a 4-bet from Rasmussen.
110 more.
110 more?
110 more.
Surely not. Esfandiari definitely doesn't have the best hand. Will definitely realize he doesn't have the best hand. have a feeling that it would work if he decides to go for it.
The optimal word in that sentence being if.
You are tough, my friend.
Well, we are blind versus blind. We are used to seeing aggression. Whoa!
Antonio re-raises 230 more than that.
So this is a 5-bet from Esfandiari to 392,000.
And we really are in the era of pre-flop aggression. Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, and 5-4 offsuit.
I mean, doesn't Rasmussen really kind of give it away when he says, well, now we just have to figure out who has the best hand?
I think, yeah, both players giving off tells. Antonio obviously talking a lot as well. And as we saw on the previous final table, even if it doesn't impact this hand, it might impact hands further down the line. Surely not.
Stick folds, and Antonio wins the pot.
I had the best time.
Correct.
I promise you that.
Card did you show?
An ace.
Ace.
My turn to show you.
Stick top. Get stuck.
Two jacks.
He had nothing. He had nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well played. Nice time.
People say that a lot, and usually they're wrong. And this time, he is right.
Do I have to say something now?
Maybe.
You should say the same thing you said last time.
Yeah, I think I better do that. Oh, I can smell it.
Antonio
I'm not
raises
so
to
sure this time.
33,000. Excuse me, 38,000.
Not now, Lee.
Spendiari opening
Eric
with
folds,
ace
Maxime
10.
I want to know what they're talking about.
I'm sorry, Oivid folds. It's on Maxime now. He is not active.
Maxime Villemure, I believe his online handle was beep beep I'm a Jeep.
Oh, one of my favorite screen names of all time. Best.
Maxime re-raises.
I know that name. I thought it was
4,000, I believe. Yes.
someone else, but
To
believe me,
104,000.
I'm usually the person who's wrong here.
Valerie calls. Waleed and Stig fold.
Well, a huge hand from Ilikian here. A little surprised to not see a bit more pre-flop action. Ace King just calling pre-flop. Looks like with three ways. To a flop or action still on Esfandiari? So, was it a 3-bet from Villemure and a cold call from the Ace King, action back to Antonio?
Yeah, Ilikian confusing things by just flatting with the Ace King.
Our graphics have forsaken us.
Antonio calls.
If I'm Esfandiari, I'm particularly concerned about that cold call.
Okay, we have a flop.
Especially with Ace 10, easily dominated hand, off-suited.
Flop is 9 of clubs, 7 of spades, 4 of diamonds. Antonio is first.
Well, I said that I might be concerned about that cold call and especially not connecting with the flop. I am not Antonio Esfandiari. He is leading into 2 opponents with nothing.
And this may well work. I'm not overly worried about Alikian. And Villamure's now folded.
Team folds.
This is a classic ace-king flop, isn't it?
Sure is. Quite disappointing.
What's interesting here is that it is a range of hands, you know, the 3-bet pre-flop and the cold call. Both players very capable of having big pairs, and sometimes hands that connect with this flop, you know, 9-10 suited, we might see 3-bet, you know, some jack-9s and queen-9s, king-9s occasionally. So although Esfandiari's lead here is going to work, it's a very, very risky play. It's a very high variance play.
Valerie folds.
Gets 2 folds.
Antonio takes down the pot.
So aggressive.
And Tony, yes.
Okay, we have a single big blind. Stig has it. Antonio's under the gun. He raises to 37,000. Excuse me, 42,000. It's folded to Ovid.
The raise from Antonio with ace-king. Ivan Reesum also has ace-king.
Okie dokie.
He re-raises to 150. Maxime folds.
Up Periscope, 150K.
Stig passes, it's back to Antonio.
Ace-king versus ace-king, 2 identical hands, and Esfandiari already proving a lot of pre-flop aggression. We've seen him 5-bet bluff the 5-4 offsuit. Let's see how he wants to play this one.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's impressive he can count that high.
You don't get to this level of poker without that level of mathematical knowledge.
Notice how he just trailed off at one point? I think that's probably the end for him.
Something tells me you have a monster.
Good read.
Something tells me I have a monster.
I wish I had your brain for this one, Lee.
Antonio Esfandiari asking for Lee Jones's brain.
Lee can count all the way up to 14.
I mean, I can only assume that this is some level of Hollywooding. No, his ace-king.
I think he really does have a very bad feeling.
And he folds it.
Antonio passes, Ovid takes down the pot.
That's a new game. It is a new game in 2008. 5-4 offsuit, 5-bet, ace-king, fold to a 3-bet.
He doesn't lie.
Yeah, I think he lies. I don't want to bet it, but I think you're lying. Ace-king.
Reesum refuses to believe that Esfandiari would fold ace-king there.
Or really smart. One of those two.
Well, to be fair, he was drawing to a chop.
What? No, I don't think you had ace-king. I swear.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to EPT Monte-Carlo. Live from, you guessed it, Monte-Carlo. Little mix-up between me and Griffin's headsets there. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, coming at ya.
What's up, everyone?
There he is, Jeepers.
Here we go.
King Lou, chip leader overall. in this Monte Carlo main event, but we're focusing on these 8 players. This is our new featured table. Decided to give the last one a break, and boy, have we got a treat for you. Last year's champion, Dirk Van Luke, sits atop this featured table. Cully Sadu, that's a player we know, and my, oh my, if it isn't that lovable goofball, Nacho Ibarra.
Love watching Nacho play. Always chatting up the table. Good chat from Nacho.
Nacho has spent a lot of time on our live streams. I think it was EPT Barcelona. He went pretty deep a couple of years back.
Hey, PSPC, the famous misclick.
Maybe it's PSPC I was thinking of. That's the one. I knew it was a big one. Cully Sadu, as I mentioned. 38 big blinds hailing from the UK. Also a bit of a character. Like to watch Cully. There's Dirk Van Luke on the left, who has absolutely changed up his Luke. I think he was like almost bald last time. Right, a really short haircut. Who am I thinking of? Dirk Van Luke. 151,000. That is number 1 for this feature table. Speaking of hair, hello. It's like a warm cloud.
I just want to brush it.
This is Yves Piacentino. Has 27 big blinds. Yves not coming from too far away here in France. Oh, split the box, please. After Yves, it's time to say hello to who? You guessed it. Kevin Hasler. Kevin is from Switzerland. His flag's a big plus. Next to Kevin, we got Serafim Kovaleski, who I'm told lives in Spain, but is Russian.
And has a gold pass beside his name.
He does have a gold pass. We're going to tell you how he acquired that gold pass as soon as we can figure it out. Nacho Ibarra.
Looking like the flag of his nation. I love it.
Former team pro of multiple operators at this point.
That's not true.
Nacho's never been a guy to let a set back. Set him back.
No idea. No idea.
He's a wizard, Joe, and he'll always bounce back.
He doesn't have anything to say, don't worry.
He's always smiling.
Was that a...
It's fine.
Okay.
It's not gonna affect.
I got it.
Good.
That's why you're here, Griffin. You're keeping it real all the time. Spraggin by chance? Question mark.
His card speaks for himself.
I don't know. Did Spraggy survive the last level?
He did.
Then I would assume he's still in.
Folded the winner in the last hand very dramatically, as his
Oh, no.
countless fans were screaming at the screen.
Oh,
Please call.
no. I've been there, actually. I've been at the please call
Station?
phase
Yeah.
of rooting for Spraggy.
Dirk can open things up with the ace-king. We love a good repeat champion narrative.
Of course we do. It might be a little early, but go for it. You'll sound like a genius if it happens.
And if it doesn't, everyone will forget.
That's true. That's a great way to do it. You can just say that about a whole bunch of people, anyone that's left. Well, if that hand is any indication, Griffin, you're going to be right. Do you want to continue our wagering from EPT Dublin, of which I lost 7 or 8 wagers in a row to you?
Oh yeah, let's see if we can find something.
Should we wager on Dirk Van Luke repeating his championship? I'm willing to bet 20 euros.
That he doesn't.
Against, yeah. So.
I mean, okay, so.
Those cards.
Oh, no, you know what? I can't take this bet. Because I'd have to give you such odds that it would ruin my life if he won, so I can't do it.
Yeah, so basically if I had to, so he has a bit of he has over an average stack. So that means technically I should give you a little bit better than 1 in 266, 1 in 265.
I'm scared to talk.
If you give me 100 to 1.
Last time I spoke,
100 to
With
1.
a field of 265.
I mean, I think those are fair odds.
Yeah, they are good
no,
odds.
I have to be very
So what would
careful.
20 to 1, is that 2,000 or?
That'll be 2,000, yeah.
I cannot do two things at the same time.
You could always buy out on the final
It'll
table.
be such
Cannot
a sick
play
sweat.
poker and answer questions.
Yeah, it would
Okay,
be.
let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, book it.
Okay, if he wins, you'll be $2,000. Only in poker could you gamble on the
I
players
know.
that you're watching and not be held accountable.
I mean, we might actually. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure we should be doing this.
Yeah. A jury of our peers.
Heads up to
and
this
bosses.
flop. Kovalevsky versus Piacentino. Queen Jack 7. And Kovalevsky with a 9 of clubs. Potentially another club. This was limp checked pre-flop in the blinds. Turns a queen. Piacentino says, no more checking. Feels good to win those. Even though you might have the best hand. Feels good.
Let's just take it down.
See?
Just feels nice to reel in chips, you know?
Yeah, it does. I'll tell you from experience.
Qué bueno eres.
Do you
One
feel like
single solitary
Do you
experience.
feel like you became a better PLO player through your experience in Japan?
You qualified online too?
Yes, I definitely. I might have gone from like a 2 to a 3.
Wow, a whole notch.
Yeah. But I certainly I don't think I went from like a 2 to a 9.
Right.
¿Por qué hablas español?
Que vivo ahí.
¿Dónde? ¿En España?
Sí.
¿Sí? Where? Where you live?
No hablo inglés. I mean, Benidorm, you know?
Ah, yeah.
Benidorm. Not there exactly, but there. In that area.
Actions folded around to Dirk. Oh man. Oh boy.
It's close in the north, right?
Yeah. Oh jeez.
Party town
Oh
for
jeez.
16-year-olds, no?
Yeah.
Dirk's gonna raise
I don't
King
know,
Jack.
Dirk.
It's in the north, like north of Portugal. No?
South of Spain. Completely different.
What?
Not?
So it's close to Malaga then? No.
No, it is between Valencia.
Kevin Hasler.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thought it was in the north.
I mean, it's close to Malaga.
Not.
I knew they was there. It's Andalusia. It's not Andalusia?
No.
Love when these
I
cats
knew
talk
where
geography.
it was 'cause I saw it.
Heads up to
I've
the
never
flop.
been, but I know
6
I
high.
drove through.
See how Dirk proceeds
Entre
here.
Alicante, ¿qué?
Certainly the range
okay,
advantage
because I've been to Alicante.
+2.
That's why.
Might even want to come out with a big bet to dissuade floats from medium aces. Decides to go small, and that will certainly get a continue from the ace-10 with the backdoor flush draw. But so much can change on the turn.
Let's
Perhaps
see
a jack.
if backdoor is possible. No more backdoor on the table. The backdoor is closed. Do we see a Dirk double barrel? A Dirka, Dirka, Dirka. It's Hasler who bets now and
6-4 again.
goes pretty big. I mean, it's not bigger than half, but it feels big considering the flop bet was so small.
showing off for the camera.
Maybe I lied. Maybe not.
I think you lied. You're a liar.
What? Are we talking about a lie or a bluff? I don't like it when people call bluffs lies.
But I like it when people call lies bluffs.
I do, yes. I used to tell my girlfriend that all the time. I wasn't lying, I was bluffing.
Yeah. I was working, babe.
When you asked me who was there, the people I said were there. It's just there was a bunch of people there that I didn't say.
Clubs? The white bluff, as it's known.
It was a post-oak bluff.
It was red.
The oak was the name of the bar we were at.
No,
diamond.
Okay. I thought it was red and it was super quick.
We have a colorblind dealer.
Verbal abuse.
Hasler's going to open ace 10 of
She's very
spades.
good at pitching.
Lander Leho. King Jack, the Dirk Van Luke hand. Clear defend. Gotta give him a second. Don't want to make it too obvious. No timing tells here. Flopsville is Jack high, top pair for Leho. What's up, old Eagle Eyes in the YouTube chat? How's it going? Old friend Brent. Check, check. Hasler catches up on the turn in a big way. Can I Hasler ace? I can Hasler ace.
Yeah, and Leo's going to hate to see this bet because, you know, we're Hasler to have something that was kind of scared of the jack. Perhaps something like nines that you want to start getting value from later streets if no more overs come. He wouldn't start betting on the ace, so it kind of feels like he's going to have an ace a decent percentage of the time here. Of course, you're way too up in your range here to fold. Going to have to reevaluate this on the river, but would have preferred to even maybe see two barrels in this spot than the check and then the bet on the turn, if that makes sense.
It does make sense,
Wow,
Griffin.
a quick check back, expecting to be chopping with ace X a lot, not elected to go for value from that jack. I think it's okay. Kind of get it a little bit. Kind of the way that hand played out, the way his hand strength was a bit face up. Didn't think that a jack might call enough.
Yeah, poker jack.
You can watch live poker. You can play live poker. And you can also, in certain places, play online poker. The Spring Championship of Online Poker is back upon us. Commences immediately after the end of EPT Monte-Carlo, May 11th through June 2nd. Final table streamed on Twitch the whole way through. Nick Walsh is going to handle most of those. But the live main events will be handled by me and James and Nick and Griffin. And maybe some additional, and Maria Ho, and maybe some additional guest stars. I don't know. I don't want to say too much about it.
I have a bit of a Mandela effect sort of question I want to ask you about.
Okay, sir.
Joe, I just feel like for years I always kind of called it the Spring Cup of online poker. Was it ever the Spring Cup, or it was always the championship? That was just a Griffinism.
It was never the Spring.
A Griffism.
Because W Coop
Although I won
was
it
what
last
came
year.
first.
But that's also a championship.
It's the World Championship of Online Poker, and then they were like, W Coop becomes only once a year. How do we?
Right.
How do we get a big coup in there?
So there was never a monocle, is what you're
There's
saying.
never a monocle or a cup of any sort.
What a scam, this Monaco. I'm not winning anything. What the fuck I came for? Yeah, but what the fuck? I should win every year. I should win every fucking tournament. It's unfair. It's unreal. I think I'm going to start running good now. I run super bad. I run so bad in life.
So unlucky.
Yeah, I'm so unlucky, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna end
change?
very soon. I keep trying. I'm so unlucky. You saw that, right?
Yeah, of course.
I lost 30 flips in a row at Poker Go now. I counted them. You know what are the odds? It's impossible. The calculator didn't even... It
For
didn't
Nacho Barbero, impossible.
I swear. Really crazy thing. Only happens to me.
Yeah.
One day I will run good, I promise. For my fans.
He's being ironic, right?
I don't think that he is, but maybe that's what makes
Okay,
it
let's
so-
put another 20-euro bet.
How do we find out?
I'm going to bet he's being ironic. The thing is, I like your side. You're going to have to give me odds. Because
Andy,
I
you
think...
I run good.
Okay, $20. I'll give you 100 to 1.
What do you think?
Pretty bad.
5-5.
Actions folded around to Manuel Carvalho.
Just has the energy of someone that you don't want to be at the table with, right? Just
Not in a personality way, though, let's be clear.
No. I mean, someone that he just looks like he's highly intelligent, like some sort of predator. Again, maybe not the right word to use, but you know what I'm saying. An apex.
And that raise of 5,500 will be met with some resistance from Cully Sadu, who is doing it and doing it.
And doing it well.
That's right.
Five.
To 16,000.
No. There's no blind. There's no blind.
Okay, I have to keep
1,000.
1,000. Okay, sorry. He's the bottom now. That was a nice pick. I don't think you put the blind, honestly. But it always works. I always do it.
Yeah, you do it often.
I do it all the time.
You taught me, right? I learned from you.
I do it all the time. It works.
What a goofball.
It's really bad to do it on TV, though. As you can see.
GP says, love seeing Nacho on the stream. He has a fun personality. So far, that's the meanest thing anyone's written about him on here, which is a miracle. Nacho's like the richest player big time on this table, right? Yeah, probably. Not about richest, but it probably has the most winnings. King Jack for Hasler's limped under the gun. Ooh. Liho doesn't want to fall for it. Oh, he did fall for it. If it were something to fall for. Nobody does the limp re-raise with ace. It's not an EPT main, but what's up with the under the gun limp here, Griffin? How often are we doing this?
I mean, quite unconventional. You know, perhaps Hassler wants to see if he can do something weird like a limp raise. We can see how effective I think it would be against a hand like ace-jack here, despite being dominated. But the plan was just to limp call, at least in this particular scenario.
And this scenario involves Nacho E. Barbaro flopping an open-ended straight draw. Of course, two of those outs are held by Hasler and Liho. Barbaro checks. Hasler checks. Liho must also check. And the turn's a 7, like I said. Open and straight draw, make a pair. Every time. Every time.
Yeah, Nacho obviously going to be keenly aware that this is now officially his board, if it wasn't already on the flop. Once you see the two checks, going to feel very comfortable in betting here. Certainly, Barbaro is going to have some unpaired hands in this spot. like heart draws something like a 9-10, a Jack-9. But King-Jack has no defense, and Ace-Jack is going to have a tough time facing this bet, considering all the 8s and 7s that are in Nacho's range.
There goes the King-Jack.
Now, the difficult thing about a spot like this when you're up against a very capable opponent like Nacho Barbero is you're not all too concerned with whether or not you're right here, because you are going to be right a lot of the time when you elect to call. The question becomes, you know, what happens if the river's a 5? What happens if the river is a heart and we see another bet? Do we ever think that Nacho is going to give up? Maybe if the river... Maybe, yeah, the river's an 8 and he decides to give up. But you have to consider the fact that his hand already might be made, that he might make it on the river, that he's still going to bluff. There's just so many variables where ace high is going to shrink up, even if you know you're going to be good a decent percentage
They fire
of the
me
time.
from PokerStars. I need someone new, no? So I can get fired again. No, I love the ACR. It's so sad that I left.
Yes, you left. That's what happened.
Yes.
I love my man Phil.
I mean, I don't really have a leg to stand on. I've been fired by a whole bunch of companies in poker also. Oh, I wanted to address this comment from Pharma Hodge, who says, still waiting. Still trying to work out the tennis reference for this table, lads. At the PSPC, Nacho Ibarbaro was in a bright neon yellow tracksuit. And none of us had really commented on it, to be honest. So one guy in the audience was like, I'm so sick of looking at this tennis ball.
I think I remember being there, us being in stitches about that.
Yeah, we had been on the air for a long time. It was late, and I remember we just lost it. We had to like turn the mics off for a second. So that's
Look at this. Nacho's going to freak out when he gets value from ace high here. Oh, I'm too good.
Chito playing the game. Difficult hand. Difficult hand.
I like how he's double nicknamed himself. Like Nacho and then Nachito.
That's the idea, bro, to lose minimum. I'm losing max this trip.
In case anyone was wondering how Nacho's doing this trip.
He's losing max.
No, I didn't play the 100K because I was feeling I didn't sleep 2 nights in a row. So I saved maybe 100, 200, 200K. Or maybe I could have won it. But
Is he talking to anyone in particular, Joe, or is it kind of a general?
That's a great question.
Watching the game tonight?
Inner monologue, outerized.
Of course.
I think he might be talking to Lander Liho.
I was talking to people to get a private plane to go to watch a game.
Sounds like he runs pretty bad at life.
3 hours away.
Nobody.
But it's so much to go 3 hours and back 6 hours to San Siro Stadium. What's your team? Barça?
Madrid.
Madrid.
Piantino raising under the gun with King 9 off. One of Griffin's favorite hands.
Yeah, what a win.
The K9.
You don't see?
Yeah.
Smart face.
Yeah, of course.
You think I look like somebody that is stealing games?
Buying the referee.
Very loose open here.
Yeah, like Madrid has been doing it for like 50 years. What they did before the finals now, you think is fine? Talking about the referee. And then not getting 3 penalties.
Oh, yeah, running so bad.
I had 30K on Barcelona on that game. I lose 15. I had Barcelona minus 0.25.
5 still good after this flop. It's going to go check. And 5's still good.
What, you
Not often
about
you get a
the
safe turn
phase,
card.
Right? Yeah. That's pretty insane, actually.
Yeah, now a gut shot for Sidhu.
I mean, you guys did it to win so many Champions League. We did it in the La Liga. Who got more wins? You?
The best team, Real Madrid.
Yeah,
Of course.
the best. Yeah.
Sidhu's made the call
Who you like
after
tonight?
a second barrel
Very
from
tough game.
Yeah.
Piacentino.
Very tough one.
The line is even.
Who now checks.
Completely even now. It moved.
Nice win here.
Was
for
Barcelona
Sidhu.
big
That's
favorite?
right.
But
for the match or for qualify?
no, for the match.
For the match.
But Koundé and Balde are not playing.
Yeah, I think he's playing Eric Garcia. Eric Garcia, Cubarsí, with what was the other one? I don't know.
King.
Sidhu checks back and is going to
with
be
Íñigo
king
Martínez.
high.
I think honestly I would play Araujo. He played always before.
Yeah, with Xavi
He was always play on the right. No, he was. I mean, he can play the center back, and I mean, I would put him. I think he's very, very, very fast, and actually, he's strong, and they have like really like the super fast defenders that they go up. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I think the problem with him is he might get like a yellow card.
If anyone's wondering, they're talking about soccer.
Eric has been really
I love
good.
the depth that you can talk about soccer when there's only
You
like
like
3
Trent now?
attributes a player can have.
Of course.
Maybe 2 actually.
Trent?
Is he fast and is he
I'm
a good
Liverpool
kicker?
fan too. It's crazy. I mean, that he left. Like
What else do
instead
they
of,
do?
Renewing the contract, and now he goes for free. They hate. I mean, like. The
I
fans
do
are
want to
stupid.
address this comment from Take, who says players used to get deleted for cheating and now they get feature
Would be
table.
okay.
One, it's never been proven that Nacho cheated, right? There are a lot of people
He's
that
so
think
good
maybe
at
he did. A
passing.
lot of people
I
want to
don't think
defend
he's
him.
that
It's
great
about the
defending, but,
implication.
like,
The implication is not good. But 2, what are we supposed to punish the rest of the players at this table because
gonna be very well
Nacho?
for Madrid.
Maybe people don't like him. Are we not supposed to show last year's champion? Are we not supposed to show Cully Sidhu?
You're going to be hard pressed to find people that actually dislike Nacho.
You guys need defenders.
So, you know.
It's crazy. You guys need to buy another one.
Oh, sorry. They're giving me a hard time because they're talking about football, not soccer. So in football, is there more stuff besides running and kicking? Oh, head stuff. Right. Sorry. 3 attributes.
Well, there's the field goal poles too, and the cheerleaders.
The throwing and the stuff like that. Yeah, but that's American football.
So when we're talking about soccer,
No,
okay,
I know. I'm just saying a
understand
center back. You guys said they're all insured. Like they're.
Yeah.
Asensio is very good though.
Dude, tell me you're American without telling me you're American. Absolutely no clue about football.
I heard Militao is coming back.
Excuse me, but I used to live in the UK. I've been to many games. I've been to the London Arsenal's game. I've been to the Tottenham Spurs game. I've been to. I'm a huge fan of the Chelsea Manchester Uniteds.
The first year.
I've been to El Clasico.
I went to the consolation final of the World Cup in France.
Looks like we're about to have
You think they're gonna get rid of
a corner kick here from Piacentino.
Yeah.
Rodrigo.
Oh yeah, Rodrigo. I would get
Pocket 8s. And Sidhu is going to call it off after opening from early
on the
position.
left.
We got a flip here.
And I get a striker.
Like soccer versus watching paint dry.
Mbappe is much better on the left.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical
insane.
advantage.
I love Rodrigo. I prefer Rodrigo 10 times more than Vinicius.
I see an ace. And I see an
That
8.
makes sense.
More importantly, looks like Piacentino is going to survive. Please don't give me a sweat on the turn. I hate being wrong about these things.
C'est bon, monsieur. Dame.
That's a double up for Piacentino at the expense of Cully Sadu.
Always works. For me, never works. I stand up and I stand up and I leave.
You run bad, Nacho. What can we tell you? In the words of Aprox, France win.
I will say, for
Rodrigo
someone
hasn't
who
been good
has
this season. No.
such a
Very
high
well.
stat in the likability
He's been so good for you
attribute,
guys.
to
You guys owe him so much.
follow within minutes from saying,
One bad season, the kids, and you
I
want
ran
him out.
so bad in life, to talking about
Rodrigo,
flying
if
in a
you
private
watch him,
jet
I'm
to a
fan of
football
you.
game.
Well, he said he couldn't get the private jet.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, well, that actually speaks more to how bad he's running.
Exactly. That's. I think if anything, it proves that
You
he
see,
doesn't
I
run
didn't-
very good.
Yeah, I didn't see it. That I get it now.
Bellingham is so good.
Yep.
He's insane.
Pocket queens for Nacho. Y Barbaro. And pocket sevens for Serafin Kowaleski. And maybe the best thing that could happen for Kowaleski here is for a squeeze to happen. Oh! Oh, hello. Hello, Ace King with, what is that, 30 big blinds behind?
Yeah, less. Actually, quite a bit less.
26.
No, it's going to be about 17.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Wow, quite a
And
bit less, as you said.
It is a rare opportunity for us as commentators and viewers to know that Nacho Barbera has lost 30 flips in a row dating back to the Poker Pro.
That's
So
right.
to see if this streak continues or is halted in its tracks.
So
I mean, I like a good streak.
Lady Gaga.
So I kind of want the Ace King to win.
Yeah, that's right. Love Swedish grills. This is the El Clasico of coin flips.
Nice.
Like Barcelona FC versus Real Madrid.
You do know your football.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Every time, bro.
Here we go. Top pair for Carvalho. No moaning? No moan?
Come on. This is what we paid for, Nacho.
8 on the turn.
GG, guys.
Nacho is not covered. Not a queen. Double up Carvalho.
You have to be covered. Covering.
He runs so bad that he wasn't covered.
I fall an ace, so very unlucky.
You did? And you?
I got better.
Manifesting is real, Joe. He would have won that if he didn't talk about how unlucky he was.
Oh, not ace.
Carvalho up to 97,500 now. 39 big blinds, 4th at this table. I mean, this certainly is a Luke. Not that my opinion matters, but I like it. Looks like a film of the week from Starsky and Hutch. It has raised the pot with ace-jack suited. That's a raise and take it. Mighty Kid says, Joe, thoughts on the GTA trailer 2 that just came out? Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Forced to watch it by me, who sent it to me before we went on air.
I actually, I thought it was pretty boring because I want to see gameplay. I don't really care about like a bunch of cutscenes strung together. I'm sure it's going to be a great game, but...
Are you going to tell him or am I?
Go ahead, you tell him.
Joe has not played GTA 5. He's not allowed being excited about it.
When did GTA 5 come out?
Like 10 years ago.
So what is that, 2015? Where was I in 2015?
You were busy getting laid, I remember.
Probably. ...2015 was the year I moved back from London to the United States. And I was rather busy. I had a rather busy social life, we'll say, that year when I lived. No, I moved to London in 2013. Moved from London. Oh,
GTA came out.
20. So more than 10 years ago, you're saying?
Yeah.
12 years ago. So 2013 is when I moved to London. And I was very busy then. So we got some hands here. Hasler's raised from pretty early with ace deuce of hearts, king queen. Sadhu's going to try to see a flop out of position in the small blind, and Van Luke is going to 3-bet ace jack out of the big blind. Somehow it's the best hand. I would never expect ace jack to be the best hand here, but I guess when you're off suit and you're kind of there's some potential dead money out there, you're grimacing.
I mean, surely this is a misclick, right?
You
Luke
think
has just gone 2.5x out of position.
Did you watch last year's final table?
I did, but you would. I mean, I'm very surprised by this, and I would be very surprised if Hassler folded. This is an incredible gift of a price.
Wow.
I don't understand that by either player.
You wanted to play that one, right?
Perhaps it didn't feel like a graphical error with the amount of chips that he threw out there.
They did. Didn't fold.
What?
He played.
It was very obvious, I think. Scary as fuck.
So anyway, nice hand, Dirk Van Luke. Ambient Vibes thinks that Van Luke actually just called there and everyone else just folded out of sheer fear.
I think
perhaps post-flop play.
Perhaps Hassler did one of his limps again.
Oh, and it wasn't an open?
And then it was a complete in the small, and then a raise to 12-5. That would make sense to me. But I guess we'll never know.
I will say that often when someone limps from early position, I'm so used to it just automatically being a raise that I will say raise, that it's a raise, and then I'll realize it was a limp. So maybe that happened. Our graphics team is pretty crackerjack, but Pobity's nerfed. Kovaleski with the Ks. And Piacentino has a pair of sixes. Can he catch a set and crack these kings?
Joe, look. Joe.
He does indeed.
You called it, Joe.
If I called it, I asked the question. Hachi Machi could be big, big trouble for the kings. Paul Buffano?
Paul Buffano.
Colgate Comedy Hour?
Roy Donk.
Roy Donk? Piacentino's got to be loving this. 8,500 bet from Kovaleski.
I mean, Kovaleski's loving this, especially sees a brick on the turn, which is not that.
Not a brick. Nobody's got a diamond. You minded a little bit less with the pocket. With the set, I mean. And Piacentino doesn't want to see another diamond. So he's going all in.
Wow, and what a spot here. This is and you can see the look on Kovalevsky's face. The wincing. Do I really think my opponent would just have even ace 10 with the ace of diamonds and just shove here. This kind of looks like a set that's being protected, or a straight, like a 7-8 suited that is scared of the diamond. So I think Kovalevsky not holding a diamond in hand, not expecting his opponent to just shove, he's never going to have 9-8 offsuit with the 8 of diamonds here, right?
Or
he
an
could have
already
9-8
flush.
Suited.
Right?
Yeah. No, I mean, we're worried about flushes feel a bit less likely, but we're also drawing dead to that. Not a spot you're used to seeing yourself in, facing a 2x pot shove on the worst possible turn card you could see. This would be a very, very impressive fold. So many things to consider in a spot like this. You know, your edge in the field. Even if I am ahead here, what am I ahead against? I still have to dodge that. We have to assume it'll be a pair and a flush draw a decent percentage of the time. What a great fold.
Good
World
lay
class
down
fold.
from the gold pass winner.
Yeah. They don't give those gold passes out to anyone.
Actually,
Look, I don't
they
want to
do a lot of the
dissuade
time,
you
actually.
from trying, but
I would encourage you to try, because sometimes they do just give them out to anyone. Wait, you had one, didn't you?
a gold pass?
Yeah.
No.
No, you didn't get one for PSPC?
No. And Kovalevsky, somewhere in the future, perhaps 52 minutes from now, is hearing my voice right now on break.
Juan Diego Ocampo says, really bad play.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is a problem with that shove. If you can get kings to fold and you really don't want kings to fold, you need to find a bet there. I think Kovalevsky would have called pretty much anything up to pot there. And instead you make no more chips just because you were afraid of some, you know, the monster under the bed, which was the diamond, which wasn't even a threat.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you're up against kings there with the king of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
You do get called there, right?
Maybe, probably, yeah. So yeah, and in that sense, it would get you max value, but you know, the times that they don't, and you just fold out, you're not making any money.
Look, I'm just a caveman. I'm just asking questions here. You know what I mean? I'm just asking questions. Nobody's ever seen a dinosaur. How do we know they were real?
I feel like a caveman wouldn't be able to ask me a question, though. Unless this is like an Encino Man, Brendan Fraser situation where you learn English.
Yeah.
And then now you're asking
The
questions.
reference is from a sketch called Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. And this unfrozen caveman has become a lawyer, and how he wins every case. He goes, I'm just a caveman. Does a woman deserve $5 million in compensation for slipping and falling outside your grocery store? I don't know. I'm just a caveman.
That would work on me.
10-10-5 on this flop. We think pocket fours is winning for now. This under the gun raise with a 3 of spades.
Unless Kovalevsky flatted the 3-5 spades. Unlikely. And nice bet being found here from Carvalho.
People are pretty loosey-goosey under the gun at this table, it feels like. I mean, ace tray of spade is an open, but that's about it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you can also justify threes based off your stack size. I think with Kovalevsky's 30 big blinds, I would not be raising the threes. I think it's probably the ace of spades under that hood.
I'll give you 100 to 1 on a 1 cent euro. 1 euro penny.
What's the bet that he had? Anything but the ace of spades? And three under there?
I get the field.
How do we find out? We just ask him?
Oh, we don't.
We never find out.
We never find out. It's like, what's that show you love on HBO with Justin Theroux?
The Leftovers?
It's like Leftovers. We never find out.
Did you not finish The Leftovers?
I gave up on Leftovers after like episode 3.
Yeah, we found out everything.
Because no, you don't. They
Yes,
told
we
me. They told me that you don't find out.
Who's they?
So I quit.
You do find out.
The people.
Did they tell you after season 1?
No, it was like after season 4. They're like, you don't find out. That's not what the show's about. That's what they told me.
No, you
The show's
absolutely
not
find
about
out.
the what. It's about the the what happens after.
Do you want me to just tell? I don't want to spoil the leftovers. I mean, it's about.
Don't spoil the leftovers.
Oh,
So
come on.
If you do find out.
You do find out.
Speaking of spoiling things, actually, Griffin. Now that The Last of Us has come back, Ace Jack 9, nobody hits this, blind on blind. Do you remember you spoiling The Last of Us for me, and then you felt so bad about it that you're like, I was just kidding. I was just kidding, like years ago.
Okay, yeah.
And you told me what happens very early on in Last of Us 2. And you're like, yeah, I was like, Griffin, what? I haven't played it yet. And you're like, oh, no, I was just joking. Like, you don't really know what happens now. Could be anything.
Yeah.
I never forgot that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. You hold it deep in.
I don't want to confess this to you.
Like the middle.
I don't want to confess
But
this
it
to
is
you.
the biggest obstacle in our relationship.
No, I don't want to confess this to you, but knowing that was coming was maybe the biggest solid you've ever done me in my friendship.
Okay.
Because I probably would have jumped out a window
Yeah.
if I didn't know already.
Right.
And since I did know, I was like, huh. So
But that's kind of what you're kind of missing the experience of what it's supposed to be, though.
I know, but I'm glad I did because I don't need to feel that.
Yeah. Interesting.
I've felt plenty in my life. Carvalho with another open under the gun. And it's another small suited ace. But the second best small suited ace. Ace 4. 6 is for Sadu. Suited 6-5 for Nacho. And Nacho does not play. Neither does Hasler. And the small blind folds. Big blind defends. Queen, 5-6. Another set of sixes. Sign of the beast. And Nacho kind of dodged a bullet there. He runs so bad.
He's spinning right now. Folding 6-5.
Of course he's spinning. And I hope that this doesn't go to showdown and he starts talking to everyone saying how bad he runs because he folded 5-6 there. I'm more of a 5-6 guy than a 6-5 guy. What do you say?
6-5.
Say 6. Do you always put the big number first? Like I go 2-3.
Not sure.
I say 8-9 sometimes. That one goes either way.
I think that one always goes. I think that one goes either way for everyone.
Does it?
Yeah, but once you start getting to the broadways, I think there's something wrong with you if you go lower to higher.
I agree.
Except for Jack King.
You know, I still owe the domain name Jack King off.
Do you really?
No, I own King Jack off.
Okay.
I own it the right way.
Which is what your school teachers would always call you.
King Jack off?
King Jack off over here.
That's why I was surprised it was available. Carvalho's checked, really has no hope, neither literally or figuratively in this hand. Downtown Jay Flats in the chat. Wants to kick off the whole hold card debate. Hold card is settled science. Okay, so Sadu's going to bet. Nacho, please say you run bad.
Unbelievable, bro. Bro, you'll never believe I had 6-5.
Unbelievable, bro.
I really thought that was him. The way you changed your voice. Oh, Joe. If you don't go into entertainment, man.
I mean, I could do it okay, Nacho, but the thing is that Nick Schulman's Nacho is so out of this world, and mine would just be a pale imitation.
Man.
Anyway, there's some tournaments happening during the live streams. 9 o'clock local time every day, 8 o'clock on Wednesday. We're running a $5.50 tournament for the live stream viewers. That's you. You people. with $1,000 in scoop tickets up for grabs. And you're going to look for the EPT Monte-Carlo Easy with Aces / Tonka Invitational in the PokerStars client. So,
come scoop some tickets.
That's right. Scoop some scoop tickets, my babies. Yes, Patrick. Statrick, I would like to guess Nacho's total live earnings. Do you want to go first or second, Griff?
Say again. We're doing a guessing.
We're going to guess Nacho's live earnings, yeah.
I will. Why don't we do the fun thing where we like call or raise kind of thing? Do you know this?
Okay, sure, yeah.
So you say a number, and then I say like lower, and then
sure.
sort of find the true line.
Okay, I'm going to start at $7 million.
Okay, I'm going to go to $7.5 million.
I'm going to go to $8 million.
Okay, I'm going to go
Three ways to this flop. Queen high, pair of nines for Piacentino, but it's top pair for Sadu.
I'll go to $9.5 million.
I call.
Okay, so you have anything under and I have the over, right?
That's right.
That's how it works. And we're
Yes.
betting 20 euro?
This is going to be a gentleman's bet.
Gentleman's bet. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Statrick says, holy Lord, where are we off?
17 million?
Higher.
Really? I guess he plays super high rollers. That was a pretty bad bet by you. I mean, I've never played a super high roller, and I'm somewhere in the 5-6 million range, I think.
You knew we were going to be that far off, didn't you,
Yeah.
Statrick? So anyway.
Statrick loves making us look like fools.
Yeah, likes to make me look like a real horse's patoot.
Yeah.
23 million. 23 million and counting.
Jordan.
For Nacho Ibarra.
One of these days he's going to run good, too. I mean, by the sounds of it, if he ever ran good, move over Bryn Kenny, right?
One bet, 15,000.
He's number one all time.
I know, I got it. I was running through all the jokes that I can't make. Just staying silent. I mean, they'd be quite the number one and number two on the all-time money list.
Yeah.
I'll just say in terms of, you know what? Let's focus on people who don't have massive reputational damage out in the field. Like Leo Margetts.
Oh, you didn't hear about...
And Alexei Boyka, who won Malta back in 2016. Is that the last time we were in Malta? 2016, year of our Lord? Wow. I can't wait to go back this year. This is Arseny Karmatsky, Sochi champion. Why haven't we been back to Sochi in a while? Huh. Yeah, that's what we're all thinking about. Ooh, Eric Seidel is all in against Maxim Heitzikevich. Seidel with King Queen, Maxim with Ace Queen, and guess what? Seidel has hit a king.
Is that Rounders actor Eric Seidel?
It is indeed. I was walking back to the hotel during the last level, and I've only really recently started listening to music again.
Mm-hmm.
And My Hero by Foo Fighters on, so I was like,
nice.
And guess who comes strolling past me? Eric Seidel.
That's a beautiful story.
Bam, 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 bam.
I like that.
Yeah.
You know what's also so great about that is that I asked if I could walk back with you, and you said that you had to take a phone call.
I did have to take a phone call.
But you just wanted to listen to Foo Fighters.
Well, the phone call was in my room, so I had to get back to my room in time to take the call.
because I wanted to grab the salad.
And I got there with about 10 seconds to spare because they called me as soon as I got in the room.
so weird.
All right, another monster, a Bruin.
And you always leave your phone in your room. Like you couldn't have taken it for a few seconds.
I needed privacy to make a phone call from the comfort of my room.
I don't want to fight.
You should be looking for reasons why you should not be butthurt instead of constantly digging for ones that you are. By the way, so when I passed Eric Seidel, when I was like, he waved to me too, which doesn't always happen. So,
wow.
Yeah. And he put his hand up like right for the bam, 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 bam.
What was the lyric at that point in the song?
There was no lyric. It was that's what I mean. It was the opening riff.
Oh, it was okay, the riff, yeah.
I've been like 7 times.
And then I know you're not going to believe this because I
Everywhere,
just
but I was
closed
in
door. Like
Niseko.
I also ran into Rory
Yeah, I was snowboarding.
at the elevators, and he literally says to me, "What's up, hero?"
Wish list.
Wow.
While the same song is still playing.
Should be number 1.
Hey, this is on my number 1 on my wish list.
He's the best. They have the best snow in the world. Oh, Niseko. Number 1 rated.
So did he say they have the best snow in the world?
All the rankings. Because they get like... they get
Yeah, but he
like,
often talks about skiing.
Does he?
It's on the north.
Real
they
skiing?
Get like all the...
Oh,
that's
now
like
I'm
a
not
weird
sure.
effect from like all Siberian storms.
Because he has a tendency
They
to
dump- so
forget
they
he's
go
being
recharge
recorded.
in Siberia and they dump
I think he's talking about real snow, though.
Yeah, it's pretty. I didn't know why. I asked and they told me that. Because it's just, you know, it's in front of Siberia. So it's the place that gets the most snow in the whole world. If you like powder.
Second pair for Carvalho, bottom pair for Sadu.
Where we snowboard. Jackson Hole, Grand Targhee. That's where we snowboard.
Snowboard, see?
Did you say Jackson Hole?
Actually, Grand Targhee gets the third best snow in the world. Number 1 is Niseko, number 2 Alta, Utah, and number 3 where we snowboard, Grand Targhee.
You know, one of these days, Nacho's going to run good.
You guys get
and finally just be able to live a life of leisure and adventure.
It never snows. It's scam. Complete scam. Europe is a scam for snowboarding or skiing.
Is he saying scam or scum?
Scum.
Scum?
Oh, it might be scam.
Where I snowboard, it snows every day. Every single day. For like 5 days a week.
It's scum.
Nah, fuck
It's
that.
scum, bro.
Powder. I want powder. The fuck the sun. You're like the ones that go there for the picture, huh? The picture and the... Yeah.
Leo trying to get
You go for the
away with
picture
one here
and
with
and
the
beer.
very active Sidhu in the small blind.
The
And
beer,
the defending champion, but
Where do you live in Switzerland?
not the toughest out
Sorry?
in Van Luke, as he does find the defend with Motown.
Heads up to this flop. I see a jack. Woof. You see that jack, you get excited. Then you see the queen and the 10. The 2 clubs. Leo's got the 10.
Yeah, maybe a texture we want to see start with some checks here. Never folding out better.
I think Leo could maybe check back here too, right? Kind of a similar situation.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think we should be checking back a good percentage of the time here, but wanting to maybe clear out some equity. Your ace highs. You're not really anticipating being check raised very frequently here.
Yeah.
You block the 8-9. You know, even hands as strong as like, you know, Queen X. I think you're just going to play this as a check call.
Yeah.
And again, you can clear out some ace highs.
You really think some ace highs fold there with the gut shot?
I mean, not to $4,000.
Turns a queen. Feeling a little bit better about your jack now. Turn has no betting. Deuce of spades on 5th Street.
Yeah, and I think an interesting opportunity to hunt for a little bit of value for Van Luke. You know, clubs have missed. There are some 9x hands here that you might have that have missed, something like a 9-7. So why not just put out a little bet, see if you can get a crying call from pretty much exactly the kind of hand that Leo has, which is a 10. And look, he even decides to pay it off, and this is an EPT champion value bet, man. Oh, and you see the look from Leo thinking, did you have to call that pre? Really, man? Hey, you're on his turf, Leo.
Kicker problems?
The defending champion.
Gotcha.
Not getting pushed around by your 10-8 offsuit opens. What do you think, Joe?
Jack 4.
What's a jack for?
3 pairs. Jack deuce.
Flat tire. Yeah, I don't know. It does seem like pretty loose calls to me, but I'm way too tight.
Yeah.
Like, I just get bluffed all the time.
Pitch, professional. That's a professional pitch right there. You're making the last dealer look bad.
I mean,
that was a joke, but it was true.
Jeez, Nacho.
Nah, she was good.
Oh my God, he's driving me crazy. He's such a banana head. I love him. Hasler with the snowmen's.
Nom nom.
Another under the gun raise. Flat from Piacentino. Nacho with king 9 in the big blind.
Nacho's so funny.
He is very funny.
I like your pitch. You're not like other dealers.
You're not a piece of crap like the last deal.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Kidding.
You know, but I'm not kidding. No, she was great.
Kidding, but it's true.
It's funny because it's true.
7-3 top pair for Piacentino. Ooh, but it's Hasler who wants to rip this under the gun ace.
Yeah, it's ultimately it's not so much about repping, but about just kind of, you know, if you're up against the king queen, queen jack suited kind of ranges, you want to just clear those hands out. When you're up against the ace, you know you're not going to get a fold. It's pretty unconventional to see a raise here, as opposed to a flat.
I was live,
but makes it very, very easy to just let it go.
Interesting.
So, Joe, where are you off to next? You world traveling?
I got to London for a
Dynamo?
couple days to record a few more episodes of the new season of the Big Game on Tour.
Nice.
Which is premiering on May 24th.
Great lineups this year, I felt.
Griffin is a part. I think you're in the first table, aren't you?
I believe so. We filmed it.
Jennifer
first, I think.
Tilly, Gerard PK.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to do that for a couple days. Then I'm going to go to Amsterdam for a few days because I'm headlining Boom Chicago Comedy Club.
Wow.
On Saturday, May 17th.
Isn't that where your former colleagues, Key and Peele,
That's right.
cut their
That's
teeth?
right. They used to be part of the improv, the Second City Improv
Kind
Company
of a
there.
full circle moment with your career.
Pretty neat. Thank you for teaming me up for that. I appreciate it. 2 pair here for Hasler.
Well, but Sidhu has that one card that has a lot of fighting power.
Please, please, 9-8 of diamonds.
Can we just? I know this might go against our rules a little bit. We don't like to break rules here at PokerStars EPT, but can we just show the percentages of just the 9 of diamonds? Is that possible? Like, can we? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like whatever the other card is.
I don't think it's built for that, but I would like to know also because you're like you don't really need the other card here, do you?
Just put a deuce. Someone go on like calculating odds.
The
Just
deuce
put
of
the deuce of
spades.
spades. Tell us what the odds are if you just had the 9 deuce with the 9 of diamonds. Can someone in the chat? This is directly to you if you're listening.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
I'll still take the turn odds, but I'd like both.
No.
I mean, having the deuce has got to be nearly the same as having nothing, right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
pretty much
yeah, because
anybody
it's
can
2
do
pair. If it was queen 9, it wouldn't matter, right?
I don't think
You're still. Oh, a queen 9 would.
But they
Yeah,
have
still
to
not
know
a
you.
straight. Because you can't make a queen when the guy already has 2 pair.
You don't play me.
So Sadu was the aggressor on the last street.
14,000.
And is the aggressor on this current street. 14,000 on 4th Street. And Hasler is not going to be too worried about this ace on the turn. He's going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's a great barrel card for Sadu, so Hassler really likes that it come more than a lot of other cards like a diamond.
Well, turns out all he needed was the 9 of diamonds.
Was the 9 of diamonds.
Straightenized. AXC says, really hate when the stream doesn't show both holding cards. Yeah, we just do it every once in a while to piss you off. We're like, the 9 of diamonds is good. That's plenty. So Ed is telling us, thank you, Ed, that 9 deuce of clubs had 42% on the flop.
Just the 9 of diamonds.
That's crazy. Up against 2 pair,
I
1
love that.
card,
Well, look,
you're almost a coin flip.
We're seeing it here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the long stare from Hasler, knowing that the straight has come in. The opponent could just have something like a king jack with the king of diamonds.
One bet. 28,000.
28,000 representing about a 55-60% pot bet. Is Hassler going to lay it down?
Do you think, like, how often is Sadu value betting worse?
Pretty much never.
Never. Okay.
I just don't think
he's
he
never
has-
value betting like an ace here.
No, no,
Okay.
no.
So with that not being a thing, I think you can fold here a little more often.
Yeah, I mean, it is harder to make better than 2 pair in general. Yeah, and you know what? He's going to make the call.
Hassler pays it off.
And it is the 9 deuce offsuit. Oh my! No, I'm kidding.
Well, we're going to see it, I hope.
I hope so too. Ace 9.
Ace 9. Yeah. So he was value betting worse.
Huh?
He was betting an ace.
No, on the turn bet's...
I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
Okay.
I know that I have said some really dumb things before. I was kidding that time.
Yeah.
What a life.
That puts Cully Sadu
One day I will run it.
over 150,000. And second on the leaderboard at this table, right behind Dirk
And they
Van
make him
Luke.
put chips again on the pot. Wow, it's insane. Running back.
So 225 players left. We hit the money at 175, so we're 50 away.
Crazy the run out they give you on the side.
7 folds. Right. 10 raise, 5,000. 1 fold. 3 fold.
Nothing like walking off a 100K pot, you know.
Sometimes you got to shake it off.
Just go have a metaphorical cigarette. Just take puffs of your fingers.
So Liho's made it 5,000 with King 10, Queen Jack for Nacho y Barbaro. Hasler's in with Jack 8, and Kovalevsky can really squeeze it here.
I just want to say,
under
this
20
Jack
bigs.
8 offsuit call from the small blind
Yeah.
is one of the worst calls I've seen in a while.
Wow, okay, there you go.
I think it comes directly as a result of tilt. I think Hasler is quite annoyed, and you can see it. I mean, he's sweating at the corner of the screen there. He's not having a good. He's pissed that there's more chips going in here. Don't call the Jack 8 off from the small after raising a call. And no better example as to why, as we saw the other hands that players had, like a Queen Jack.
Great hand there for gold pass winner Serafim Kovalevsky, who gets himself over 31 big blinds there.
Oh my God, Gritty reference. It's the mascot for the Philadelphia Flyers.
Gritty gets gold. That's gold pass winner Serafim. Excuse me, gold pass winner Daniel McGinnis.
Yeah, there we go.
And another gold pass winner, Bruno Kashera.
It's another one right there. You got to make the money if your name's Bruno Cachera.
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke like that.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Don't call me Min Cachera.
Do not Min Cachera me, bro.
It was very good though.
Well, I wasn't throwing it at you.
It was very good.
It was. Oh, sorry, I wasn't throwing it at you. I folded. Hey, let me know.
Nacho with ace, jack, we all fam.
In the club.
In the clubs, we all fam.
Oh!
What a flop. Bring out the stretcher.
I'll tell you what. Okay, I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah.
If Nacho gets voted up here, I will admit that he runs worse than anyone else in poker.
Fair enough.
That's
Nacho
what's at stake here.
flops the joint. Continues for 7,000. Gets raised enough to put him all in and makes the call. Time to see just how poorly Nacho y Barbaro runs.
What a life. Flop a straight.
Turn card is the 4 of clubs, so that doesn't really change a whole lot. The queen or king of clubs still makes a full house for Piacento.
Ooh, scared
and
me
the
there.
board bears, but not in a way that hurts Nacho.
Nachito playing the game.
Nachito playing the game.
Other players, their cards.
Full double up for Nacho. Nacho. Y Barbaro.
Y Barbaro. Why don't you let me pay me 50, bro? Why are you paying attention? I said we were friends, bro. I complimenting your pitch and stuff. No? Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Nacho.
talk? Perfect. I shut
He
the
did
fuck up.
compliment his pitch.
I should have done that before.
I think Nacho with cheese is a good description
Yeah.
for this person. There's quite a bit of cheese on this Nacho.
Yeah.
We're coming
Some spice too. A little
spice.
jalapeno.
Tiny little bit of sour cream.
We're leaving the table?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, probably one of those. You guys don't say a fucking
The snow,
word,
if you
but
will.
you can keep you on TV.
The powder.
Get these guys out of here.
This loser. I really want to be out of this camera so I can go back to my phone. I was watching so many videos on Instagram.
Is he on your list? Are you sending him videos too?
No, he's not on the list.
All that time wasted.
You know who did just enter my rotation though, and gave me the green light today
Imagine if that time
because he wasn't really responding to anyone. And then,
Yeah.
and then he went out of his way to mess me. By the way, I'm a passive observer. Keep it coming.
I stay at 5.
Benjamin Sprague.
Wait a second. So I can just not send you
Yes.
reactions to every video?
Yeah, if you tell me beforehand that you're actively.
Oh yeah,
watching them.
I'm out then. Yeah, I'm out on
Wait.
reactions. No, I'm watching every
Oh, okay,
single one. Just
okay.
I'm just not gonna react
Oh, but
anymore.
are you serious? I don't know if you're.
I
serious.
love them, Griffin. I really, really love them.
Okay, but
if
you don't feel if you don't want to feel like you have
Actually, I
to.
have Swiss loves too.
But if I
Will
could,
you still react to the ones you really like or really don't like? Like when I sent the Theo Vaughn one you didn't like.
I'm not a Theo Vaughn.
I could tell.
He is.
Canonica, last name. You know the last name?
He's somehow a dumber Joe Rogan, which is really hard
From the
to
Italian
do.
bar.
I mean, don't judge him for his, lack of intelligence.
It's not just. You're right. I shouldn't just blame. It's for some reason if there's a microphone and subtitles, people just think you're smart.
I enjoy his word economy.
He doesn't have word economy. He has verbal diarrhea. Action folds around to Manuel Carvalho with Jack King suited.
I've got my phone right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I saw it.
So I'm
running back and
I was
forth.
trying to order some food for the dinner break, but it's not working out.
You know when a guy says King Ace, you're about to play in the easiest poker game of your life.
Is it not? No. What time is it?
Ooh.
I got that wrong. Yeah, you're right, actually. Sorry.
Sam Grafton
You're right.
At the completion of level 14.
Yeah.
for Leho. 10-9 suited.
Perfect, because I'm not that hungry yet. Just have to hop in.
I'm trying to organize
And away we go.
Imagine they would
Both players whiff this pretty hard. It's all over the place. It doesn't hit anybody. Chris says, I commentator, replace him for Theo Vaughn.
Double up with somebody else.
Yep.
Not with me. No
That's
control.
exactly what I would expect from a Theo Vaughn fan.
A lot of chips. A lot of cookies. A lot of cookies.
I like this
Did you
comment.
go to the? Go ahead.
From Yepa Nuna says, man, this looks like the table of the best character actors ever. They would all grumble their way into Once Upon a Time in the West. I like that.
Did you go to the GPI Awards this year?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah, I.
Did you win anything?
We did. We won for the big game.
Nice.
I got. What did I get brought on stage for? Producer Chris. Oh, and Francine. Francine won for Industry Person of the Year.
For
that
again?
was yeah. No, I mean the first time.
The first time, yeah.
But yes, that was incredibly important to me.
Yeah.
That made it worth losing in every other category. So Hasler, Griffin, this guy, he likes to get in. He likes to get in there. Likes to get in there with the King 3 of diamonds. All right. Kovalevsky is going to 3-bet the 13,000.
You know, sometimes you're playing
cancel
someone
the order.
online and you're seeing them play a little,
Dinner break.
little off the wall a little bit. And
Yeah.
you think to yourself, what's that guy's face look like?
That's it right there.
That's one of the faces. Instantly calling the 3-bet.
Oh, wow.
With King 3 suited.
I thought this hand was going to be over, but 8-8 over. Oh, domination rotation. And this is why maybe you don't really play hands like this that often, right, Griffin? Because there's some poor visibility here.
Ooh.
Right? Like, you've got the best hand. You got 80% of the equity. How are you to know that?
I mean,
It might just
that
muscle.
comment right there, by the way, is a gateway drug to blockers. You're on your way. I'm just saying. I'm just giving the warning signs, talking about visibility.
Well, he's unblocking the flush is the problem.
Wow. I'm aroused right now.
This is like when I learned 3 Spanish phrases and I don't know what any of them mean. So Hasler is just going to muscle his way through this hand.
Just leads it like a mouse.
Some updates for y'all.
Why show it?
Bad news. Oh, he showed it? Bad news, Eric Seidel is out despite the double up we just saw. Good news, Spraggy has got 140,000, which is around 55 big blinds. And Patrick Antonius has 260,000.
Whoa.
Which is like 80 big blinds, 90 big blinds. No, more than 100.
More like,
because we're at 2,500 big
more like
blind.
Patrick Printonius.
We will invite you.
That's pretty good. I like that. Patrick Printonius?
Yeah, no, it has a nice alliteration, I thought.
I also think printing is not an overused word. So
Right.
Eating dust, right?
I almost went with Print Trick Antonius. Thank God I didn't.
I see. You're very smart.
Yeah.
Leave it on the cut. Don't need to bring it up.
Yeah. You could have just quit while you were ahead. I know it's difficult for you.
But I like looking back.
Swiss and bunker, wow. Who would have thought? Who would have never guessed?
Retired.
You retired? Yeah? You look young.
What are you talking about? Spraggy's still in. That's bad news from John B. Sorry, John, but you're more like John Band. This is blind on blind, 10 on 10, domination nation.
So if I win EPT Monaco, can I put my money on your bank? Yeah. What you pay me?
Queen for Trey.
What do we get?
10 on 10. What is this hand? The new Ryan Coogler movie, Sinners?
Can I tell you how not racist I am, by the way?
How?
It took me over a half an hour to realize that Michael B. Jordan was playing both parts. That's how little I see.
You come here, drive.
The only thing I was thinking was,
How many hours
would
you get?
Chadwick Boseman have played like a normal brother if he was, you know, or the other guy if he hadn't been canceled, the guy from Creed?
I think that them playing twins is probably a huge part of the movie.
I don't think it was the original intention.
It is weird at the beginning where they say we're cousins.
Yeah, but they're being ironic.
Yeah.
Beautiful, right?
Nah, we cousins.
But cousins can look very similar like that too. Don't you remember the Donna Reed show?
Done it a million times.
You wouldn't know. It was from the
Never did it.
60s,
I
maybe
never
the
been to
50s.
Switzerland in my life.
Before your time.
I never been to Switzerland. I've never been to Portugal.
Good reviews for the new MCU movie.
You have to.
Surprisingly.
I know.
Although I have been spoiled of the real title. Did you see that?
No, but I saw a reference to it that it's.
Yeah. I
That
don't
the
know the
asterisk
details.
is
Maybe next year, for sure.
It's very weird. I live in
probably
Europe
a
so many
post-credit
years
thing.
and I never
Probably,
been to Switzerland.
Because I saw them doing it with other movies.
I mean,
So I didn't get this. I didn't get the Thunderbolts one spoiled, but I saw that they were mimicking it with other movies.
Oh, like how do you mean?
Like for example,
yeah, supposed to, yeah.
there was one famous example. Oh, like they were doing it with like Edge of Tomorrow. Like the real title is Live, Die, Repeat.
Oh. Yeah, but I think this one was more like a reveal that something that happens in the film
Right.
that makes them that.
I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, I know now. I put it together.
Yeah, sorry. Now spoiled again.
It's okay.
You're used to
I
it.
get joy from almost nothing these days anyway. So what is life other than just a series of disappointments? Right?
Yeah, it's just it's kind of made me sad.
There is, yeah. It's smaller than
Can we go on our phones for a bit? Just
it
for
has
a few
a big
minutes?
like.
Just for soothing.
For a few memes.
They
and
probably would do it there.
maybe you can find someone on Twitter that you disagree with.
Sorry?
We can
Where is that?
recenter ourselves.
In Lisbon.
Okay. What's going to be there?
There's rumors about EPT.
What?
Rumors.
Yeah.
Where?
Nice.
Rumblings.
In Lisbon.
Oh, Lisbon. Nice. I've never been.
But just rumors.
How's the powder?
Maybe now.
You live in Lisbon?
Yeah, Lisbon, yeah. Center.
So now they can confirm it on stream, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
We can confirm that this person has heard a rumor. That's all we can confirm.
Yeah. We did go to Lisbon for a reconnoitering.
He does. Look, he's sponsor pro.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'll just say officials did go to Lisbon.
Just a claim.
Lisbon from the EPT. Are the commentators commentating the game at all? I would be if I didn't have to take 2 seconds to ban you. You're banned. Ace high flop. Seven's holding.
Quite nice equity here at the Queen 9 suited of hearts.
Whoa, are we going to commentate in the game at all?
But a difficult continue. But if there's anyone that's capable of just sticking around, whether it's in the form of a call or a raise, might be Hazard, but not this time.
What do you use for ordering food?
I was just getting somebody at the hotel to
So like room service?
Yeah, I was going to room service. But you could call Maya Bay and just order the food and just arrive. I might do that. That's the plan. I was going to get my girlfriend to go down and grab it. The food is pretty quick in the Meridian. Are you in the Meridian? I was in the Meridian before.
Dude, the
last
food
year.
came
Yeah.
wicked quick
This
to the
year,
Meridian last night when I ordered there.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So
I ordered
fast.
last night and this morning.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How much money do they pay you?
Well, that's the thing. The omelet was only 16 euro. I couldn't believe it. Matter of fact, I ordered coffee early in the morning. And
You got room service twice in one morning?
and the night before.
And twice the night before?
Once the night before.
Oh.
It took 1 hour.
Soup club
I've
sandwich.
been there since
47 euro last night. Pretty reasonable
10
considering what it
minutes.
could be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
This morning, coffee. They didn't charge me for some reason.
I haven't ordered.
Hope they're not listening. And then I ordered the omelet, 16 euros.
I will say
It's
that
not get- I know it's
compared to
not
how
your bid,
high
but-
prices have gotten everywhere else in the
That's what I
world,
mean,
it
yeah.
doesn't seem that bad here anymore.
Yeah.
Less than 15 minutes every time up tomorrow. Because they don't have many dishes, right? They have like steak.
You want to keep
Like
it?
I joked on Instagram that my room service was $93, but it wasn't. It was much less than that. And then, so the last time I went to Johnny Rockets. What was it Johnny Rockets? It was like a food court at the Luxor in Las Vegas. I got a chicken sandwich. My friend got a burger. We shared fries. We shared a drink. It was $70
No
at the
way.
food court. So to get room service in Monaco for 68 euros.
That's what I mean. The world's
It
changing,
doesn't
but
seem
Monaco
that
always stays
expensive.
the same.
Yeah, right.
It's like the Matthew McConaughey meme.
That's right. They all stay the same. Stop talking and talk about the hand, says Yung Wa Oi. What hand?
Go on Uber Eats and a couple of places come up.
King 6 suited for Hasler.
Okay.
Also your band.
There is no adult supervision when it's just Joe and I, all right? The inmates run the asylum. We're going to talk about poker sometimes. Hey, even most of the time. But sometimes we need to talk about the surprisingly non-raised prices of food in Monaco. Or the new MCU movie. We just want to hang out with you guys.
Look, we can talk about the hand while it's happening.
Yeah. Hassler with the tennis shoes, the King 6, the kicks.
Raise from the button, call from the big blind. I see a club. I see a 10. These are the relevant cards right now.
Place is paid 175. Why are we showing you that? Well, only 217 players remain. We will get to the bubble today, as we always do, pretty much as a rule, on day 2 of our EPT events.
Ooh, now
Very juicy turn card.
Juicy indeed. 8,500 of the min cash. Why is it a juicy turn card, Griffin? Because it puts all the draws out there. Sorry, we didn't have time. We're going to the river.
I would love to have seen Hassler attack this card to really pressurize hands like 10x. 10-9, might have called, but now the pot would have been more inflated now that you make the effective nuts. Now your opponent just has a 10, and they're probably going to fold to a bet. Also would have given opportunity for Hassler to bluff on the river if he missed. Let's see how Piacentino reacts to this 80% pot bet. Only really spades have missed here.
Pass, says Passantino. Sorry, do you want us to talk about the hand right now? The one that's non-existent, the one that is over, and that next one hasn't been dealt yet. Should we talk about the hand? He's raking in the chips. He's using his left hand and his right hand. He's stacking the yellow chips first, it seems like.
Which really isn't the way to go about it. You should really take the chips that are the least amount first, because that way you can kind of you just have all the rest will be the ones that are the most. It makes it easier to stack, and I really think that's an important thing to remember when you're playing poker.
That's great analysis on the hand.
You was already too much into it, so you have to bet.
Yeah, they
you bet strong anyway.
No, I don't bet the river if
you don't make it yet.
I don't bet the
check back.
4 minutes left on this level. We've got Lander Liho.
Put it down. Put it down, Liho. 8-handed, 12 big blinds. Not good enough to shove. Not blockery enough to min. Just going to have to make a begrudging fold.
Action folds around to Griffin's favorite, Hassler, who folds.
Yeah, I gotta say, this level feels like Hassler's been running a VPIP over 60, but that hand not gonna do the trick. Queen deuce.
Kovalevsky with the K9 on the button. All right, down boy. Okay, easy, easy, easy. All right, calm down. 7 6 of spades in there. King 8, the Kate is in there. 10 9 deuce. Pair of nines for Kovalevsky. Gut shot for Piacentino. Noodles wants to know, Griffin, are we opening 9-10 suited under the gun there off 12 big blinds?
Here?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. That felt like a no to me, too.
Yeah.
I know.
If we knew this was the flop, we might.
I know, of course. I would want me.
Ace on the turn. Doesn't hit anybody.
It's so fucking fun.
Oh. Lol. Check, check.
No, but I used to be a comedian before.
What?
Yeah, in TV in Argentina.
Did Nachos just say he used to be a comedian?
My videos? Stand-up comedy.
Wow,
stay in your lane, Nacho.
They make the breaks too long, 25 minutes. So.
That's good.
20. They always put it as 20.
River's a jack.
But it ends up being
Also
25.
doesn't hit anyone.
I've noticed every break.
Because of the TV.
Yeah, I was going to say, this pot's ripe for bluffing. No one has shown much interest.
To wire the people here. Now we're wired. You just turn it off. And you can go to the bathroom and poop. It's fine.
Noodle says, so Jack 10 suited is our cutoff. I don't think you'd play Jack 10 suited there either, would you? With 12 big blinds?
I might. You can honestly do anything with that hand in that situation. You can shove. I wouldn't advise it because it's pretty close to the bubble. You can min raise because it has great playability, but it's not really a blocker hand. I think you just need to fold and then sort of projectile vomit on the table because it defends the ball.
Right.
Yeah. Probably one more.
You were the biggest entertainer so far here.
All right, players just been informed that they will still be on the feature table after this next break, which will be after this hand, I believe.
And a break of 25 minutes.
It's going to be more like 18 minutes.
If you ask me, you're out of the
listen,
TV,
I haven't checked the schedule, but I did just see Nick Walsh walk in. So I think you might be getting some Walshy next level.
Who else
guys.
did you see walk in?
Oh my God, it's James Hardigan. Yeah, so we're giving you the big boys next level. The adults coming back.
Kovalevsky, don't do it. Just take your break.
Yeah.
Just go on break. Don't be a hero.
Keep these mics on.
There you go. Let's let the 3 Europeans duke it out. Piacentino insta ships.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And sort of a bit of a cooler for a sub 30 big blind stack, but
stepped right on the rake.
This is a great example of why you don't open shove hands of this nature for this amount of chips, because you're just going to get called by a better and fold out worse. Again, I mean, I wouldn't fault Piacento for 4-bet shoving this hand if you got 3-bet, but
You were busting.
Really? You can't just open shove this?
no, not for this many chips.
Okay.
What's the point? You're going to fold out all the worst aces in the blinds. You're going to fold out all the
23
worst
big
10s
blinds?
that might call them in raise.
Too many big blinds. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
More than 23. I mean, 30 would be
Domination
75K, right?
Situation. Oh, I'm doing the math on it after the blinds go up, I think. When I say doing the math, I mean looking at the graphics. Top pair on the turn for Carvalho. That's going to be lights out for Piacentino, who's going to get much longer than a 25-minute break because he is out of here.
Do we keep mics on us?
Busting about 35 from the money. Piacentino, you will not be keeping the mic on you.
No souvenirs.
As our gold pass winner, Serafim Kowaleski, heads to the break. Eve of Destruction. Eve Piacentino sent to the rail here at EPT Monte-Carlo 2025. So as stated, we will be keeping this feature table. Now it's Carvalho who's on top after winning that domination situation. Van Luke and Sadu with over 50 big blinds. Hasler Barbero around 30. Gold Pass winners got just over 20 after the blinds go up when they get back. And Lander Liho will be looking to land it safely with 8 big blinds. More from EPT Monte-Carlo in 18 minutes time.
Come around to Antonius in the cutoff.
Can't even help but smile because he knows everybody knows. If it's folded to him, he's going to open.
He is absolutely loving it. He raises with ace-4. 120,000. Shemian calls with jacks. Here's our short stack with deuces. And he moves all in. Well, we know he's going to get called in one spot.
It's very likely to be deuces for him as he walks out the door.
Wow.
And now Dumont wakes up with queens in the big blind.
What is happening?
And he reshoves. And this is an interesting spot for Shemian.
Yeah, this is a...
Easy fold for Antonius, but for Shemian...
I give up.
He was obviously going to call the deuces. He also calls the raise from the queens.
What a spot for Dumont.
We have a 3-way all-in.
Really rough because obviously Shemian's hand is under reps.
I had the ace.
And
wow. This guy, this dealer, is going in the Dealer Hall of Fame. That's all I'm saying.
This orbit has been absolutely insane. So Shemian obviously has both players covered. If he spikes a jack, we get a double KO, and we're down to 7. If queens hold here, Salah goes out and Shemian is crippled.
If deuces never loses, Salah's right back in this. This is exciting either way you slice it. Don't put a chop on board, please.
I don't put it too. Maybe it's my time.
Actually, that'd be pretty cool too. I take it back.
Shemian said maybe it's his time, but it's kind of been his time for the last 8 hours, so...
Maybe clubs. Clubs. Oh, yeah.
Four clubs. I have the ace of clubs.
Let's run out this board. Queen high flop.
What a sweat.
Justice.
10 to the split.
Backdoor straight draw for Shemian.
2.4.
Running deuce draw for Salah.
2.4, I think. 2.3. Oh. You want? 2.1, 2.2.
Shemian's going to be left with about 1.5 million. And that's it. Both players drawing dead on the turn, so Dumont gets better than a double up, and Salah is eliminated. We now have our official final table of 8, as Sadri Salah departs in 9th place, cashing for 54,000 euros.
Sadri Salah, more like Sadri Salah.
6 hands, huh?
Can afford, right?
Antonius has opened with 10s, Dumont has kings.
And considering Antonius is the shortest stack, I think there's a chance we might see more chips go in. I think this is a tough hand to get away from.
I'd say nearly impossible.
Under the gun versus under the gun +1.
He does have the option to call still and, you know, see what he believes could be a safe flop, meaning no overcards.
He does just call, leaving himself 20 bigs behind. And what an amazing flop for Dumont, top set.
That's the kind of flop that'll save Antonius some more chips, or at least save him from losing his entire stack this hand.
Checks the action to Dumont.
Ace King's obviously a very likely hand you put your opponent on when he 3-bets.
You know how I say always bet your sets?
Yes.
I'm okay with him checking this time.
Yeah, he checks it back. Now there are 2 overcards to Patrick's 10s on the board.
And now I think with 2 flush draws, Dumont is going to go for value here, but it might just get Antonius to check fold. Whereas I think Antonius would have considered check calling the flop because he can turn some backdoor equity with, you know, some possible straight draws on the turn. I think this turn card and a delayed c-bet just doesn't look bluffy whatsoever if you're Antonius. And of course, there's a ton of river cards you don't want to see. And Antonius knows that it's very likely just going to get worse for him by the river. It is just 450 into a pot of 1.9 million.
Patrick did call. 2.3 million in the middle now. Quads on the river for Dumont.
I really hope we are not going to use a popular hashtag at the end of this hand.
Hashtag blessed? Hashtag no filter?
You know what one I'm talking about.
Hashtag dilly dilly.
I think the best hand Antonius could possibly have here is probably ace-queen suited. So because of that and because of the missed draws, I think Dumont's going to go for, you know, a sizing maybe like half pot or a little bit less. I think he doesn't.
25,000 is the bet.
525,000, which is roughly a third of Patrick's remaining chips. So if he calls here, he would be left with 10 big blinds, or he can fold, leaving himself a 16 big blind stack.
And it's, you know, just enough to pique his curiosity, but at the same time, it's just so value-y. I don't know.
We've seen Patrick do this before. He thinks it through. He considers all options. It seems pretty obvious 10s are beat here. This would be one heck of a multi-street bluff.
Dumont hasn't really been seen getting out of line with his 3-bets. Patrick raised from under the gun. And, you know, as played when Dumont checks back the flop, bets turn, and bets the river on the small side, there's not a lot of bluffs that he can have.
He hasn't been seen getting out of line. He has been seen picking up huge hands in really pivotal spots.
He's running out of time.
I know he looks like Thanos, but this ain't the Infinity War. No. Oh, man, he called.
Patrick calls. He is not eliminated, but it is hashtag severe wounding by quads. And Patrick Antonius is left with just a 10 big blind stack as Dumont increases his chip lead at this 6-handed final table. He now has 7.4 million.
5. Nice.
Hand number 40 of the final table. Blinds are currently 60,000, 120,000. This is level 30 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Not going to play 7 deuce this time, Georgi. King Queen for Patrick Antonius. Short stack at the table. On the button. 10 big blinds.
We are going to see an all-in every single time.
Yeah, and I don't think any other choice but to shove. And he is all in. Red triangle. And Dumont's got the ace-8 of diamonds.
Gotta call. Obviously, you don't want to double up Patrick Antonius, one of the most dangerous players at the table. But given that he's the shortest stack right now and how wide he's shoving the button, I believe you got it. I just can't fold ace-8 suited.
Well, he's going to get a count. 1.3 million. Just over 10 bigs.
Even if he calls and loses here, he's still going to be in pretty much joint first place.
Sounds like he's just announced call. Here we go, poker fans. Patrick Antonius all in and at risk on an EPT final table. He will need to improve to stay in this tournament. His King Queen versus Dumont's ace-8 of diamonds.
Another coin flip.
He'll take it, 42%.
You run well with these. You'll be all right.
As much as everyone likes Antonius, the people on the table will be very much hoping he doesn't get the double up.
Let's gamble.
Do you think, Patrick? Is it good?
We have a lot of people.
Like 50-50. That's how I feel.
We have a lot of people in the chat rooting for Patrick Antonius.
A lot of people calling for kings and queens. There is his wife on the rail.
42% of the time, he wins every time.
The flop does not have a king or a queen, but it does give Patrick additional outs. Now a jack will make him a straight. 10 cards Patrick can hit. Still has the same equity he had pre-flop.
Yeah, still over 40% chance he stays alive here. A 9 will do him no favors. Just one card to come.
Queen or jack.
Patrick Antonius needs a king, queen, or jack on the river, or we lose the last remaining former EPT champ. River card is a 7, and that will do it for Patrick Antonius. It was 13 years ago that he won his EPT title in Baden. No second trophy for him, but a 6th place finish worth 139,050 euros. And at least he doesn't have a long journey home. Tell you what, Zhang's come alive. Not sure what he had during the break, but he is stepping it up several gears. Dumont opened on the button with King 7. Zhang 3-betting with Ace-4 off from the small.
And I hope our Twitch viewer who is railing his fellow countrymen decided to stay up for this coverage, because as you say, Zhang now is making all the moves. A 3-bet here to 825k. Yazonis in the big blind with the 10-5 offsuit is going to eventually fold. And King 7 offsuit on the button for Dumont. Again, not a particularly playable hand.
I felt for you during the first level, by the way, Finton, when all these people were making references to Hans Gruber, and all I could think is, poor Finton will have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
But in that situation, I'm at home, I can Google, I don't have to be embarrassed, I can just nod and smile when I'm in here and I'm like, yeah,
Hans Gruber,
yeah, that guy.
It looks like Dumont.
50, sorry. 17. 7. I see what?
I thought you said all in.
1725, I think. No. 17. 50.
Excuse me?
I want to say 1.
Is he 4-betting?
There's some confusion about what he said verbally. The intention is clearly to 4-bet. Zhang thought he heard him say all in. In fact, he was verbally declaring a bet of 1.75 million. So yes, a 4-bet from Dumont, whose instincts seem to be finely tuned, like an engine in the car he uses to teach people how to drive.
Is there anything Zhang can do here? No, he's just going to have to fold. And that's the power of being the biggest stack at the table. You want to 3-bet me? A 4-bet it right back.
Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack-8 offsuit. He's had a good tournament so far. A very aggressive player, this hand being no exception, makes it 165,000, gets Tor Stung to fold the small blind. Lozano looking interested in the big blind with Jack-10 of hearts.
This is a good hand to call and see a flop.
So 2 big stacks go to the flop. And the flop is queen high. Nothing for either player.
This is a fairly safe flop to continuation bet. This only hits a queen and a club flush draw. He can bet and take it down. Or he can think about it and check back.
Another queen comes on the turn. It's also a 3rd club. And Lozano feels like he can steal it.
Giuseppe slowed down on the flop. Jesus is going to take a stab.
230,000.
Well, again, Giuseppe's going to think about this.
We saw him happily float against Chandra de Vries.
Yup, and it looks like that's what's going to go on here. Giuseppe has a cunning plan in store. He's going to float this turn with nothing to try to win this pot on the river.
They both have the same hand. Queens and deuces with a jack kicker.
The aggressor will probably win this pot.
Lozano has not shut down. He bets a second time.
And Giuseppe's reaching for chips. It looks like his plan is falling into place. He's going to raise Jesus off this chop pot.
Makes it 790,000.
How much?
If Jesus thinks Pantaleo's on the steal, can he find the courage to re-raise him?
Well, Jesus can't possibly call this river raise. He could only be good if Giuseppe was calling his turn bet with a complete air ball to bluff the river. To win, he needs to re-raise.
Call.
He's called!
Immediately. Well, it's going to be a chop pot.
Whoa, Pantaleo's just mucked!
Call the farol.
Giuseppe just forfeited the pot by mucking his hand, and it would have been a chop pot.
Yeah, but you don't think someone's going to be calling you with the same hand, do you?
That's exactly why he mucked.
I can't believe Lozano called there with Jack high, and I can't believe he just mucked.
Well, if there's one lesson to be learned, never muck your cards until your opponent's hand has been revealed.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo, where day 2 of the main event continues at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. We're returning from break with 213 players getting ever closer to the bubble. With 175 making the money, we can expect that bubble to burst in the last session of the day. These are the chip leaders coming into the penultimate level of the day. Jack O'Neill is the chip leader with 510,000 chips. Meanwhile, it is Manuel Carvalho who is the chip leader at our feature table, playing nearly 200k, 65 big blinds. The reigning champ, Dirk Van Luke, also a healthy stack, 55 bigs, which is the average right now, 167,000, spot on average. Kali Sadu, around 50 bigs, Nacho Barbero just shy of 30 bigs. Our gold pass winner, Serafim Kovalevsky, playing 20 bigs, and Lander Liho is the shorty. I would even say that Lander is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I am James Hartigan. He is Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
About to get the action restarted. Blinds going up to 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. Level 14, fourth level of the day. And yeah, that means one level to play after this, Nick, on the other side of the dinner break. And even though we're close to the money now, I still don't think we'll get to the bubble. I still don't think we'll make the money until that last session of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right. And often, James Hartigan's instincts on these sorts of things are very accurate. So I defer to your wisdom, James.
Inevitably, as we get closer to the money, we will start to see the action slow down. We will start to see people just realizing that, hold on a second, if I kind of fold my 25 big blind stack for another few orbits, I'm guaranteed a min cash of 8.5K.
Yeah, actually, I was watching some really interesting content recently about like when should we start to take ICM into consideration, because for a long time it was sort of like a final table thing, right? I think on the final table we need to make some big decisions because the money's really big. And now some of the work we've been doing indicates that perhaps it might kick in as soon as like 50% of the field, 40% of the field remaining.
Wow.
So at this stage, certainly in place, and that needs to be consideration. So ranges will be tighter in general. That is certainly true.
I mentioned the min cash. These are the top payouts, and of course we're not going to be paying these sums until late on Friday, and on Saturday when we play the final table, play down to a winner. But that first prize of €1 million, the single biggest chunk of the prize pool of €5,795,000. 1,195 total entries this year, 213 remain, and we are getting the action back underway on the other side of break, ahead of the dinner break here on day 2 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. A reminder, the blinds are now 1,500, 3,000.
Have to wire up, and it starts on time.
Yeah, perfect.
Those are the 3-4 minutes you wonder what happens.
Nacho Barbero folds the king 7.
You busted? Last hand?
Round 2, Serafim Kovalevsky.
King. He opened gem. Good run.
The old Dolly Parton working 9 to 5.
It's in the right order as well. Love that.
Manuel Carvalho, table chip leader, Jack 8. And that is a raise from the button. Lander Liho with 9-8 of hearts. Folds. And Cully Sadu is in the big blind with 7-5 off.
Decides to have a defend. I don't mind it, James.
King 7 deuce, so it is Sadu who's flopped best here with second pair. Playing in flow, checks to Carvalho.
Playing in flow indeed, James. C-bet for sure. 5,000 is a nice size here, approximately 1/3, a little bit less. I like the size down here.
This ain't getting a fold.
No, absolutely not. However, we still have 2 overcards to second pair. Do have some additional streets to potentially find barrels. And that is a great card to barrel when we pick up a gut shot. Very frequently a card that we want to continue the aggression, James.
I guess the question is whether a second barrel would get a fold, though.
Yeah, I think we want to make this like close to 20.
26.5 in the middle.
Ooh.
And that is bigger than 20.
It's full pot, yeah?
Yeah, it has gone full pot. Looks like 26K. 25.5, in fact. And does get the fold from the pair of 7s. Carvalho increasing his stack, increasing his chip lead at this table. More than 70 big blinds, with nearly all of this level still to play.
Yeah, and it's one of those frustrating spots, James. When you got the 7 there, you're just aware, as a thinking player, that your opponent will c-bet that flop as a bluff a lot.
Yeah.
They will barrel the turn a lot as a bluff a lot. And, you know the 7 probably is good some of the time, but poker is more than just, I think I have the best hand now. It's about what's going to happen in future. And if your opponent is aggressive, are we really going to be able to call down with a 7 in that spot? It is tricky. You probably do want to do it some of the time, but you probably want a better 7 to do it with.
Sure. So we've referenced a few times today that this is the first EPT of 2025. This is the first EPT live stream that we've been able to bring people this year, Nick. A reminder that there will be 3 further stops on the European Poker Tour this year. Barcelona in the summer, Malta in the autumn, and then Prague in the winter. But don't forget, over the summer months, once we wrap here in Monte-Carlo, there's a couple of PokerStars Opens. Namur in Belgium hosts the PokerStar Open at the end of May, beginning of June, before everyone heads to Malaga in Spain for the PokerStars Open there from June 16th through 22nd. Barbero has opened under the gun with ace-queen. We've got reigning champ Dirk van Luke in the big with 4 deuce of diamonds, and he's defending.
Liking the shades on the table today. Let's take a look at the flop.
That flop is Jack 9-6 with just the 1 diamond. I mean, a bit of backdoor potential for Van Luke, but this is going to go check, bet, fold a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think that's how we want to play it. Just 5K on the flop sounds great to me if I'm Nacho. If I'm Senor Barbero. Decided to size up here. Also cool. Looks like 8 to me. Yep, 8K to go.
Hello to Let's Give It a Spin, who's watching. Casino streamer who was at the Irish Open taking part in the Scoop Invitational. Pleasure meeting you in Dublin, Mr. Hartigan. Hope to see you in Malta. I will be there, so definitely come and say hello.
Good to see you.
Why don't we all just fall to the money? I'm okay with that.
Plus, it's being televised.
Yeah, nice attempt at collusion, Nacho.
And everybody falls, and then you raise, everybody falls. I mean, is that collusion? No.
What a goofball.
Yeah.
It would be good for TV.
I mean, at least Nacho's owning it, right? Content. It's like, I'm the guy who does slightly questionable things. For fun.
I have some really cool ideas. I should be... I don't want to say. Shut up. Be good. Be a good boy. Not like you.
All right, AJ, here we go.
Kovalevsky's raise, flattered by Nacho, heads up to the flop. And domination rotation big time. Trip 8s for Nacho.
Not the worst flop. Is he playing in flow, James? That's the question.
Yes. Action goes check, check. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Kovalevsky now drawing dead.
And if you're Nacho at this point, you're concerned you're not getting enough value if you don't start betting. We certainly will have some leads as a bluff here, especially when we can leverage that big blind range. A lot of the defense here connecting with the 8-6-4 kind of low connected texture. Obviously, plenty of 8x combos in the big blind.
Yeah.
So we're going to lead here, 7.5 and a 16.5. There is a question mark here as to whether or not this is the size we would use if we were bluffing, but I still think, it's very reasonable to have this size. If you think your opponent is more prone to having hands like ace-jack, ace-king, ace-10, that kind of thing that would check flop more frequently, then a smaller size would just inherently make more sense. And I think this is nicely played from Nacho. And just decides against it. Like, I think technically, James, if we're going to check ace-jack, we're probably supposed to continue on the turn at some frequency, especially against a smaller size. The problem is, if you know your customer, Nacho probably is either going to continue bluffing if he doesn't have it, or he's going to be value betting with a hand that he has connected with. And therefore, potentially just giving up is going to be the easier of the two options at the very least.
Story of my life. I get scammed, I get scammed, I get scam. I got scammed with Luna. Scam with what? What do you say?
Jack's hair on your head.
No, buddy. I wish I had that, but no. I got completely scammed.
There we go.
La
Red
belle,
triangle of
la
death as
belle.
Lander Leo finds himself all in with pocket eights.
And I like the style points, James. I think the eights just increased in equity.
Oh, Dirk Van Luke calling with the Spraggy.
23?
This is a little loosey-goosey, James. Where are we at? 15, 3, 3, 6, 9, 12. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to be in here with A7, but...
you never want to be in here with A7 ever.
Yeah, it's the Spraggy. That's an issue.
And Leo's going to take it.
I think Leo's expression reflects my cynicism here. He's going, I can't believe I got this spot, but I will accept it.
So far, he is successfully swerving aces.
What? 2-5 of broccoli? It's never fucking easy.
An ace, an 8, or a 3 would be a bad card on the river for Lander. But that is safe, and that is a double up.
You want to do the edge?
I want to do it.
So approaching the 17 big blind mark now.
Lander Lijo in the house. He's alive.
Very lucky guy.
Está vivo.
And
I'm a very lucky guy.
Kovalevsky's got about the same now, right?
Not
So
in
we've
poker,
got
but
two
every day I
shortish
woke
stacks at the table.
Yeah, I'll have to actually look that one up later on, but the A7 call there for, you know, 8-ish, 7-ish bigs. You can imagine being ahead of some other sort of low-suited aces and stuff like that, but with player stack behind as well, it just feels... yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel great to me, but then also it's the Spraggy, James. And some people just haven't got the memo yet, despite all of our exclamations.
Quick fire questions. Yan B, did he just grab the all-in button? Yes. Francisco, registration still open? No. Andrin, the Swiss man's first name is Kevin? Yes. Thank you for your questions.
Do commentators read the chat? No. Thank you for your question.
Exactly, Ed. People need to learn. Spraggy learned his lesson after doing 4 bullets in the 100K at the PCA a few years back. Every single one he busted with A7 offsuit. As Hasler opens small to big with ace-king, Kovalevsky, jack 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, this does feel like a hand we're probably supposed to defend because that small blind steal obviously can be extremely wide potentially. However, Kovalevsky here, 17 big blinds effective, right? Hassler, 25. So the effective stack here being about 17. It's actually 19 to start the hand, which is relevant. Just decided against it here, and I think this actually might be a pretty cute ICM decision here, James.
Yeah.
You know, from a Chippy V perspective, I think probably we are supposed to just continue, but why threaten your tournament life? Oh, what was that?
Falling apart.
Aren't we online?
Somebody opened a Coke can or something.
Yeah, I think so. Usually, I think
Some people like to have some fizzy pop while playing poker.
What's your favorite kind of fizzy pop, James?
I don't like any of them. Lander with aces. Opens under the gun. Ace queen for Dirk Van Luke. Is he going to double him up again? I think we could see a serious comeback for Lander. Because he's priced himself in now with this 3-bet to 18,000 that when Landelijo shoves with aces, Van Luke's going to have to call.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup, James, because, you know, I think 3-betting with ace-queen here isn't a mistake by any means, but actually sizing your bet this way means that it's very difficult to potentially make some big folds, you know, at a later stage in the hand, because against a player that's starting with sub 20 big blinds, we probably want to have a 3-bet size closer to 2.5x the initial open or smaller. That allows us to have more bluffs, but also we actually can 3-bet fold on occasion too. And now we've invested the whole 3 big blinds, and our opponent is all in for about 17 more or so.
53?
And I mean, you're getting nearly 2-to-1 on this call.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
you are getting 2-to-1.
It's a cold deck. It's a cold deck, really, in the grand scheme of things. But just on a sort of finesse point, there is probably a different bet size that can be used here, which allows us to have more bluffs and then potentially make some big folds with certain hands and certain situations. So I want to say off to the races, but this is just about as good as it gets pre-flop. It's going to be like 83% equity, something like that. Oh, it's 91.
Yeah.
With the cards folded.
And Van Luke drawing very thin, just 4% equity. Could be drawing dead on the turn.
Queen 10.
This is going to be another double up for Landelijo. Another double up through the reigning champion. And that is going to change positions on the leaderboard substantially.
Turn around when you fold. So
because Landelijo is now third in chips with 114k, and Dirk Van Luke is now one off the bottom with 26 big blinds.
1 out. 14? Yeah.
13
Nice hand.
Ivan in the chat says ace-ace versus ace-queen off is 91.x% to 8%. You're quite right. I just looked it up myself.
So Lander comes back from break, knowing he's got like 7 bigs, and you're thinking, well, I'm going to need to find a spot. There's no way I'm going to make the money. And then that happens. You get the 8s
so many
against ace-7. You get the aces against ace-queen. Job's a good one. Bob's your uncle. Here you are in contention.
Yeah, absolutely.
5 for
I think
red.
that
36.
the ace-queen spot's kind of just whatever. I think it's probably fair just to 3-bet and get it in, but the ace-7 spot is what sort of set off the cascade of events, James, and that's what tournament poker is really about.
No, I'm not sure, but yeah, but it will be creative.
Karim is asking how many royal flushes have we had?
I was playing online yesterday. I had 5 yesterday.
Just 5?
Just 5, yeah.
I think I've had probably like 4 lifetime.
But you puke. You go
one of which I flopped with 2 cards in the London Victoria Casino in Edgware Road.
That's a lot opening with 6-5 of clubs. Kovalevsky, who has 16 big blinds, has king-queen on the button. I'd be tempted to ship this.
I would too, James. I would too, but bubble time.
You can't fold your way to the money with 16 big blinds.
I think many would beg to differ, especially if you take 20 minutes on this decision. There we go. Let's run it. He's not scared.
The shove gets through.
1-7.
It's okay. Around.
Not bad. 21 big blinds now.
Hi.
Well, looks like we have a new player coming to the table.
French.
As we just step away from the main stage to show you the current tournament chip leader, Jack O'Neill. We know he came back from break with more than $500,000, and we believe that 15 minutes into the level, he is still #1 on the leaderboard. tournament boss with 203 players remaining.
Good. Bit of it more.
And it is Rafi El-Hara who is the new player at the feature table. Playing 73,500, 24 big blinds. John, we often get blamed for the sneezes, coughs, random breathing, and other weird noises that the players make. Our microphone etiquette is almost exemplary. Please don't blame us for some of the random stuff that the players do. One of the things that does happen is that when players cover their mouth to hide tells, you do get to hear them breathing very heavily into their hoodie. Nacho wins that with a 3-bet.
As a policy, I can guarantee you Twitch chat has never heard me breathe, ever.
Rafi El-Hara, a well-known member of the Israeli poker community, known by his nickname Rafi Vegas. Original.
That is a great name.
I love one Israeli TV show.
Come on, Rafi.
That is in Netflix. I don't remember the name now. Fauda, yeah. Super good.
Obviously.
Yeah. It's good, right? No.
They say it's good. I didn't watch it.
Ah, no? You didn't watch it? Okay. Okay.
Which one?
Fauda.
Fauda.
Amazing.
Amazing, yeah.
You watch it?
Yeah.
So good.
So good, yeah.
Funny that I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
Say pocket queens is a top 3 hand, James.
Absolutely, and it's Hasler's turn to pick up the queens. Raises to 7,500. Round to the table chip leader, Manuel Carvalho.
Yeah.
Manuel has the kind of hand that likes to 3-bet James.
I mean?
Queen 10 suited is primo candidate this stack depth. Decides just to call. That also seems very reasonable. It's a hand you want to play in some variety.
I can tell you from personal experience, Queen 10 suited does not play well against queens.
That is also a fair comment. I will accept that.
It was on goal. Yeah. I'm running good.
It counts on goal.
Yeah, but I mean, first on the TV, it was like his goal. And then I checked the sofa score live stream. Yeah. And then I see it's on goal. But
And Luke calling as well out of the big blind.
I don't know. Tough one.
Very tough. I have no idea what.
And we have an ace-9 for flop, so queen's still good, but 2 clubs.
Yeah, James, defending the king deuce in a multi-way pot from the big blind here sounds like a very, very difficult hand to make work.
This guy's won an EPT, you haven't.
I completely agree. I bow to
I will
that.
put it here and I will watch it in my phone otherwise. We're not going to be on the
However,
table after this.
I think that king deuce is...
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying.
It's going to suffer.
EPT champion over here.
I have 68 minutes to bluff you.
I accept.
It's at 9.
Queen 10 suited is a nice hand.
No, we already been here for 2 hours.
All right, so on the turn, we have the 6 of clubs. That is a made flush for Cavallo.
Maybe now you came now because you're a superstar, right?
And now we bet. I think we can bet like 20K on the turn.
Tough game without Kunde and Valde. Very tough.
I like that you can see the cogs turning when Carvalho has a decision. Oh, it's going to size up a little bit. 22.5.
So Hasler decided not to barrel the turn. Carvalho taking over the betting, 17.5.
17.5, yeah.
And I think the ace is going to save him.
Shows the queens as well. I'm not sure if that's a wise decision there, James. I do think sometimes people are a bit too strict with their whole no showing policy. I think there are certain situations that have more gravity than others.
Sure.
Showing that you're very willing to give up the queens there on the turn, I think, can become a weapon your opponents use against you in later streets. It's also televised, so he can see it if he wants, I guess, but that's not really the point. Still worth discussing.
I think we're missing the big story from the hand, which is somehow King Deuce off did not win.
Favorite, but very little. And I don't know why it would be a Barcelona favorite over there.
They play away, like on the home game.
And we never win there. It's like really complicated, that stadium for us. But anything can happen. They're like two great teams. So whoever wakes up with the...
Is there a big soccer match about to happen?
I think there might be. I'm just wondering if the Tottenham Hotspurs
The Argentinians a bit injured,
are going to be playing.
Well, I heard Nacho mention Barcelona, so I'm going to imagine that Barcelona is one of the squadrons in contention.
One of the squadrons?
He's not going to finish.
Top squadron?
He's going to play like 60 minutes. And he's playing because he's... No, but you will see. He's super good, yeah. He cannot play the whole game.
They're playing the Milan
If he
Inters.
force himself, he will be able to, but maybe because he's so... I don't think he...
Maybe he needs Barca doctors to play on the game.
Yeah, no, but...
Alexander says, tell me commentators are American without telling me they're Americans. Do I sound
like a
American?
Do I sound like I'm being sincere when I say the Tottenham Hotspurs?
He's not 100%.
Yeah, I believe it's Barca Inter.
Otherwise he wouldn't play.
Apparently it's the semi-final of the UEFA Champions League.
It's always coming 7, James.
It is indeed. This is the second set of sevens that I've seen today, and Hasler is betting his set. Board pairs on the turn, giving Hasler the full house, giving him a lock on this hand. Cavallio does not improve in any way. LD says, James, you do sound American. Pre-1776 American. Bet you're yearning for those days right now. Fewer than 200 players remaining in the main event. 198 players from a starting field of 1,195. 175 will make the money. The bubble is going to burst today. Everyone who returns tomorrow for day 3 is going to be guaranteed at least a min cash.
James Bennett is also a soccer fan. He says, I love my London Arsenals. Hams, West London.
One would be under.
Excellent. A fellow soccer fan. My favorite part is when they kick the ball.
The goal kicking contest. The only reason to ever watch a soccer match is when they've played the full time, they then play overtime, and then they have the goal kicking contest to decide who wins. Ace King suited for Cully Sadu.
Here's a good hand. And how much we got here? 43 big blinds to start the hand. Let's start with some elevation. Goes for the min, open.
It never fails to entertain me how easily triggered some absolute morons are.
James, I was about to say, we're going to do some deep dive analysis on, you know, the high points of the stream, and we're going to find the most engagement was when we were calling football, soccer, and penalty shootouts.
Hey, Mika, you'll be delighted to know on the new
competition.
season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour, we've got a soccer legend. We've got soccer star Gerard Piqué, a man who played soccer for many years, played in many soccer games for Barcelona, and that soccer legend is part of the Big Game on Tour, so I know you're going to enjoy those shows.
Probably, yeah.
The PokerStars bigwigs are going to tell us to troll more about football. That's how we get the clicks, James. All right, so 2 overcards and a flush draw feels pretty grand. And speaking of grand, we're going to make this 27 grand to go.
Yeah. 2 hands.
A post-flop flip on our hands here.
Queen 3.
And the pot goes to Cully Sadu.
I think he played very good.
I mentioned that Cully has made 2 EPT final tables, London and Dublin, and I have been advised that that is a real place. New Invention is actually the name of a place in Shropshire in the United Kingdom.
Pre-flop on the flop.
4.6 million in live earnings.
Could have been a very good hand after the turn.
It's called New Invention.
Apparently, it's a hamlet.
That's very cool.
It was named after a local farrier who had the idea to fit horseshoes backwards to confuse enemies in times of war, hence New Invention. Thank you, Statrick, for that hashtag fun fact.
That's incredible.
I explained you why.
By the way, all of these idiots, are you writing vociferous letters of complaint to Sky Sports every week when they have Soccer Saturday running in the afternoon? Do you take great offence that a British broadcaster broadcasting this sport on British TV is using this word?
No. But they allow me. I'm special. You cannot, by the way.
No, I can't.
Yeah, there are little kids that are watching. Oh no, they ask you, are you 18 and older? You can watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carvalho is raised with ace-jack of hearts. Cully Sadu is flattered with 9s. Kovalevsky folding.
So he checks out. Fair fight. It's going to be a pre-flop flip. Let's see what's on the flop.
A king, a 10, and a 5.
And seems like a situation where we can either bet or check. I mean, obviously that sounds super obvious. What I'm saying is that I think we probably do a mix of both with our gut shot. And we pick up the heart draw on the turn now to go with our gutter ball. And it feels kind of fine to bet. Obviously, we're going to have a ton of equity. I think also checking is not unreasonable. The thing that I think is interesting about betting here, James, is if our opponent is not going to bet king 10-5, they will turn up with hands like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 4s. And those are combinations we could still get to fold prior to improving to the gut shot or the flush. And it seems that Sadu is interested in betting turn. Goes for 9K into a pot of 20.5. And that is the Stone Cold Nuts.
Hold on. 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Yes, that is Broadway.
Love to see a trap check here. I think against the 9s it probably does just go check, which is a shame, but against range, I wonder if checking river has some value. Decides that he's going to have a little bet. 11K into a pot of 38.5. And that will take it down.
You gonna bet Barca? So we can bet between us. Qualify.
What you want?
Barca?
I'm a Barca fan. I mean, I don't want to be rooting against Barca, honestly. I don't like the bet, honestly.
Oh,
Barca zero is like 190. Almost even money.
190 to 90 minutes?
Draw no bet.
Draw no bet. Oh, 90 minutes. Yeah, that's what I took last night.
Collies to do with kings.
I usually don't bet to qualify.
It's a lovely bet. You get the penalty sweat.
Yeah, I know. First, I never bet before seeing the lineup.
Defending the big blind with Jack 10. And it is a 10 high flop. Oosh.
Yeah. This is going to be danger zone territory. 21 big blinds effective as well, James. It feels very difficult to imagine the 10 is not going to do a few chips here without improving. And I think on this texture, we are allowed to size up.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying LD explaining in chat to everyone right now what Babe Station is. And that's a very succinct and accurate description. So yes, 8K is the C-bet.
I've just read the end of that one. Nice. That's accurate, though. Yeah.
So here is another hashtag fun fact, and this 100% true. So Joe and I used to work on some cash game shows for Sky Poker. And the guy who was producing those TV shows that we worked with used to be the gallery producer on Babe Station.
Oh, wow. I mean, I can imagine some real complexity in that gig. Okay, both
flush
players
versus flush.
have a flush, yeah. Got to make sure you get those angles right. It's so hard to fold the Jack of Spades here, James. The turn went check, check as well. Yeah, of course it did. Eight of Spades is definitely a danger card. You have to imagine that your opponent is going to try and represent spades here if you check a lot of the time. He might go for like kind of a block situation here. Looks like 8K. Yeah, that's what it is, James. Little blocker bet scenario. And now the question is whether or not Sadhu will decide to try and go for value with the King of Spades. I mean, you can say the King of Spades is a pretty big flush. That's the second biggest flush you can have. However, would my opponent do the same thing with the Ace of Spades for this small size? Surely they would size up, and I think that's kind of where we're going to derive that information from. And for that reason, we just see the raise to 15K. This is a very well-sized bet. And the Jack of Spades absolutely can level themselves into calling here, and rightly so. This does feel like a spot where Sadhu can try and represent the Ace of Spades effectively. Sorry, chat, you're quite right. Sorry, 15,000 more to call is what I mean to say. Raised to 23K total. Thank you for keeping me honest. Yeah, understandable. King of Spades is good. Sadu finding the right raise, and the Jack of Spades, unfortunately, not getting away from it on this occasion. Understandably so, though.
That's going to leave Rafi with a 10 big blind stack. And good spot by John Delano that James Bond would be loving that board. The 7-5 of spades would take down the sit and go at Casino Royale. And the dealer will be receiving a 500K tournament chip.
Did they call it a sit and go outright in the movie?
They don't.
Okay, because I feel like even though it was a sit and go, and we know what is a sit and go, it's not a very sexy way to describe a poker tournament, is it?
It's a winner-takes-all poker tournament.
There you go.
It just so happens that the chips do directly correspond to the cash value of the buy-in.
Sure. It's a winner-take-all cash game. Here's a pretty hand, James. 8-9 of hearts. Oh, we're calling in the cutoff now. That's kind of cool. Hassler has about 21 bigs here. Rafi, 10 big blinds in the small blind, deciding whether or not he wants to ship this. Just decides to call instead.
So we're 20 off the money, by the way, in case you're wondering why the pace of play is starting to slow and some of the shorter stacks are taking time over their decisions.
Look at this from our big blind. 8-5 offsuit going for the raise versus 2 limps.
Well, in the same way, I was just talking about the tactics that short stacks are going to take right now, Nick. This is what you're meant to do as a big stack,
Oh,
right?
I love it. I love it. It's showing a lot of confidence, and I think it just might work.
You've got to abuse the bubble.
And that is what you call a power of poker, James. I'm a huge fan of that. Go Portugal.
Yeah, and Manuel now playing more than $250,000, around 85 big blinds. And still half this blind level to play. What have I missed? Oh, I see. Right, okay.
And you're banned.
Ed's been on it today, so I kind of wanted to leave it to him.
Yeah, sure. Ed's always on it, mate.
Ooh. Sadu opens with ace-queen. Hasler flats with jacks.
This is an interesting flat with the Jables here, James. Well, okay, no, it's first under the gun. Okay, never mind. He's going to play it cool. We are approaching bubble again. Always need to remind ourselves of that. I actually think this is fine. And buttons out of the way. Are we going to see elevation? This is our feature table chip leader. Why slow down when you can speed up? Here it comes. Now, if Sidhu's paying attention, he'll probably just want to bang this in. Wait, sorry, not bang this in. Maybe a 4-bet. A little bit too deep. Ooh, gets it done. Understandably as well, that's not a slight at Sidhu. It's a very, very tricky spot with a hand like ace queen off. And he is in a fantastic position to min cash plus. So again, this is why these moves are so effective. Now, Hassler probably knows he has to commit the rest here. Given the way that he's underrepresented his hand pre-flop. But is he just going to flat and go from there? He's counted out the value there.
What's Hassler got? Around 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Fewer than 20 from the money. I mean, he knows he has to play this hand, but he really doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, I mean, the fact he flatted pre-flop, James, is an indication of that. Again, that's not a criticism of Hassler's play. I think flatting jacks in this position is totally fine, especially given the circumstances, 20 off the money. However, against our chip leader, how do we want to proceed? That looks like a man who wants to fold his hand. I mean, at this point, I think he's telegraphing the strength of his hand with his reaction. Everything about this body language says, I have nines, I have jacks, I have medium strength that is probably good enough to get in, but I'm not going to get involved. Folds it face up, shows the king-queen.
Yeah.
And that is another example of our chip leader doing chip leader things, James. This is very exciting poker, and he's managed to find 2 consecutive spots to aggregate chips with the worst hand, and I'm here for it.
So we are halfway through the level, the exact halfway point. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, we were just discussing this, the new season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour coming very soon. The first lineup, the new lineup, where you can see a loose cannon try and win real cash money in a high-stakes game in Vegas. We've got Jennifer Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benja, and Gerard Piqué. What sport is Gerard Piqué famous for playing,
He's
Joe?
a soccer player, right?
And on that note, I'll leave you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. We were talking about, they were talking about soccer earlier in chat. Sorry, Nacho was talking about soccer, and they were talking about like the attributes of the players on a team, and I was like, it's so cool that they're able to make so much out of soccer because there's really only like 3 attributes, right? Are they fast? Are they a good kicker? And can they hit the ball with their head? There's not much to it, you know what I mean? But they managed to have so much strategy just on like how good of a kicker you are.
Yeah, and then they have those awesome breakdowns when they interview the coach about what happened afterwards. And they go, well,
he didn't kick it very well today.
You know, we went out there, we tried our best, and at the end of the day, the goals just didn't happen, and that's the game.
Well, the other team was faster and better kickers.
Turns out that the boys didn't get the job done because we unfortunately didn't score as many goals.
That's right. But it all comes down to kicking, I think, probably.
Very insightful.
Occasionally with the head, I get it. I'm like, you got to do a good head ball every once in a while.
Yep. I know some top head ballers.
King on the river, queen on the river.
All right, action's folded around to Carvalho, who's made it 6,500 with king 8 of hearts and Cully. Cully. You can't spell Cully without KK.
Me neither, buddy. Let's ride.
Sidhu. 55 big blinds, second in chips at this table at the moment. Going to war versus our chip leader. Our feature table chip leader, I should say.
2,450 times 10. 24,500.
Yeah, and I feel like, honestly, King 8 suited could get a little brave here. It depends how closely he thinks his opponent is playing to standard ranges. I think calling here is quite natural, in fact.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
We're the chip leader anyway. We can do whatever we want.
Sorry, sorry.
Queen 8-5. Carvalho pairs his 8. Has a 9% chance of catching up in this hand. Action on the pre-flop aggressor, the out-of-position player, Cully Sadu.
Goes for 20K to 53.5.
I know nobody folds a pair anymore.
Nah.
That would probably be the best thing to do, but no. No heart. No real backdoors either. Turns a deuce of clubs.
And I think, Joe, it's safe to say that the King 8 does not want to see a king. That would be nightmare territory and cooler town. So I don't think we slow down. I think we continue barreling. Sadu has to think of how to get the rest of the chips in here effectively. I think you could probably bet like 40K, and that would be fine. In fact, you could probably even go smaller if you wanted. I think like 30K would be pretty cool here on this ultra dry texture. King of clubs in hand helps. Let's bet 30K and prove Nick right. No!
I mean, 30K, you can definitely get it in on the river.
45 is fine. And this is really tricky for the King 8. When you put yourself in these spots, your opponents absolutely will have bluffs here.
Oof.
You're unblocking the club draw, which is useful. If your opponent has King Jack of clubs, they're going to want to probably bet flop, bet turn often. And not having that in your hand is useful. So we're going to the riv.
And that river is a 7. Shouldn't be a particularly scary card for the pocket kings. And it's just an easy get-in from here. 80,000 is less than half the pot. Carvalho asking for a count. So I know when you say there's going to be bluffs here, Nick, what are the bluffs?
King Jack of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs, Ace King of clubs.
And these are all hands that are going to
Ace Jack of clubs.
3-bet pre-flop?
Yeah, I think so. You know, some more than others. Obviously, some hands like Ace King of clubs for sure, Ace Jack of clubs for sure. All possibilities. I think Jack 10 suited might be more of a natural flat in this scenario, for example, but really it comes down to the customer. This is close. He's got such a good price to call here as well in relation to the total pot. Makes a very good fold.
Still a really big pot.
79.
And it was not a fold, it was a call.
Wait, sorry, what?
It was a call, Nick.
Oh my goodness.
So it was an even bigger pot. 360,000 in the middle.
I thought I saw the cards go in. My apologies, chat.
Of course, the effective stack was Cully Sadu, so he is going to double up to 341,000.
But you were bluffing.
Yeah, you don't say.
Yeah, that was expensive, but there you have it. Well played, Mr. Sadu, and nice hand.
You get a lot of hands. Ace, queen, king. What a life.
Patience. Patience.
Nacho was speaking earlier about how bad he runs at life. And then we looked up his $23 million in lifetime earnings and decided that if he hadn't run so bad, he'd probably be #1 on the all-time money list. And speaking of Nacho, Ibarbaro, Ace 10 of hearts for him, King 10 of diamonds for Kovalevsky.
Kowaleski around 18 big blinds here, +2. And is going to let it go.
Seems reasonable.
10 fold. 1 fold.
And action has reached last year's champion, Dirk van Luke. Who has decided he is going to play, understandably, with King-Queen suited. And unfortunately, that suit is not represented on this flop. Neither is Nacho's, for that matter.
Yeah, and then decision as to whether or not we want a continuation bet with the ace-10 here. I think it could go either way on deuce 5-5. It's a super dry texture. I think betting is never going to be a big mistake, despite our opponent having some connectivity with this sort of texture.
And this pot is won by Nacho Ibarbaro.
I look forward to that, Joe. I like when you do that one.
Lots to look forward to here in Monte Carlo. Namely, at the moment, we're all looking forward to that bubble. World-famous bubble coverage incoming. Our first world-famous bubble coverage of 2025. I'm being told Dublin doesn't count, and I don't know if it's because it wasn't an EPT or because the bubble happened when we were on break. Both.
Or is
Okay.
it both? Okay. Yeah, it does feel so strange to say that this is the first EPT of the year, but we're here, guys, and it's kicking off. Many, many, many specific and to come things on the PokerStars schedule. For example, Scoop coming up. For example, Barcelona coming up. For example, lots of PokerStars Opens coming up. We got Malta out there.
Lex Live coming up.
Lex
I
Live
think.
coming up.
Yeah.
If you like watching poker, keep it locked. Give us a follow, guys, because we are creating content for you here. And this is very much the beginning of what is going to be a very busy season.
First one was a king.
Shove gets through for Dirk van Luke. I made a bet with Griffin. I gave him 100 to 1 on Dirk van Luke repeating this year.
Okay. I think that's a good bet.
Queen and Jack. All those three. Snap. And maybe king then suited. Probably, I don't know how to count. Probably king then suited too.
Can you imagine if the commentators were talking over what Nacho said in Triton? Of course, of history would have been changed.
50. Maybe I don't call him.
A wrinkle in time.
Yeah.
A glitch in the matrix.
58.
Erased from existence.
No longer Nacho y Barbero. Nada y Barbero. Carvalho with ace-9 of clubs. 6,500, 10-9 for Van Luke. Nacho says not yo pot. Or not his pot, at least. Hassler, pretty short. Gets a cheap look at this flop with Jack-7 suited.
Hassler needs to be careful here, Joe. Still on the shallower side. 16 big blinds behind after calling. And would not be surprised to see a continuation bet from the strong second pair. Carvalho here on the aggressive side in general.
Quite aggressive.
Got shot for Hassler. Then again, I think probably checking has some value too. We kind of disguise the strength of our hand. Getting check raised by a flush draw or straight draw in this texture is kind of a sad story as well when we have a hand that probably wouldn't mind checking flop some of the time, but as expected, there it is, 9 bags of sand.
And Hassler forced to fold the gut shot.
When is it?
The first.
It's in Munich, right?
Or the Serie 1.
In Munich?
Yeah. Either the first of the Serie or the Serie 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
And the Jack 7 folds. Like, I don't blame him for folding that, Joey, but if we are going to play that hand...
I have the tickets already. I get the tickets.
You got to check raise there and all in.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to say outright what needs to be done. It's just seems kind of sad to enter the pot and then fold when we have a gut shot, but I totally get it. It makes sense, and honestly, probably is perfect.
I'll say I'm capable of shipping it there, but I always get called by the exact hand that I'm up against. I just get called by a 9 there.
I don't even mean he has to raise. He doesn't have to ship it either. You know, just kind of continue.
One more?
Continue, I suppose. I don't know. I think that if I was,
I think there's so few turn cards you're actually gonna like that.
Listen, if I'm in Hassler's shoes, I'd probably do exactly the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Just food for thought, you know. Just trying to provide some food for thought.
Yeah, exactly. There's more than one way to win a poker hand. El Harar.
Just like there's 3 ways to win a soccer match.
Ooh, there's only 3 attributes in soccer, yeah. 7s for El Harar. And 10-10 for Cavallo.
So just the straight rip from the 7s, huh?
Straight rip, UTG.
Yeah, UTG.
I mean, it's just 10.5 big blinds, so seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
Carvalho obviously has to put a little thought into what to do with the 10s with many, many players to act behind, and decides to just call.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Early dinner for me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think he's probably doing the right thing here. Joe, 7 seems like a pretty confident all-in with that stack, although you'd prefer to be in later position, right?
Of
For this
course.
exact reason.
Let's see if it's.
You can still run into 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, and aces. It's just the 10s, but it doesn't really matter how much bigger the pair is, does it? Doesn't matter a whole lot.
2 sets of 7 this tournament, so.
King, queen, Trey. El Harar standing up.
Stand-up equity.
Not great. Needs a red 7. Needs a 7. That is going to be the elimination of El Harar. We are closing in on that bubble. 189 players remaining. 175 get paid. Rafi's out of here on the bus. The wheels on the bus.
Yeah, what can you do there? Pretty standard stuff. Sometimes tournament poker is real boring, James. Joe, whatever your name is.
Well, that's one way to spice things up, a little role play.
No, fair play, 7 shove. And 10's, of course, going to want to be in there.
Ace 9 of the diamond variety. First position raise. Kowaleski unlikely to play from the small blind. He is a player that is in danger of not making the money with 16 big blinds. 14 eliminations to go. Carvalho, on the other hand, has plenty of chips and defends with 6-5. Flops pretty good. Pair of 6s on Jack 6 ain't bad.
This seems very C-bettable, Joe.
4,500. See my bet of 4,500.
See more bets.
Now, as Carvalho doesn't really have the amount of chips to do like a ton of pressurizing here, does he? Oh, well. He's doing it anyway. Second in chips at the table.
Yeah, he's got a fair amount there, Joe. I mean, 48 to start the hand or something like that. 47. And facing that check raise does NSG encourage a fold.
Lander, I don't think you should wear white, bro. You look like a girl. You look like
Yeah, I know.
You look
can't
like
see your face.
Because I'm very white, so.
You're not.
You check raise him and then. Okay.
Had value.
What?
Had a hand with decent equity, let's say.
Backdoor?
Lol.
Sorry?
Quinten backdoor?
No, that's not decent equity.
Oh, no, okay.
No, that doesn't qualify to decent equity. No. Qualifies for a raise, but not as decent equity.
Hasler with his opportunity to get it in. Big slick from the cutoff.
Big slick energy all in.
Uh-oh, Carvalho wants a count. Pocket fives.
All right, Joe, quick math. How many big blinds is this?
47 big blinds at 3K.
15.
It's under 20. And it's slightly above 15. 15 and 2/3.
Yeah, this feels really, really close. We are approaching bubble. Obviously, this will not be an elimination for Carvalho, but I think it's definitely within the calling territory.
Wow. I think I fold this on the bubble.
Yeah, I actually don't hate the fold, Joe. This might be smidge wider than you want to be at this stage, but I'm not. I don't know for sure.
Well, they are flipping for Hasler's tournament life.
That's a hand with decent equity as well.
Like Lady Luck versus Mama Sip, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Mama Sip.
Two of my favorite slot streamers.
You poisoned him.
Content makers, I should say, not streamers. 9, tray, 6.
You know. Are you the Sean
Not a bad flop for fives.
Accepting his fate.
Up to 73% equity now. Another 3 on the turn is not a counterfeit card for the fives, despite the board pairing. Hasler needs an ace or a king to survive. Doesn't get it.
Well played.
GG, man. Nice playing with you.
Funny. Funny, but I think he genuinely meant it in the not so nice way.
I don't think general.
Seated at table 2. No, I will not. Come on.
And this, at least he gets a free phone from the free phone bag.
Yeah. You might not have made the cash, but you get a free phone.
See if there's a new one in there.
Yeah, take a good look.
Yeah, right. Sorry? How quickly?
So,
Yeah.
P Cloud asks, when Hasler's been showing he's folding jacks pre-flop, don't you play a little tighter against him?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good observation. Hasler overall very fine, very comfortable showing cards, has been showing that he's playing relatively tight, and understandably so as we approach bubble. However, I think that is a good observation and something we need to take into account when we're deciding whether or not we're going to take a flip there with the fives. The biggest issue I have with that spot, Joe, is I don't think he's going to have 2s and 3s and 4s that often. I think he might just let those go or possibly raise them not all in. To shove 15 or 16 big blinds, I think suddenly we start to get more into like big ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack territory, maybe some 9s, maybe some 10s. And for that reason, a little bit wider, but on this occasion, no problem. Win the flip, and that's easy game. Our Portuguese friend now up to 72 big blinds.
I think even if I knew the exact hand was ace-king, I'd probably still fold.
That's
just
at this point, like I want to have 40 big blinds going into what could be a long bubble. Sure. And I think you're right for doing so, Joe. I think that is probably a good strategy. But I'm a guy that cares way more about the min cash than trying to build a stack up to go for the win after the bubble bursts.
It's just a mindset issue, Joe.
So you go to sleep happy then?
So happy. I'm sleeping so bad. This trip is insane. I don't know what happened to me. I had to change the pillows. I was going to bed like I'm waking up every 2-3 hours every day. Then I had to go get breakfast and go back to sleep. I don't know why.
I was really hoping Nacho would tell us about this.
Here in Dubai?
Yeah. But I never had that problem here. It's the first time it happened to me. You here too, babe?
Yeah, I think they're nice. The rooms are big and stuff.
What?
The rooms are big, pretty big.
Yeah, no, the rooms are whatever. They're a bit old right now, but they're fine.
Yeah, sure.
6. 6 is good.
I love the hotel. I mean, I love the location, and the gym is very small though.
Yeah, it is. Usually pretty crowded as well. Everyone goes usually at the same time, right?
Yeah.
So
First week, second week.
first time, yes. Second time, maybe not.
True story. I went today. There was nobody at 11.
Really? Yeah, that's maybe right. Yeah.
Really?
Everybody's just friends. Yeah.
Do everything. The Saratoga water and
after 1 week drinking everything.
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
They didn't mic you up?
New player alert.
You have no mic. Production, we need a mic for...
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the only one saying nonsense at the table. I want you to say nonsense too. I don't want to be alone in this journey.
So we're 20 minutes to the dinner break. And wanted to remind you guys that we've got some tournaments for those of you watching the live streams on none other than PokerStars. Maybe you heard of it. Every day at 9 p.m. local time, 8 p.m. on Wednesday, though, which is tomorrow, 9 p.m. today. We're running a $5.50 tournament for everybody watching the live stream. It's $1,000 in scoop tickets up for grabs. And you got to look for the EPT Monte-Carlo Easy with Aces and Tonka Invitational in the PokerStars client. You upset you can't play, Nick? I'm upset I can't play. Actually, that's a lie. I can play. What am I talking can't about? play. Yeah. I can play. I mean, you might be in commentary, but that's true. I probably will be. But I highly recommend you guys check that out because you know what I like to do when I'm watching poker?
Play poker
at the same time.
Yeah, that used to be fun for me. I can't play. I'm hoping to maybe spend some time in New Jersey or Philly or Michigan soon.
That would be fun.
And if you're looking to search for the tournament ID by number, good old Ed K Must Play has posted it in the YouTube chat. As we pick up the action here with Ace-Jack under the gun for Petikovic. Milos Petikovic. This would be the new player who just arrived.
Do you think this guy's ever missed an opportunity to 3-bet here, Joe?
No, he seems to be a pretty skilled and aggro player.
Yeah. And I think that's what that is. How much? Oh, my goodness.
Pretty big.
Yeah, and just putting the moves on here. I'm a huge fan of this.
This is not a short stack he's attacking either.
I think this is why he's chosen to size up here.
Oh! Ace-King for Van Luke.
16 big blinds in a dream. We're all in. Easiest game of all time.
Gets rid of the blinds and the original razor and the 3-better? Question mark?
Well, it's another 25K to call, so probably not.
Domination situation. Van Luke, last year's champion, in a great spot to double up. A great spot to be able to conservatively make it into the money. Oh no, oh no. That is a terrible flop for Dirk Van Luke. Now, looky here. Oh, okay.
Okay.
We got outs. Dirk needs not that card.
I think that means you might have won your bet.
Running too well.
I might have won my bet, but I wasn't rooting against Dirk Van Luke for the record.
Of course not.
TV table.
You're playing good and running good. Big combination.
Yeah.
Dirk Van Luke will not be winning back-to-back EPT Monte-Carlos. He will not be making the money, and he will not be leaving without his cell phone, because Alex is all over, and he will not be keeping his microphone because Greg is all over it.
Last time he lost on Alina, had black hair. Disappear.
Poor Dirk Van Luke was cleaning up glitter last year while he waited around.
I remember that.
Yeah.
6-4.
Luckily, I have such a long list of embarrassments that none of them really stand out.
10 raise 6,000.
Hidden in plain sight.
Bed of nails. You lay down on the bed of nails. Oh, my goodness, Nick. What do we got here?
Yeah.
Leho's opened ace-9. Petkovic is going to defend Jack Deuce suited in the big blind. And it's an ace-high flop. Pretty good for Leho. Petkovic checks.
Bet 7,000.
The C-bet from Leho is enough to take down this pot. Oh my goodness. Look who's back. Back again. Spacey's back.
Tell a friend. Can't get rid of him. Kid's got alligator blood.
What are the odds? Oh my goodness, and another superstar of the game. I don't know that we're going to be able to give this feature table a break after the dinner break. It's simply too good.
Yeah, don't know what to tell you guys.
Kenny Haller, Nacho Barbero, Masato, Yokosawa, Cully Sadu. I'm being told that I'm overruled and that 2 levels is enough for these gangs, so we will not have this table after the break. Nick, I'm not going to lie, this looks sick. Can I get in on this?
Yeah, I assumed you already were, buddy.
Okay, good. I got to tell you.
Nacho Barbero.
Nacho.
Playing the game.
Nacho.
Y Barbero.
Ay, ya. Nacho.
Playing the fucking game. Nachito.
Nachito playing the game.
Yeah.
Getting worried. Playing the fucking game. Nachito. doing some fucking on TV.
I love that Nacho seems relatively unfazed by all of the terrible things that have happened to him in the last year.
Sunrunner.
84.
Very tough player. Really lucky. Bad combination. Bad combination. I'm staying away.
Liho's open. Pocket queens.
That one is complicated.
We have good security.
Yeah, you guys do amazing.
Kenny with ace-4 cannot play it in the
He
hijack.
comes with the darts already. You see already? He comes in. Oh, it's okay, bro.
Four fold.
Nacho folds 4-2 suited. Petkovic ace-deuce suited on the button. Gets away from it. And Kovalevsky wakes up with aces.
Oh, dear.
What a cold deck. What a spot for the gold pass holder.
It doesn't make sense that we play one more level and then we go.
Yeah, as far as I know, it has to do with the TP crew. Actually, they have to hit a mandatory break after X amount of hours.
Oh, we only play one more level after the.
Kovalevsky all in.
Union loss. Yeah, I mean, I'm
Certainly going to get the call from Liho.
Yeah,
I was like happy, you know.
Mamma mia.
Icy cold deck.
Really? 3-bet?
Yeah.
From Kovalevsky.
No, I 3-bet that one.
What can you do, Joe? It's just a spot where you're too shallow to do anything other than get your chips in.
Kovalevsky is at risk.
No.
Should we see a third lady?
Might be cheaper right now.
How much you play, 50?
Liho is trying to figure out how much he'll be left with if the stats do what they're supposed to here.
Waiting.
It's impossible. Dominated in suits.
Yeah, dominated suits. Yeah.
Masato!
Oh,
No queen yet.
Why you do that?
Just somebody all in for their tournament life over here. It was paint, but it was just a jack. Kovalevsky going to double up.
What are you doing out, I guess?
Wow, Jack of Clubs seems very dangerous.
Masato is my favorite Japanese player.
Yeah.
Can you name another Japanese player, Nacho?
I'm not the best.
You're number 2.
Number 2, okay.
Bro,
I take it.
Masashi is the best, bro.
Can you name a third Japanese player?
How many can you name now, Joe?
He's so funny.
Several, right?
I wish
I got to follow back from the guy that won the PLO tournament, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Koji?
Thought that was nice.
Is he really funny in Japanese?
I
was fun.
have not talked with him actually.
You not really?
No.
He's so funny, bro.
Okay.
He's
I believe you.
So funny. I mean, you're funny. I mean, the way you play is funny. No, sorry.
I token.
Nacho, you cad. Probably going to just get a few more hands in here.
So you fold, you pick up queens, you lose. You should play more hands. Casper.
You need to teach me.
It'll be a slightly longer dinner break than we've had all. Sorry, slightly longer break. The dinner break is up next. 75 minutes.
The good old days, huh? I used to be a team pro. What happened to me?
Yvonne names a few.
Can you Google your name?
I don't know what happened to me.
Japanese player. Kosei Ichinos, Shina Akamoto. Masataka Yoshida, says Zane. Sheena won the ladies event at WSOP last summer.
Nice.
Beat Jamie Kerstetter heads up. She's a bit of a superstar at the moment. Action has folded to my favorite Japanese player, Masato Yokosawa.
He's my favorite too.
Despite punching my manhood in at the World Series the one time I played it.
Let's see.
Still love them. Ace, King, 10, 2 hearts.
Still
Heart
friendly.
draw for Yokosawa.
How many make the money?
4.
7 bet, 4,000.
And he goes on for.
He's going to bet a little under half pot. Carvalho does have a gut shot. And is going to stick around to see it.
Not so friendly anymore.
Ooh, a 6. I forgot about the 6 shot. Pair of 6s is the best hand. I guess Jack High was technically the best hand as well.
Yeah. Table is so fast. I've never seen a faster table in the world in my life. Bro, it's insane. Dude. We're playing 2 times faster than any other table over there.
7 check.
Probably just gonna check
He's
it
the
on
one-
over.
The only one that tank like.
This is probably a good opportunity to put in a bet here.
In the whole table.
We are blocking the nut straight,
It's not enough.
which is helpful.
You did it great. No, I'm complimenting you.
Does go check, check.
You were the
Okay.
shortest
7.
and you didn't tank.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yokosawa, 2 huge draws. Unfortunately, no more cards are coming. Does Yokosawa take this opportunity to bluff with 8 high? Would not be bluffing into a very strong hand at all.
Looks like he's gonna pull the trigger.
7 bets, 32,000.
Gonna overbet.
Wow. Why do I think that Carvalho is capable of calling here?
Yeah, I mean, he's picked a great bet size to do it with, a great bet size to use to try and get folds here. Obviously, Jack High is already somewhat of a hero call, let alone facing the overbet on the river.
It's so fishy. And yes, that is a sushi joke. I've been to Japan. I can make those jokes.
It was not friendly bet on the river. For sure.
No.
That was not a friendly
Not
bet
very
on the
friendly.
river. Absolutely
It
not.
was
Yeah.
Not friendly both. Very well.
Worse.
Oh yeah, and sir, your ticket. You just have it.
Oh, no ticket. Okay.
So players, on this break, you guys are going to be playing back on table number 2.
Ah, yeah. Only 10 minutes for me.
Have to play fast.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, then you're going to have to go back to filming yourself.
Yeah. It was
Want to see who's going to be at the feature table after dinner? Drink it in. Patrick, Antonius, Matthias Mulhosen, Sebastian Mallets in the red hat. Superstars of the game will be on the feature table after the 75-minute dinner break. But before that, we got at least one more hand here.
3 folds.
Finally, the Patrick Antonius thumbnail isn't a lie. Oh, pocket hacks for Nacho y Barbaro. That was not El Contador. That was me referencing El Contador. Rest in peace. My shrine to El Contador is actually just my vaccination card. He was an anti-vaxxer. He died during COVID.
Chat, you're quite right. It was a pair of 6s. I apologize.
What did we say wrong?
I was saying Jack High.
Oh,
He
I
had the
see.
Jack 6. I meant hero call.
I told him not to wear white because I cannot see his face.
And Nick just punished himself
I
too
really
for
bad
that
jokes
by
today.
smashing his knee into the table here.
I pulled it. I'm doing a dobby. Got to punish myself whenever I make a mistake on the stream. Ah! All right, we're good.
Because I got a bad back. Ah! Kenny Heller, Jack 10 off under the gun. Kenny probably a little too short to F with this. Or maybe he would never F with it under the gun. I don't know. He's the poker player.
Yeah. Kenny's got about 25 big blinds. He's also a player that's very good at navigating these bubble scenarios.
Like a real one.
Oh, Kovalevsky.
You gonna buy?
Ace deuce suited. 30 big blinds to start the hand. Looking like this is going to be the last hand of the level. Could be the reason for the... Oh! Kovalevsky is going to enter the pot. Is going to raise.
I mean, you have more.
Yeah, sure.
And Lander Leho...
I can buy them. It's whatever.
Give me 6.
Has got a dominating ace. Has got the biggest of the aces. The world's strongest drawing hand.
The cheap leader should
2 flush draws.
And 12.
Leho ships it.
If nobody wants, the chip leader has to do it. But if somebody else wants, it doesn't matter.
Sadu is out. And I wonder if Kovalevsky tanks to make this the last hand of the level.
Are we going to take this off, right?
Yeah.
Don't think you can call it off.
Yeah, no. Kovalevsky's been pretty patient on the bubble here as well. Don't imagine he suddenly just calls it off with ace deuce here at such a pivotal moment in the tournament.
What I would do is tell everyone else they can go to dinner because I'm just going to tank. And then when they leave, fold real quick and get one last hand in with just me at the table.
I think that's pretty much what he just said.
Well, you bash me. I only played those 2 tournaments in this.
What do you call with this?
Okay. Boom. That would be, no?
One hand or?
Huh? You bash me in the 2K. And this is my second tournament here. So if you call me and you bash me.
Leho does fold.
Not an achievement.
No, yeah, but.
And there are
I know,
2,
you know,
1 seconds left on the level. That's it. The clock has changed. The dinner break timer has started.
13K.
Lander Leo picks up the last hand of the level. And everyone's chip stacks are shrinking significantly with the new blind level. Lander Leo, just 15 bigs. Kenny Hallert not doing much better. Will be in the big blind the hand he comes back, so it'll be just 17 bigs for him. Reminder, we're not going to see these players again for a little while. New feature table when we get back. Featuring Patrick Antonius, Sebastian Malitz, Matthias Mulhosen, who apparently lives in the town of her favorite top golf venue. But for now, players, they gotta eat, we gotta eat. We're going on break. More from EPT Monte-Carlo in 70 minutes.
You keep doing that.
I know.
Don't talk.
Yeah.
Own up.
4,000 the raise from the shortest stack at the table. Lucas Pochart starting the hand with around 20 bigs. Has opened with aces. Leon Stern with ace-queen suited. He is going to call. Jack 10 suited for Spraggy. Folds.
Yeah, decided against it there. Oh, hello. He's king suited.
And the price of poker is going up, Vincent, as Hooperman raises. Looks squeezy, 3-betting to 13,000. And does Zaita have a hand, or is he just doing that thing?
What you got, senor?
We'll never know. So back around to Pochard, who I guess will just jam here, Nick, and that will save Sturm.
Yeah, I would imagine at this stage, James, only 17 big blinds behind.
Yeah.
The only move really is all in. There's already a ton of dead money in there anyway.
Absolutely.
in relation to Pochat's effective stack. And therefore, give it some thought, you know, make it look good. Just a little bit of Hollywood, the good kind. You know, the cinema.
Triangle time.
This is a tough spot for ace queen suited, James.
Yeah.
I feel like you probably just side-fold, but it's like...
You don't like it, but I just think that 3-bet from Huberman is probably not a light squeeze.
Yeah, exactly right, James. And knowing your customer here is important. And I think the issue that we have, James, as you point out, is that the squeeze here is probably just going to be a lot of very strong hands and not very many light squeezes.
Oh, Sturm has decided to go for it.
Oh, wow.
Sturm has moved all in, and Huberman could potentially fold ace-king now.
I mean, potentially could. That's a lot of unusual action, right? Call and then back jam.
I mean, this looks super strong.
It does, absolutely.
And you're never worrying about calling off 17 bigs with ace-king, but this is a much bigger shove from Sturm.
No, mira. Okay.
That's good, yeah.
The way that Sturm has played this, James, I think might be more reminiscent of maybe 10s or jacks than ace-queen suited. But I guess, you know, it's kind of feels in that same realm. Getting ace-king suited to fold here would usually be a really good thing, but you've still got to contend with the aces that have already put the chips in the middle.
I mean, it's a great spot for Sturm if Huberman folds, because Sturm then can't go broke.
Yeah, exactly. So there is an upside to getting ace-king suited here to fold, but you know, ace-king suited, not a hand that we're likely to fold that often in Texas Hold'em, except for under extenuating circumstances. Is that the word, James? Extenuating?
Extenuating circumstances, yes.
But this is one of those circumstances. The action is just so that it is conceivable that ace-king suited needs to go in the bin. That back jam is terrifying to me. But like I said, I feel like if I put myself in Huberman's shoes, I start to think this looks a little bit like maybe pocket jacks. The Pochat shove can kind of be whatever at this stack depth. And of course, as you point out, James, we're talking about side pots now. That's going to be the relevant relevant factor here.
Absolutely. He folds the ace-king.
Wow, saved him so much money there.
And Sturm is going to get 48K back.
At least we got kings out.
But this is going to be a near triple up for Lucas Pochat if aces hold here.
Yeah, not only a great spot where you get the cooler with aces, but also all the extra dead money goes in. Fantastic stuff for Pochat if you can hold 86% of the time.
Maybe. No. Perfect. At least a sweat. So.
Just the one club on the board.
Ace King of Hearts not looking so bad now, James.
Nice flop.
So it's over on the turn. That is going to be a huge pot for Lucas Pochat. That's going to put him back in contention.
Read the dynamics perfectly.
Pochat now playing around 50 big blinds. Leon Sturm now the shortest stack of the table with around 25 bigs. So average stack with 305 players remaining is 117,000. Only 3 players at the table have below average stacks. Among them, Pedro Marques and Leon Sturm. Leon currently playing 22 bigs and defending here with 5-3 against a button raise with ace-queen. And a very interesting board. We have a post-flop flip on our hands.
Yes, we do. very often, James, if we have 2 live overcards to a pair and a flush draw, we have approximately 50% or more, depending on the complexion. Now, from a technical standpoint, we really shouldn't be folding any pair, any draw on this flop. So I would not be surprised to see a call from the 5 tray at least.
3,000 apiece, and we go to the turn.
Oh.
Which is the 5 of hearts, giving Leon Sturm 2 pair, and he is now a 3-1 favorite. Of course, Pochard picks up the wheel draw to go with the flush draw, but those overs are no longer live.
I was about to say, James, I think we might do some leading on this turn. We can lead here with straights. We can lead here with some missed flush draws. And we can lead here, of course, with 2 pair plus. But part of the reason why we're allowed to lead with some of our weaker flush draws here, James, is because we're allowed to lead with much stronger things as well, right?
Yeah.
So if our opponent knows we're capable of leading with a turn gut shot that completed, in this case, 6-7 or something like that, it means that we're allowed to lead small when we have flush draws, which controls the size of the pot, allows us to realize the equity more often. It's just important we're doing it in a balanced fashion. If you're the kind of player that always leads small when you have a flush draw or a draw of some sort and not when you have strong hands, your opponents know they can barely you off the turn. They can put in a big raise here and put you in a bad situation. As played, though, ace-queen, of course, going nowhere for the small lead. Oh, that's a killer.
Spade on the river, nut flush for Pochard.
Yeah, and this is really, really tough for Sturm now, James, because he has the 2 pair, which is going to be winning a lot of the time, plus the spade blocker. You can imagine the dealer button opening a hand like ace-5 suited, for example, is a combo that is now a flush with the spades. When we have that in our hand, it does make it a little bit less likely our opponent has made a flush, so I wouldn't be surprised to see another lead. But not big. I would imagine maybe half-ish.
So 16 into 26.
Yeah.
And that leaves him 18.5 behind. So this is a pretty simple just shove on him move, right?
Yeah, 100%. There's no other move here. Ace-queen is just going to bang the rest in. Goes for the big stack push, James.
Yeah.
And there, I don't know the sort of psychology of this well enough, really, because, there might be a tell in the fact he does the big stack push instead of announcing all in or something like that, but this is such a nightmare spot for Sturm. I think it's very hard for your opponent to be bluffing here, to be honest. I can think of a few combinations, of course. It's not outside the realm of possibility, but as you said, James, when he puts in this much of his stack, you don't feel like you have that much fold equity, and a lot of players would at least think about the move on the river.
Stick to my plan. I go out as an idiot, I go out as a mess.
You are unfortunately going out, Leon Sturm, after his final table appearance in the Super High Roller yesterday. He does not advance beyond day 2 of the main event, eliminated outside the top 300. And what a turnaround for Lucas Pochard, who's now playing a 70 big blind stack as Sturm collects his belongings and heads to the exit.
Yeah, really, really cold deck there, and I feel for Leon because I do feel like that's a spot where probably, we are going to end up doing a lot of chips, if not the whole stack, very often. If he checks the river, James, he's probably still going to face an all-in and probably still have to call some of the time as well, so I'm not really sure. Maybe the lead and then the fold is the best way to get out of jail, but tough spot for sure, especially with that spade blocker in hand. And that means we're down another player.
Looks like we're about to have
You think they're gonna get rid of
a corner kick here from Piacentino.
Yeah.
Rodrigo.
Oh yeah, Rodrigo. I will get
Pocket eights. And Sadu is going to call it off after opening from early position. We got a flip here.
And I get a striker.
Like soccer versus watching paint dry.
Mbappe is much better on the left.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I love Rodrigo. I prefer Rodrigo 10 times more than Vinicius.
I see an ace. And I see an 8. More importantly, Looks like Pia Centino is going to survive. Please don't give me a sweat on the turn. I hate being wrong about these things.
C'est bon, monsieur. Dame.
That's a double up for Pia Centino at the expense of Cully Sadu.
Always works. For me, never works. I stand up and I stand up and I leave.
You run bad, Nacho. What can we tell you? In the words of Aprox, France win.
I will say for someone who has
Oh,
such a
very
high
well.
stat in the likability
He's been so good for you
attribute
guys.
to
I saw him so much.
follow within minutes from saying
One bad season, the kids, and you
I
want
ran
him out.
so bad in life to talking about
Rodrigo,
flying in
if
a
you
private
watch him,
jet
I'm
to a
fan of
football game.
Well, he said he couldn't get the private jet.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, well, that actually speaks more to how bad he's running.
Exactly. That's. I
Okay,
think if
that-
anything, it proves that
You
he
see,
doesn't
I
run
didn't-
very good.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I get it now.
Bellingham is so good.
Yep.
He's insane.
Pocket queens for Nacho. Y Barbaro. And pocket sevens for Serafin Kowaleski. And maybe the best thing that could happen for Kowaleski here is for a squeeze to happen. Oh! Oh, hello. Hello, Ace King with, what is that, 30 big blinds behind?
Yeah, less. Actually, quite a bit less.
26.
No, it's going to be about 17.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Wow, quite a
And-
bit less, as you said.
It is a rare opportunity for us as commentators and viewers to know that Nacho Barbera has lost 30 flips in a row dating back to the Poker Go.
That's
So
right.
to see if this streak continues or is halted in its tracks.
So
I mean, I like a good streak.
Lady Gaga.
So I kind of want the Ace King to win.
Yeah, that's right. Love Swedish grills. This is the El Clasico of coin flips.
Nice.
Like Barcelona FC versus Real Madrid.
You do know your football.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Every time, bro.
Here we go. Top pair for Carvalho. No moaning? No moan?
Come on. This is what we paid for, Nacho.
8 on the turn.
GG, guys.
Nacho is not covered. Not a queen. Double up Carvalho.
You have to be covered. Covering.
He runs so bad that he wasn't covered.
I fall an ace, so very unlucky.
You did? And you? Another one?
I got better.
Manifesting is real, Joe. He would have won that if he didn't talk about how unlucky he was.
Oh, not ace.
Kowaleski with the Ks. And Piacentino has a pair of sixes. Can he catch a set and crack these kings?
Joe, look. Joe.
He does indeed.
You called it, Joe.
If I called and asked a question. Hachi Machi could be big trouble for the Kings. Paul Buffano.
Paul Buffano.
Colgate Comedy Hour.
Roy Donk.
Roy Donk. Piacentino's got to be loving this. 8,500 bet from Kowaleski.
I mean, Kowaleski's loving this, especially sees a brick on the turn, which is not that.
Not a brick. Nobody's got a diamond. You minded a little bit less with the pocket, with the set, I mean. And Piacentino doesn't want to see another diamond.
Wow, and what a spot here. This is and you can see the look on Kovalevsky's face. He's never going to have 9-8 offsuit with the 8 of diamonds here, right?
Or
He
an
could have
already
9-8
flush.
suited. I mean, we're worried about flushes feel a bit less likely, but we're also drawing dead to that. Not a spot you're used to seeing yourself in, facing a 2x pot shove on the worst possible turn card you could see. This would be a very, very impressive fold. So many things to consider in a spot like this. You know, your edge in the field. Even if I am ahead here, what am I ahead against? I still have to dodge that. We have to assume it'll be a pair and a flush draw a decent percentage of the time. What a great fold.
Good
World
lay
class
down
fold.
from the gold pass winner.
Yeah. They don't give those gold passes out to anyone.
Actually,
Look, I don't
they
want to
do a lot of the
dissuade
time,
you
actually.
from trying, but
I would encourage you to try because sometimes they do just give them out to anyone. Wait, you had one, didn't you?
a gold pass?
Yeah.
No.
No, you didn't get one for PSPC?
No.
Let me know.
Nacho with ace, jack, we all fam.
In the club.
In the clubs, we all fam.
Oh!
What a flop. Bring out the stretcher.
I'll tell you what. Okay, I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah.
If Nacho gets boated up here, I will admit that he runs worse than anyone else in poker.
Fair enough.
That's
Nacho
what's at stake here.
flops the joint. Continues for 7,000. Gets raised enough to put him all in and makes the call. Time to see just how poorly Nacho E. Barbaro runs.
What a life. Flop a straight.
Turn card is the 4 of clubs, so that doesn't really change a whole lot. The queen or king of clubs still makes a full house for Piacento.
Ooh, scared me
and the
there.
board bears, but not in a way that hurts Nacho.
Nachito playing the game.
Nachito playing the game.
Other players, their cards.
Full double up for Nacho. Nacho. Y Barbaro.
Y Barbaro.
Kovalevsky, don't do it. Just take your break.
Yeah.
Just go on break. Don't be a hero.
Keep these mics on.
There you go. Let's let the 3 Europeans duke it out. Piacentino insta ships.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And sort of a bit of a cooler for a sub 30 big blind stack, but
stepped right on the rake.
This is a great example of why you don't open shove hands of this nature for this amount of chips, because you're just going to get called by a better and fold out worse. Again, I mean, I wouldn't fault Piacento for 4-bet shoving this hand if you got 3-bet, but
You were busting.
Really? You can't just open shove this?
no, not for this many chips.
Okay.
What's the point? You're going to fold out all the worst aces in the blinds. You're going to fold out all the
23
worst
big
10s
blinds?
that might call them in raise.
Too many big blinds. Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
More than 23. I mean, 30 would be
Domination
75K, right?
Situation. Oh, I'm doing the math on it after the blinds go up, I think. When I say doing the math, I mean looking at the graphics. Top pair on the turn for Carvalho. That's going to be lights out for Piacentino, who's going to get much longer than a 25-minute break because he is out of here.
Do we keep mics on?
Busting about 35 from the money. Piacentino, you will not be keeping the mic on you.
No souvenirs.
There we go. Red triangle of death as Lander Leo finds himself all in with pocket eights.
And I like the style points, James. I think the eights just increased in equity.
Oh, Dirk Van Luke calling with the Spraggy.
23?
This is a little loosey-goosey, James. Where are we at? 15, 3, 3, 6, 9, 12. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to be in here with A7, but...
you never want to be in here with A7 ever.
Yeah, it's the Spraggy. That's an issue.
And Leo's going to take it.
I think Leo's expression reflects my cynicism here. He's going, I can't believe I got this spot, but I will accept it.
So far, he is successfully swerving aces.
What? 2-5 of broccoli? Never fucking easy.
An ace, an 8, or a 3 would be a bad card on the river for Lander.
Ooh.
But that is safe, and that is a double up.
You want to do the edge? I want to do it.
So approaching the 17 big blind mark now.
Lander Lijo in the house. He's alive.
Very lucky guy.
Vivo.
And
I'm a very lucky guy.
Kovalevsky's got about the same now, right?
Not
So we've got
poker,
two
but
shortish stacks at the table.
Yeah, I'll have to actually look that one up later on, but the A7 call there for, you know, 8-ish, 7-ish bigs. You can imagine being ahead of some other sort of low-suited aces and stuff like that, but with player stack behind as well, it just feels... yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel great to me, but then also it's the Spraggy, James. And some people just haven't got the memo yet, despite all of our exclamations.
Sal des Etoiles.
Okay, 5 of diamonds is out of action.
The rig is probably on now.
Glenn and Robin have got the blinds. It's folded to Isaac. He passes.
Weird how the players and style of poker have evolved so much more than the actual room they're playing in.
Carnage all over. I love carnage. When I'm watching, I love it.
It's still
to 43,000.
pretty much identical
Folded to
looking. Reesum raising 43,000 with ace 10 suited. Shorty with king queen again. This time less suited.
130,000.
How much?
130. Love this.
Glenn announces a re-raise to 130,000. Robin
This is definitely a play in line with 2020 standards. King Queen offsuit, probably one of the best hands that you don't want to flat with, especially the offsuit. I think taking a flop in position suited is good, but a lot of players elect to use this one as a 3-bet bluff at least some of the time.
Interesting. I think I probably call 2 off with king queen off. I might have to start 3-betting it sometimes.
The thing is with calling versus early, right? Like all of those hands, you connect queen high boards and king high boards. It's still very easily dominated, but the blockers do it well in that if you 3-bet, you are blocking kings, queens, ace king, and ace queen, which is towards the top of your opponent's range. So it's more likely they're opening a little bit wider, can get those folds.
Sorry, are you saying that you can be dominated if you don't 3-bet, but if you do, you're less likely to be?
225,000.
Yeah, I mean, once it's just more likely your opponent's at the bottom of their range, right? And so often we speak about just denying equity. So if you have king queen, it's more likely that their under the gun open is going to be the 9-10 suited rather than the ace queen, ace king. I know what you're saying, that okay, then, well, if it's more likely they have 9-10, does king queen not become okay to call since they have 9-10? But you know, denial of equity is a thing, and wanting to 3-bet some hands to counter when you want to 3-bet queens, kings, aces yourself. The king queen just works well in that sense.
All right, I follow you, and it works well in this sense that it makes a good top pair with a good kicker. Newsom's going to be not too mad at this flop either, as there go the rest of his
David
chips.
raises.
Not quite an all-in, but probably enough to put
so
Chorney
he's
all in.
about 400, 600. It's 650,000 about.
All in.
Glenn says he's all in.
Oh no, yeah, Chorney had him covered.
This is a
And
huge
that's it. Yeah, massive pot, top pair against a flush
Glenn
draw.
has king, queen, top pair. Or if it has ace,
Don't do it
10
to me.
of
Don't do it
spades.
to me, man.
I love this type.
Don't do it to me,
Don't do it
please.
to a man.
Yeah, here's a flush draw. Ace 10 of spades. Don't do it to me.
11. Okay, so
Glenn
Oyvind is
Chorney
the one
angry at
who's
his
all
rail
in.
for some reason.
He's a risk here.
One time, don't do it, man.
He needs
You do?
a spade or an
I have
ace.
a queen of spades, too.
Okay. Turn card, please.
Lonely dealer.
Let's see that turn.
Turn is an 8.
Is
That
an
doesn't
8.
change
The board
anything.
pairs.
Oyvind needs an ace or a spade, or he will be our 15th place finisher. Okay, river card, please.
Spade in your eyes, son.
It's a deuce of hearts.
Raise him.
Is our 15th place.
Got him. Oyvind Riesem eliminated 15th place, 55,200 euros. They did not, in fact, do it to him.
Nice answer. Thank you.
Great shouts from the rail as well. Spade in your eyes, son. Not involved in the pot.
Did that really get said?
Yeah, spade in your eyes, son. King of spades. Someone very, very vociferously cheering on the bad beat.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Antonio race. 62,000.
Ace Jack for Antonio. Jack 9 for Chorney.
Glenn pass.
See ya.
Robin pass.
Is that 2 7s? Was indeed for Burkhoff.
Thomas
Burkhoff.
in. Antonio
He's all in.
So Thomas all in. Thomas shows pocket 7s. Antonio shows ace jack.
And Burkhoff is flipping with Antonio.
One time.
Like Troublemaker by Weezer.
One time.
Versus
And
Pork and
let's see.
Beans by Weezer.
Good luck.
One of these two things from 2008 has slight mathematical advantage.
8 ace.
Ace high flop.
Antonio has 2 pairs, aces and 8s.
As Fondiari, the
Thomas
big
needs a
favor to eliminate Burkhoff.
2 7s in the deck. Let's see the turn card.
Turn card is the deuce of hearts. Does nothing to change this situation. Burkhoff needs a 7.
9. And please give a nice round of applause for 14th place finisher, Thomas.
Burkhoff out of here in 14th.
Open to go to the players' lounge.
He is gone. 76,000 euros, though. Pretty solid. 14th place.
Good game.
It's a lot of 180 man sit and goes. Boku 87, at the time a legend of the online felt.
Oh, you look like you're pretty broad.
I can lift a lot of weight, you know. I just have to go on a diet really badly, you know.
Sometimes it's genetic
Your body
too.
doesn't. Your body doesn't deserve this kind of weight, to be honest with you. But I don't think it hurts.
So on to the next hand. Action on Isaac Barron, who has ace queen.
Much has changed since. I think they want you to play poker in military. Yeah, not much.
How long have you been playing?
5 years or so. Not like seriously for like 3 years.
And I think it was just a limp from Barron, and now Asfandiari's raising king 6 of hearts.
Before I did poker, so kind of was lucky enough to lose a little bankroll. Courtesy of
Is this a limp trap? Just gonna see a limp call.
Sometimes people just give.
And I like putting in another raise here and seeing if we can't get our opponent to go crazy pre-flop.
I haven't had big success in tournaments either. Lots of 10s and 13s last year, you know.
What's going on down there?
But maybe folks won't go that crazy pre-flop unless they have you beat.
The raise was 60.
So Baron just calls.
With a raise of 65,000 and call between Isaac and Antonio. Here's the flop. 10 of spades, 4 of hearts, 4 of spades. Isaac check.
Both players miss.
Who wants it more?
It's just going to come down to who wants it more, James. My money's on Antonio wanting it more. This is another reason I like to get a little bit more money in pre-flop with ace-queen, is that you miss the flop just so often. So if you can win an already bloated pot without having to see a flop, that's preferable
Antonio,
for me.
56,000.
Traveling, huh? To do all of them? Especially from Australia, too, huh? How long is the flight? How long?
When do I stay my pen?
That's supposed to be the benefit of being a poker player, too, huh? You're supposed to get more time.
Pretty tough spot for Baron now. I think the standard play is to just call here and see one more, and maybe your opponent shuts down. But there's something about him that he has a bad feeling about this hand. I think he would have put another raise in pre-flop. Yeah. I think if you put your opponent on any pair whatsoever there, then
Tell me, I might.
you imagine you don't have a lot of outs.
Yeah.
You couldn't.
I give him credit for sticking to his pre-flop read.
It's to keep him strong. It's to keep him strong.
It's working.
Antes, please.
Love you, Gussie.
Antonio?
I'm in.
Gus just dropped by to say hello. We know he's not still in the main event because his name keeps appearing on the name of losers that scrolls at the bottom of the screen.
Loser nerd.
King Jack for Antonio.
Just so cool. Look how he's sitting there, huh? The AC Slater of poker.
60,000. Maxime pass.
Queens again for Glenn Chorney.
Jeepers.
Glenn calls 60,000. Robin pass.
Had no idea Joe Hashem went so deep in this.
Joe pass. Big blind pass. 2 players.
So is this again just a call?
I think so.
It worked out for him last time. One of the times it's going to bite him. We got a set here, top set against the open ender.
A pair and a straight draw for Esfandiari. He checks it. Chorney announces 75,000.
Yeah, this is a board where you can get
75,000.
so much action.
You said 75.
Unfortunately, some of that action is going to come from hands like this one that are going to run you down a fair amount of the time.
Antonio calls 75.
Really like to see the board pair on the turn. Wowee.
And I use the word improves in inverted commas, Joe. In his head, bingo. I've just made trips, but it's the full house for Chorney.
Check.
Antonio check.
That jack has got him feeling real chorny. I absolutely love betting again. Even if the jack didn't improve Antonio, he might stick around with any of the various straight and flush draws.
Actually, it's 170.
170,000?
Bet is 180,000 from Glenn.
The guy sitting behind Antonio Esfandiari, behind Antonio's left shoulder, standing up there in the shirt and jacket. You recognize that guy?
I sure don't.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Isai Scheinberg.
It is?
Bet is 180,000 from Glenn.
Railing the EPT and thinking, this is all mine. So Antonio has check called 2 streets.
How much do you have? Ish. 1, 2 and change.
Antonio probably not hating that question.
450,000.
Glenn bet 450,000.
And Chorny goes for some real chunky sizing.
Oh, kid, you either have a boat or you're stone cold bluffing.
It's the former
Correct.
rather than the latter.
Which one is it?
Well, he narrowed it down to the 50-50.
Boat or bluff?
Can you get away from 3 jacks
What?
here?
I said call.
I think you can only say that when you have the full house.
So sick.
Does anyone ever say so call them when they're bluffing? These people. You have the right to remain silent. Use it.
Guess you could have queen jack, huh?
There's a bunch of full houses he can have.
I'm too nitty to have queen jack. You what? I'm too nitty to have queen jack.
Look, if anybody ever wants to bluff me, all they have to do is talk like Glenn Chorny during this hand.
Pocket tens? Clock.
Okay, Antonio.
Clock.
1 minute for decision.
Reasonable, I'm sure. I'm sure time's been cut out of this. And even if not, I think it's reasonable.
It's already on. What? It's already on you.
Again, I just don't think you're calling for the clock either, if you're bluffing. You know you're winning the hand, you're comfortable enough.
Yeah, it was Chorny who called the clock, and he gets the call from Antonio, shows the full house, and wins a huge pot.
Full house queens over checks and wins a very big pot.
Cooler. Will Antonio tilt from that?
$220? $210?
How unlucky is this? Right after the last cold deck. Another cold deck. Unheard of. Bonus says, funny how the crowd here is much calmer than in San Remo. I think that's probably something to do with, A, the location, right? Like Monte Carlo just feels more, what's the word, reverent. Secondly, the amount of money that they're playing for.
We have a flop of 6, 2, 7, 2 spades.
Also, no one had time to get tired in San Remo. We talked about the fact that it was a 2.5 hour near enough final table, so everyone was pumped up. Here, I'm sure everyone was fired up at the start, but look outside. It's really late now. They've been playing for several hours. You get fatigue from the players, but you also get fatigue from the rail.
Yeah, and you can see it in the card room as well. Like it's definitely late, right? There's only one table going on in the background, largely cleared out.
I mean, I remember this very clearly. We're talking like early hours, probably of the morning now.
Bad lookalike Scott Seaver, by the way. 4 grand, Baron.
You can't do lookalikes with other poker players, Spraggy. They have to be people who are independently well known.
Even though Glenn Chorney is a dead ringer for Chris Moneymaker, that's not even a bad lookalike. That's just like a separated at birth.
Does not count.
Well, it's an interesting spot to see Glenn Chorney, decide to lead. Baron with just the ace-queen high. Maybe he's struggling to find hands that beat ace-queen pre-flop and didn't re-raise before the flop.
I'd definitely be struggling to find hands that wouldn't fold to a shove here when they lead.
Right. Four-handed, you'd think that 8s and above are going to get it in with you pre-flop. And then if he leads, maybe he's seeing where he is with something that could fold to pressure. You have 2 overs and the backdoor ace of spades.
Chorney calls the clock again on a hand that he is involved in.
Call.
All in and a call.
Deuces the shove, snaps it off.
He chose ace queen, and Glenn chose pair of aces.
Remember, all the times that he has called clock, he has absolutely had it.
Isaac has the ace of spades, the queen of diamonds. He would need.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him.
And here's the turn.
Spaderoo.
9 of spades on the turn.
Okay.
Always a sweat. It's never easy.
Now, Isaac needs a spade. Always a first place finisher. Let's see the river card. King of clubs. No help.
Isaac Barron exits in 4th place. 589,000 euros, leaving us with the final 3 players. Glenn Chorney wins another big pot, claims another scalp, and the blinds are now 60,000, 120,000. I think this is the biggest blind level we've reached yet.
3rd place prize. Near enough $1 million. Over $1 million for third place. 1.1 million, James.
Flop is 10 ace 4.
Gut shot for Chorney. Not much for Villemure to be excited about.
Check.
Everybody a millionaire.
Turn card, check of spades.
Chorney with Broadway.
And crucially, I think Villemure picking up a double gut shot of his own, a 9 or a king would make him a straight. Reasonable situation for him to start bluffing in.
200,000. Glenn call.
Oh yeah, story checks out about him not feeling that well.
Into your sleeve, pal, not into your hand, and oh, Villemure makes the dummy straight.
I mean, he's a little wooden. I wouldn't call him a dummy.
Three-handed, flops check through. Insanely cruel run out for Villemure, who makes the 2nd nuts.
550,000.
Maxime bets 450,000. Okay, 550,000.
How much do you have left?
This is such a pure run out for Chorney, not only rolling his gut shot straight on the turn, but his opponent getting there on the bottom end of things.
550.
This hand, so sick.
Literally and figuratively.
I'm all in.
Glenn re-raise all in.
Chorney shoves on Villemure.
And
who calls and is out.
Queen King for Glenn.
Nut straight for Chorney, and Villemure busts in third place, 715,000 euros, and it's heads up in Monte Carlo, the Season 4 Grand Final from April 2008. Glenn Chorney taking on Dennis Carlo for the title trophy and first prize of more than 2 million euros.
It's almost it.
Well, Glenn Chorney ran very well at this final table. I think he played a very solid game as well. But Carlo, the second time he finds himself heads up this season on the EPT, right?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Very lucky river from him.
And we really haven't seen much from him in this show at all.
Yeah, kind of a silent, understated move into second place. Now he's playing for it all in the trophy.
Minutes left. Marina shuffle up and deal.
So I can't say Dennis Carlo looks a little like Nick Schulman.
Nope, not allowed. Joe, you have to appreciate and understand the rules of bad lookalikes.
If I find someone that looks like Nick Schulman, can I then say he looks like Dennis Carlo?
As long as they are famous in the mainstream world and not in poker.
Small pass.
Rules are rules.
That was a walk for Dennis Carlo, by the way. First hand a heads up.
He definitely looks like evil Nick Schulman. I only say that because of the goatee. It's just the way it works. If you have a goatee, you're the evil version of someone else.
That is King Queen for Carlo, who is at a significant chip disadvantage.
350.
Raise to 350.
That's putting it lightly.
Then it's raised to 350,000.
I'm all in.
Re-raise all in.
Chorney shoves with ace-5. Carlo calls it off.
Not bad. Then is all in with King, Queen. King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds.
Glenn Chorney, a 6-4 favourite to win the Season 4 Grand Final.
Put an ace out there one time,
Let's
please.
see the flop.
Or hearts.
About to be runner-up again.
And the flop comes. Ace, Queen, 6.
Ace, Queen, 6.
We have a pair of queens for Dennis, but a pair of aces for Glenn. Glenn is in the lead. Dennis needs another queen or a king for second pair.
Please don't do it to me.
Let's see the time.
Don't do it to him.
It's a 6.
It's never been done to him.
Well, that takes away the king outs.
Only a queen's good now.
Let's see the river card.
Thank you, Glenn.
No queen.
It's
not a queen, and it's over. Glenn Chorney takes it down. Dennis Carlo, a runner-up 2 times this season.
Chorney, well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Pocket nines for Shemian, queens for Greenwood.
Great spot for Sam. Starts the hand with just under 30 big blinds. And there is the re-raise from Greenwood. The 3-bet to 415,000. And Action back on Shemian.
All in.
Shemian shoves. And Greenwood calls all in. So he's the player at risk here, but obviously a huge favorite. It is Domination Nation. Queens, 4-1 favorite against nines.
Ola Shemian is going to have to call on the power of Castle Swag Skull.
Joe, it felt like an orbit ago that Shemian was chip leader.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
And if he loses this, which he will, 4 times out of 5, he'll be left with just 13 big blinds.
When you got a bunch of players who all know what they're doing, they're going to cycle around and jockey for position.
So far, so good for Sam Greenwood. Queen's holding.
7.
It is always coming 7.
You still like your 10, that's right.
Yeah. Still doing okay.
7.
I'm putting the 9 of spades.
No 7, but it is a jack.
And now the queen's dead. That's good.
That's good.
Queen of spades is dead.
Queens and 7s, the cards that are working for Shemi, and the cards that Sam Greenwood needs to fade. Is Andre Latau correct? Is it always coming 7? Not this time. Greenwood gets the double up. Shemian is now the low man at the table. Greenwood's now second in chips just behind Christoph Vogelsang. Things now changing very quickly. Now the stacks are getting shallower at this super high roller final table. Greenwood with 10s here, raises to 200,000. Round to Shemian in the big blind, who has 7-6 of spades.
Very reasonable hand to defend. I don't think we see him make the jam here. Probably a little bit.
All in.
Excuse me. There we go.
Just wait 3 more seconds next time.
And he's going to get called really quickly and be in a lot of trouble with the 6-7 suited.
Wow. Shemian gets it in with 2 undercards to Greenwood's pair. Domination Nation. And Shemian's going to need a lot of help.
And this is one of those spots where, to an audience, it may feel, you know, he's all in with 6-7 suited. But, of course, his objective is to get folds, and he's going to get a lot of folds. We've just spoken about how Christoph Vogelsang is going to open wide from the button. I'm sure Sam Greenwood is as well. So this, a lot of the time, is just going to get the fold it needs. But, sadly, when you run into it, you're in pretty bad shape.
It's going to get the fold a lot. It's going to be live a lot. Neither thing is true in this case.
Exactly, yeah.
18%, not terrible. Much less now.
Looking good, down to 4%, and a very strong chance that we lose Ola Shemian in 4th place. Remember, this is his 4th cash in the 100k super high roller here in Monte Carlo. 3 in the money finishes in a row. He won this event in 2016. He came 5th last year, and he is eliminated in 4th place this year, cashing for 513,000 euros.
He got caught red-handed on the bathroom floor. Swaggy. This year, it wasn't him.
We're down to 3 players, and the stacks are relatively even. 44 bigs for Greenwood, 36 for Vogelsang, Ali Reza Fatehi with 31 bigs. So Sam Greenwood has become chip leader by virtue of that coup against Shemian.
Have I given a trophy yet to either Vogelsang or Greenwood? I don't think so, right?
I don't believe so, and you certainly haven't to Ali Reza.
Yeah, that much I know.
Ace Queen of clubs in the small blind.
I usually just root for whoever's going to give me the easiest time during the interview.
Right, okay.
And I think that Vogelsang is going to be like pulling teeth.
Nice enough bloke, though.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no edge there, you know? Straightforward, but maybe not as entertaining as it could be.
We talked earlier on, Joe, about the fact that Christoph first appeared in London
3.5.
in 2013, and I remember we sat down and did an interview with him there, and actually he's a very personable chap and actually quite a good interview.
Okay. Well, then I hope I was wrong in that statement.
3, 4, yeah.
Well, an interview of your caliber, Joe, you'll be able to get anything out of any of them.
No. Oh, goodness, no.
So Sam Greenwood has called the raise with 10-7 of diamonds.
10-7 suited has been huge today.
And the flop
oh, boy.
is Jack 10-7 with 2 clubs, 2 pair for Greenwood. The flush draw, the royal flush draw for Vogelsang. And it's pretty much a flip at this point.
Yeah, this is a huge flop for both players, of course. And blind v blind as well, 3-handed. Every chance we see chips going on the flop, if not the turn. This might even be a spot where Vogelsang wants to go for a check raise all in. Obviously, it's really hard to make mistakes or do anything wrong with ace queen of clubs here because you just have so many outs. You have so much equity.
Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos.
And Greenwood's hand is one which is really strong right now, 2 pair, in a blind v blind situation, but it's also very vulnerable.
Correct.
So many bad turns. So I'd be surprised if we see him flat. I think his best option is going to be to raise, and Vogelsang with so much equity is just going to put it in and we'll run it out.
There's the raise from Greenwood. It makes it 700,000 total.
.6 in the middle.
And the good news for Vogelsang is he's still deep enough that Greenwood can be raise folding here sometimes. So he might make a raise fold with something like 7-8 that blocks some of the more nutted hands, blocks some two-pair combinations. Or it's just being aggressive with like a queen-9, right? Because he has all the chips. We just spoke about Vogelsang not wanting to get overly involved. He does decide just to call with the ace-queen of clubs.
Well, this pot, 2.1 million. Vogelsang with 2.4 million behind. 5 of hearts does not help him.
Is there something to... I'm reluctant to just call there because I feel like if a club hits, then it kills my action.
Well, a club, sometimes, obviously, your opponent's going to bluff that card as well. I think the more of a consideration should be turns like this one where your equity is diminished so much and you're out of position. And Greenwood is incentivized to be aggressive because Vogelsang doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza, right? So it could be a spot where you actually end up folding too much of your share of the pot. Obviously, the easiest play is just to ship it all in on the flop. It's never going to be bad. You have heaps of outs against pretty much anything. But this might be a consideration from Vogelsang where he doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza does, and with all due respect, probably fancies himself to have an edge over that player. So, like, put it in what is kind of a coin flippy spot.
So Sam's decided to overbet the pot, putting Vogelsang all in.
Yeah. And now he really can't call because he's got a brick turn. He's not getting a decent prize to draw to his hand. Unless, of course, he thinks he's ever good with ace-high. Unless he thinks Sam Greenwood enough of the time...
What percentage of the time does ace-high have to be ahead here?
A fair amount, Joe. A fair amount.
Okay.
But like it depends. You have to expect him to be bluffing hands like Queen-9 or like King-Queen and getting really aggressive with those a lot of the time for you to want to call off.
He's probably not doing that often. No. Not often enough, obviously. Hence the fold.
So Greenwood now playing 56 big blinds. Ali Reza Fatehi 32 bigs. Vogelsang now the low man at the table. The shortest of the 3 remaining stacks with 24 big blinds. As we play on here in the 100k Super High Roller at EPT Monte-Carlo.
It's kind of crazy how, with an ante like this, you could seriously just be going all in for 30 big blinds with deuces. It would be fine. Be a huge win just to take the 2.5 big blinds.
Oh!
Heyo.
A set of deuces for Vogelsang. Greenwood has paired his 5, second pair on board.
I mean, at least with a title like Infinity War, they're being honest about how long it would take you to catch up on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great opportunity for Vogelsang here. Goes for value, 325k into 740k.
Pretty big bets. I like it.
Whereas Kaiser says, dilly ding, dilly dong.
Don't you always just hope that the turn is a queen here?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's an action killer in this situation. Normally wouldn't be, but...
Christoph, it's your turn.
900.
Thank you.
900,000.
I mean, the ace is a scare card, but you're going to have to, you know, assume that all the hands that you beat with queen 5 will be trying to steal the pot when the ace hits. So this is not an easy fold by any means.
If you think the ace is a scare card for those pocket deuces, Lex, you are tighter than I thought.
Greenwood calls the 900k. So 3.2 million in the middle. Vogelsang with 2.6 million behind. He improves to a full house.
I am all in.
Emmeline?
Emmeline. Maybe I'll just go for like some 1.4 million.
All in.
Vogelsang shoves. And now Greenwood has a tough decision with just a pair of 5s.
Emmeline. Man, the ace pairing is really tough for Greenwood here. On the other hand, you think, oh, what is this guy bluffing? But, you know, there's 6-4, 7-9, all that sort of stuff. This is a really tough spot. I hear him say a lot of 7x. There will always be a tiny percentage in somebody's head that if you call here and you're right, that it's over.
I call.
He calls!
Wow.
It is not over.
Christoph Vogelsang gets the full double up through Sam Greenwood, and we get the big switcheroo.
Wow.
Vogelsang returns to being chip leader. Greenwood now the short stack. And you know why? It's because he had deuces.
Yeah, thank you.
I hate it when people don't put their time bank cards in stacks of 20.
I think he's showing them off.
He's got them all fanned out.
All in.
He shoves.
Maybe he's been watching the stream.
And Vogelsang calls. Greenwood all in with king 7, called by Vogelsang with ace 6.
There we go.
This is the moment I've all been waiting for.
Vogelsang a 6-4 favorite to win the super high roller. Greenwood does have live cards. Greenwood will need to hit to survive. Vogelsang just needs ace high to hold. The flop is Jack 10-3. Ace high is holding. Greenwood has 6 outs, looking for a king or a 7. The turn card is a deuce. It's all but over. Vogelsang on the cusp of lifting the Super High Roller Trophy.
Exciting all in. Yes.
Only a king or a 7 saves Sam Greenwood. The river card is a king!
It is not always coming 7, but that doesn't matter. Double up, Sam Greenwood.
And now they're practically even in chips.
All in.
There we go.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
What? Aces.
It looked like he was expecting the fold, like he was just going to have to fold whatever it was. And then he's like, just kidding. Oh, my heart just jumped.
So Sam Greenwood set for a big double up here.
I would like to see that again. His look of surprise as he almost mucks aces.
Let's see if the old adage about deuces is true and if Vogelsang can spike a set. Not on the flop. Two outs for Christoph. He will not be eliminated in this hand, but he will be left with 15 bigs should aces hold. Of course, if there is a deuce on the river, Vogelsang will have won the Super High Roller. 2 cards Sam Greenwood has to fade. The river is a jack, aces hold. Greenwood back in command. 42 bigs for Sam, 15 bigs for Christoph.
I mean, this is the biggest lead he's had heads up, right? If at all.
I think so.
Looks like he's trying really hard not to smile.
The smile comes after.
I mean, I'd be smiling too.
All
If I
in.
locked up $1 million. There's the all in.
Oh,
And a
there we
call.
go.
Sam Greenwood calls with King Jack. So Vogelsang ahead here with ace high and will get the double up unless Greenwood can connect. Should Greenwood get there with King Jack, it will be over. Vogelsang the player at risk.
I think that's,
this is a good all in.
yeah, it's the loosest all in call I think we've seen at this final table.
60.
Yeah, something like that.
61. Oh. Sleepy guy's on his feet. Doesn't want to miss this.
The flop is jack high. Sam Greenwood takes the lead in this race and now has the advantage and is the favorite to win the 100K Super High Roller here in Monte Carlo. Vogelsang needs an ace. $10 on the turn. 3 outs for Christoph Vogelsang. He needs Barry Greenstein. He needs the ace on the river, or we finally have a winner. This final table will finally be over and we can all go to sleep.
I think this is it.
The river is another jack, and that is it. Sam Greenwood has won, claiming his second Super High Roller of April 2018. He won a 50K in Barcelona. He has won the 100K here in Monte Carlo. He will lift the trophy and get that first prize of 1.5 million euros. That was 2018. This is 2025. It is the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. It's day 2. It's the final session of the day, and that means world-famous bubble coverage live from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, because we're coming back from the dinner break with 181 players. 175 will get paid. Normally we focus on the chip leaders, but these are the short stacks. These are the players in the danger zone. Danger zone! As we approach that all-important bubble. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we also have a new lineup on the main stage, Joe, a new feature table. We have got a former EPT champion, Sebastian Mallets, and we have got a Monte Carlo legend, the guy who won the super high roller here last year. It's Hall of Famer Patrick Antonius.
Awesome. Finally, the thumbnail isn't a lie.
Kicking off the 2K, 4K blind level 15 of the main event. I think the real question for the next half hour is not will the bubble burst, but will Stoyan Obreshkov work his way into Joe's list of top 5 Bulgarian poker players?
It's a tough list to crack. You're competing with Slaven Popov, Simeon Naidenov, to name a few.
A reminder that a min cash is worth 8,500 euros. And when we get to the final table, we are looking at 6-figure scores for the players, and we're looking at a 7-figure score for this year's champion. 1 million euros up top. But really, the focus right now is on just making that min cash. The focus right now is ensuring that you're guaranteed a percentage, a slice, no matter how small, of the 5.79 million euro prize pool generated by the 1,195 total entries across the 2 day ones and the start of today. And we can expect that bubble to burst relatively soon. Although, you never know. We have seen some protracted bubbles in our time.
People cling on. You have a couple of short stack double up all-ins that don't go the way they're supposed to, and it can play on for a while.
So Sebastian Mallets, one of the big stacks at the feature table, second in chips of the players we have on the main stage. Should highlight, Joe, we don't have to do this alone. Joining us for world-famous bubble coverage, live via satellite from California, Maria Ho. How are you?
Maria, are you coming to us from the bathroom?
Has he been here before?
It sounds echoey. I always know that when I'm echoing that people are going to know I'm in the bathroom. I just thought I'd let you know. Just mute before you flush.
On the right? This is yours, right? This is mine, right? Oh, this is not
sure thing, okay. Sure thing.
Yeah, well, we'll get that sorted and we'll get back to you shortly, Maria. Try and be quick, though, because this satellite uplink from Monte Carlo is costing us 250 euros per minute.
What's the delay? 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Maybe the last table today.
More like Frederick Pol Pot, because he is dictating this table.
Tyus Mulhusen is a player we have seen at many a feature table make many a deep run in an EPT.
He's cool as hell.
We also saw him win that FPS event in Paris last year. Oh, Patrick, really?
Look! Look!
I'm going to say that Antonius is the only guy who can get away with flossing on screen.
I'm doing the same thing right now.
You don't look cool. You don't look sexy. You don't look manly. You look ridiculous. Patrick, however, looks all of those things. I think we've got the classic, let's just do a quick head count and make sure that we didn't accidentally make the money during the dinner break. No, we've confirmed 181 players remaining, ready to kick off level 15. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante.
Time to shine. What? Time to shine.
Time to shine.
Time to shine. Time to
grind.
Yeah, and potentially time, depending on your stack size, to either play tight, try and make it into the money, or time to bully if you are one of those big stacks. So Frederick Popov finds himself with King 10 suited on the button. He's the table chip leader, starts this hand with more than 100 big blinds.
Pop it.
And Popov is raised to 10,000. Ace Jack for Patrick Antonius in the small blind. I think someone may have driven that supercar a little bit too close to the venue.
Boy, are they going to be disappointed when they find out you can't buy in anymore.
So we have seen a re-raise from Patrick to 37,000 with Milhausen folding the big. Action is back on Popo.
The good thing is I'll see that one. Is it just because you're on TV, huh?
Oh, always love a smile from Patrick. They are few and far between, but when you get them, they're a delight. Okay, I'm a great believer that if at first you don't succeed, just give up. But I've been told that we should try again. Maria Ho joins us live via satellite from California. Hello, Maria.
Hi, is this any better?
I mean, I was mostly doing a bit. It's fine.
Okay, well, fine. I was in the bathroom, but now I'm out, so I'd be shocked if it's not better.
Your audio is definitely not coming from the microphone you think it's coming from. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, but it's the microphone that my computer says it's coming from, so I know we can't trust technology these days, but what to do?
As long as it's the real you and not an AI version.
But they make the AI version sound so much like you these days.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, there's some questions I can ask you that only the real you would know.
I'm scared to know what those questions might be.
Like, what happened to our Valentine's date this year?
Oh, right. Well, I couldn't go, so we weren't able to continue our annual tradition.
I think it's hilarious that Maria couldn't go and my phone didn't ring.
Despite the echoey nature of this connection, we will persevere, Maria. Did you think that it would be May of 2025 before you got to make an appearance on an EPT stream? Can you believe we've gone a full 4 months of the year, a full third of the year without a European Poker Tour live stream?
I know, it's so sad. I mean, what are we going to do? What's the latest? Are we going to replace something in the February months that Paris was in?
I mean, hopefully Paris can return next year, but as far as the rest of the year is concerned, we've got Barcelona, we've got Malta, we've got Prague, so got the rest of the year is full. But yeah, I think this was a one-off, this was an anomaly, and hopefully we can just get back to a full schedule for 2026.
That would be exciting. So what's going on with the French laws and policies? Are we able to make it work to have an event? What's all of that about?
I've not heard any update, but I think there is optimism that Paris will return next year. Cautious optimism. As we see Patrick Antonius raise with the Snowmans. And we have seen a call from Obreshkov in the big blind. And the flop is Ace Queen 7. So that is second pair for Obreshkov, who has the advantage over Antonius.
Are you sure this Obreshkov guy is Bulgarian? It sounds Irish to me. Obreshkov.
The Stoyan is probably the giveaway.
Oh, right, yeah. Stan Obreshkov.
Well, this does give Antonius a flush draw. The 10 of clubs on the turn.
Obreshkov without a club. Has checked. Patrick checks back.
Oh, gets there. Backs his way into the flush, having been outflopped. That's how you become a Poker Hall of Famer, ladies and gentlemen. And Patrick is planning to value bet the small flush. $21K into $38K. Second pair, solid kicker on a straighty flushy board. That's a fold.
How do you know that you can value bet the 8 high flush?
Because he's Patrick Antonius. Man, myth, legend, God.
Yeah, I was going to say the man part. Debatable.
So that big red bubble is 176. That is the bubble. We go hand for hand at 176 players. The bubble bursts when we get to 175 because that's how many will make the money.
I don't want to say Monte Carlo is expensive, but when he's here, Po Pot goes by Rich Pot. That's
Wow.
from an Emmy-winning comedy writer, by the way, just to prove to you about how difficult these jokes are to write.
Pol Pot jokes in 2025, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Po Pot. Not I made the Pol Pot joke.
Oh.
Po as in Po, like Po Boy. Poor.
Ah.
Poor Pot, a.k.a. Rich Pot. It's really good when you have to explain it. Emmy-winning comedy writer. Kim Caramelli. You think I'm going to let you be anonymous for that? No. Trolls Band Together available on streaming, by the way.
Patrick with King Jack in the hijack, facing this under the gun raise from Tepe.
And a Peabody Award. Not for that joke.
Obreshkov folding the ace-10. Mallets folds the big blind. So back on the original razor, facing this 3-bet from Antonius. Disappointed that doesn't dye his beard the same color as his hair.
Maybe he doesn't dye his hair the same color as his beard. So this sucks, by the way. And I would probably just not open anything that I wasn't willing to get it all in with, because this is going to happen. Uh-oh, you hear that? This is going to happen a lot.
Yeah.
Antonius, with all the chips, is going to 3-bet the pants off you. I mean, not all the chips, but this is a deep stack table.
Yeah, we heard that noise.
4 out of 4.
And we saw the
What's the
field tick
record?
down to 180 because Jacob Ansalam has just been eliminated in 181st place. Oh, and we're now down to 179.
Whoa, Black Betty and Salam.
We'll show you in a moment who just went out in 180th place as we return to the action at the main feature table. Still trying to sort out Maria Ho's audio problems behind the scenes.
Aren't we really something? That Maria's coming to us instantaneously from 8,000 miles away, and we're like, you know, it's a little off. It's a little echoey. Can we fix that? Can we fix that?
Good
Come on, guys. Defense.
We strive for perfection. We never come anywhere close, but we still strive for it.
3v1 now.
Not much defense left.
We have seen Patrick with a big stack on the bubble before. He is relentless.
And why I backpedaled when I said he has all the chips. Because it looked like he had a lot. And then I saw that he's 4th on the leaderboard. And then I saw that he does have a lot. And then I saw that everyone at this table has more than 50 big blinds except for Tepe.
Take one for the team, yeah?
You guys should be taking one for the team.
Who has the best hand? We don't know.
Patrick has the best hand.
You think so?
Yeah, because he's going to win this pot.
Yeah, but it's more fun if he wins it without the best hand.
But that's what I mean. It's going to be the best hand because it's going to be the last one to get mucked.
Don't
Patrick 5. Patrick 5, hold the table, 0.
What do you show?
Ace Queen.
He did have the best hand. It's just hard. It's so hard just being right as often as I am.
Just sorry. I
Nailing it.
Didn't mean to laugh so loudly. Ah, that's who went out in 180th place. Bye-bye, Masato Yokosawa.
I busted somehow. So sad.
I'm laughing with him.
4 players left to the money. I had a 170-80. Bust.
But I'm also a little bit laughing at him. Mostly with, a little bit at.
Popo opening under the gun with kings.
breadstick, maybe. Maybe breadstick.
Oh. Still at 179 players as we see Mulhausen decide what to do with eights.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Mulhausen. Hey, you can't spell Mulhausen without O-O-L, can you? Getting a little out of line. I mean, probably not. It just looks like it because he's up against kings.
This is not going to work. Looks like everyone else has folded rather. And we get a call from Popo. And the flop is 666, the mark of the beast.
Mulhausen, you're coming with me.
Sir. Call a waiter, please. Thank you.
$20,000, the continuation bet. And now we're waiting for Popo. That's a call. His hand going to the turn. 10 of spades. Popo now a 95% favorite.
I think Mulhausen might be able to narrow down Popo's range with this under the gun raise. Looks like he thinks he can still get value. Real small bet here, though. Trying to get called by Ace King again. Ace King or Ace Queen, Ace Highs.
Well, instead he's going to meet resistance from pocket kings from a bigger full house.
I think maybe when you make a bet this small too, maybe occasionally you induce a raise and get the info you need that way.
Well, that's what we get. Popo makes it bigger. Raises to 62,000.
Oh. Mulhausen doesn't have a ton behind. Will not have a pot-sized bet left behind if he somehow doesn't fold this.
If he decides to take the safer option, he can fold here and leave himself with 40 bigs, which should be enough to make it to the money. That is a fold.
Found out relatively cheaply.
Showing the bluff is good for the stream.
Frederick Popo still the table chip leader. Closing in on the 120 big blind mark. And another elimination. It is Gold Pass winner Serafim Kovalevsky. Eliminated in 179th place. So sadly not able to translate that gold power pass into a min cash in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. He's gone. We're down to 178. We are 2 off hand-for-hand play. We are 3 off the money. Okay.
Yeah. Take 3.
One last try.
Sure.
Joining us live via satellite is Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hi.
Yes, finally. Third time's a charm. It does work. It does work. You don't sound like you're in a Kazi anymore.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I knew that it was my last chance, so I was really hoping.
Oh, absolutely. I would have clicked the disconnect button. As I said, Maria, 250 euros a minute. This stuff isn't cheap.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
The satellite uplink is really expensive. I mean, one day they'll create a really cheaper way of having people join remotely.
Yeah.
But sadly, for this internet live stream, the only way we can have remote contributors is via satellite.
Now, what about Skype?
What the hell is that?
What the F is Skype?
Maria, when you were with us one of the first 2 times, but sadly I couldn't ask the question because you then had to go and we had to sort out all the technical jiggery-pokery. Matt Race wants to know, what was this year's result on bowling? How is the bowling going?
Okay, so outside of that first league that we had last fall, which we won, we came out on top, we have not resumed bowling league. So you know, we ended as winners, and we will stay that way until maybe we decide
I'm a great believer in going out on top. You won it, retire.
For sure, but I also want both you and Stapes to join in our next bowling league, so I feel like we have to run it back just for that.
I don't know. It's kind of way beneath me.
Oh, wow.
Skill-wise.
Oh, wow.
I just... It's I mean, what is your
Stapes,
average?
we're giving you the chance.
What is your average, like 110?
But we're giving you the chance to be the best player in the group for once in your life at something. And you don't want to take it?
I mean, it's kind of like on my comedy nights when I'm the best comic there. It's not really that much of a compliment to me. It's just sort of showing how awful everyone else is.
Well, this was a great flop for Popo. Bad turn, horrible river.
Yeah, he probably, you know, likes the fact that he has a queen to go with his 9 because he does block a hand like queen 10. And he also unblocks flush draws, which are kind of the likely bluff type hands. So, you know, we will see what he wants to do when faced with a bet, because there are some reasons with this combination where he can think about bluff catching. But, you know, there are now, as you mentioned, James, 2 overs to his pair. So I think it will largely depend on the sizing and, you know, a little bit with the dynamic that has been established between these players. Obviously, again, we're nearing the bubble. And so because of that, you know, might some players want to take some lines that they won't normally.
I think you got to check back here for deception. Oh!
Stop. Stop it.
Oh,
Just
man.
stop
He read
it
my
right
book.
now. Oh, no, he bet 5K. He bet 5K, it says, right?
No, he said check's good.
He said jack's good.
Oh. Damn it. You know, I'm not saying Monte Carlo is expensive, but when he's here, Po Chat goes by Rich Chat.
Antoine Franken has just been eliminated, so we are now down to 177. We are 1 off the bubble. We are 2 off the money.
There's another guy named Po. I don't know if you realize that.
Yeah, it's just as bad as the previous one.
That one's on me.
So it looks like Toby has asked for play to be paused while we just check on the status of the tournament, ensure that we are at 177. Of course, when we get to 176, there'll be a table break. We'll be 8-handed at every single table, and then we will play hand for hand. While we're waiting for Toby to speak, Maria, when are we going to quiz again? Never mind the bowling, we've got to get quizzing again.
I know, but to be fair, I was a little embarrassed by my Mohawk admission that I had to make, if you remember. And I haven't been able to face trivia since then, but you know, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready.
What's this now?
Do you want to explain it, or should I?
Attention, main event players.
I'm ashamed.
You're saved.
We're 177 remaining. That's 2 off the money. 175 is in the money. We're going to go to hand for hand from now on.
Okay.
So just a few rules during this process. If you have an all-in call, we need you to keep your your cards face down. Please do not turn your cards face up. Dealers, if they do turn the cards face up, just flip them face down. So once again, players, keep your cards face down during this process, if there is an all-in call. Also, very important, we need you to stay in your seats during this time. We do need the floor staff and the media the ability to move around the room, so please stay in your seats. I will be announcing the action, so you will not miss any of the all-in hands.
Unless you're getting your steps
Dealers, if you do have an all-in call, freeze the action and make sure you announce it nice and loud. Also, during this time, if we lose 2 players from one table, the player who entered the hand with the most chips will take the highest finishing position. If those 2 players are from different tables, any position will be split. Good? All right, ready for the clock? All right, thank you for your attention. Dealers, next hand, please.
And remember, keep your faces down.
So even though we are at 177, even though we are 2 off the money, we are going hand for hand. So 1 hand dealt at every single table, play paused until play is concluded at every single table.
Ooh.
Aces raising to 8,000.
I bet Patrick gets so wet during that bubble announcement. He's just like ready now. He's just going to start owning everybody. Look at him. Look at him. He's jonesing.
So Popo deciding how to respond to this raise with 7s in the small blind.
I think flat is certainly advisable. You know, even as the big stack at the table, you definitely know that against an under the gun +1 opening range, pretty much on the bubble, you know, they're not really going to be messing around too much, but he does opt for the 3-bet. I don't know, a part of me feels like this is where, you know that you might end up being in a situation where you slow play your aces to death. But what if Papo was 3-betting here with the bluffing part of his range and want to keep those hands in because you're going to have them so dominated with aces that a part of me feels like 4-betting here is just going to give off so much strength. Might you want to flat? And
that is,
this time would definitely be for deception.
That is absolute kooky talk. You do not slow play aces on the bubble here.
I mean, I would, and if I lose and if I get unlucky because I let some hand in, then shoot. I guess I'll play the next tournament. But
oh my God, you're a maniac. You're out of control.
I mean, everybody knows that the point is to stay out of the chip leader's way during the bubble, right? So how strong does his hand have to be to 4-bet when Papo has the covering stack? I just think that, you know, given the fact that he has a hand like 7s, there's a chance maybe he might just opt to call and set mine because he already has quite a bit invested with his 3-bet. But, you know, with all of his other hands, right, with all of his 3-bet bluffs, he's just going to fold.
Okay, 2 things. One is that since Popo is supposed to be getting out of line as the chip leader, he may level himself that he is being played back at. 2, we're very near, we're basically in France, right? Monaco is surrounded by France, so it wouldn't be set mining, it would be set miming.
Right. Okay, number 2, acknowledged,
okay.
And I will make sure to remember that. Your first point, I have to agree to disagree maybe, because I understand that this is obviously like one of those leveling war spots potentially, but how many times do you say to yourself, oh, I know that the chip leader is bullying me or might be bullying me, but and then, oh, I'm going to do something about it. Like, how many people actually have the follow through after they understand that that's the dynamic that's happening? Are they actually going to pull the trigger without a hand? I mean, not very many people, but it's fine. Listen, you picked up some chips uncontested in a sense, like you don't have to see a flop. You don't have to ride out the run out, but maybe there were some chips left on the table is all I'm saying.
I from a real strategy / analytical perspective, I don't disagree with you at all, Maria. From a human being perspective, a lot of people are like, I just want to win these chips on the bubble here and let this hand be over and not go broke.
And you know what, Stapes? Are those people winners, or are they just min cashers at the end of the day?
I'm thinking.
You think away, Joe.
I'm thinking. I'm actually miming.
What are you?
That's why you can't hear anything.
That's your answer.
What am I? I don't know. I'm just a second place finisher. I just entered 3 tournaments in Japan and final tabled 1. I don't know. What am I? Is that a good win rate? It feels like a pretty good win rate to me. I don't know.
I hate to break it to you, but second place is not winning.
Is it? Oh, really? Wow. Wow. Should we go to Maria's Hendemon page and see how many ones we've got?
Next hand, please.
Okay, all hands complete. On to the next one.
Boy, if me and Maria, if we just keep escalating this, this bubble can't go on long.
I'm pretty sure that's not how bubbles work.
No, I just mean like me and Maria's friendship might be over if it takes much longer than this.
And she's tolerated you for this long. I don't really think there's much you can do in the next 15 or 20 minutes that's going to make it any worse. Well, here's Team Victoire to put you in your place, Joe. At least she talks about poker and analysing the hands, not discussing some irrelevant thing like the room service cost.
Didn't we just talk about bowling and trivia night? Like, I don't know, like 4 minutes ago? Who is that?
Team Victoire.
More like Team Big Band. Yeah.
Raise.
Band Victoire? I don't know. I should have thought that one through, but whatever. They're gone now.
Abrishkov's open, 3-bet by Popo. That's a fold.
Yeah, not going to get away with that on his watch.
Slowly. You have a lot of time for shuffle.
Popo still table chip leader with 114 big blinds and still an hour to run on this blind level, an hour to run on the day. I should highlight that if this bubble goes the distance, if we do get does seeing this room make you miss it, Maria?
Contrarian today. Yeah, I mean, I really wish I was there. Has the weather, well, okay, I saw on your Instagram story, James, that it was raining, I think, yesterday, but has the weather been nice enough where they can open
Yes.
the retractable roof yet?
The roof was open this morning. The sun was shining in. Now, the sun did disappear after lunchtime, and it's been a little bit overcast, but crucially, touch wood, no rain so far today.
Nice.
The weather is very...
And I heard you had Italian.
Yes, Italian last night.
Last night.
And I had a Belgian burger and the waffles from the Belgian restaurant at the hotel this evening.
Ooh.
Thank God Maria's here to talk about the poker. What have you been eating, Maria?
I'm on a pretty strict diet right now, so I love hearing about everybody else's food escapades, but sadly, I'm not really enjoying what I'm eating. I'm just eating for function right now.
That stinks.
We still have a few hands in progress at the outer tables, but crucially, no one has been alerted to an all-in and a call just yet. At least players are staying in their seats.
Kenny Howlert.
Yep, Kenny's still in.
He's wearing a real Waldo-esque outfit. So
Kenny was on
him.
our first feature table today. Looks like we're bringing the camera around to table 12, where we do have a former EPT champion Alexei Boyka. And it looks like Boyka is facing a decision here. We're on the turn, and Boyka has been shoved on by Jeremy Zouari. So Jeremy has moved all in, and now Alexei Boyka is deciding whether to call this all in on a Queen 10 4-4 board. So there is Zouari, and yes, Boyka is covered, so it would be calling all in.
Looks like our angles at this table and really short also.
Boy, oh, Boyka.
I mean, in my experience playing with Boyka, he's not afraid of these spots. You know, if he ends up being eliminated on the bubble, he would rather make the right decision in his mind at this point with the information that he has. So,
right.
I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if he does end up calling.
I'm going to try one more time here. Fold for deception.
Clock called. And there's your 30-second countdown, pal. It isn't quite a light font.
Ooh, is this a new?
Not easy to see, but it is ticking down.
Is this new where they show you the clock?
Yeah, I haven't seen this
before. I don't
before.
remember when the clock being called. Yeah.
Let's all count together. 10.
That's cool.
9, 8, 7,
8,
6,
7,
5,
5
4, 3. What planet are you
3, 2.
on? That almost worked, Joe.
Good lay down.
There's a long way between almost and working.
So Boyka folding. Hand concludes. And still have another hand in progress over at table 18 by the looks of things.
How about, oh, that's 18, yep.
Look at all these people getting their steps in, Maria.
Remember when Kenny was on here as a guest commentator one time? He said that it's okay to walk around the perimeter.
As he is doing now. Look, there he is demonstrating.
Yeah, no wonder he said it's okay. He does it.
So this is a hand between Faradin Mustavov and Michael Gueni. And we're joining this action on the river. That is an all-in from Mustavov. Gueni with the decision, staring at his opponent. And that is another fold. That might be the conclusion of all hands. Are we ready for the next one?
Viewers, next hand, please. Thank you.
Yes, is the answer.
Moving on.
Y me gusta mucho.
¿Quieres tener otra novia de Costa Rica?
La lengua. No, yo tengo una mujer, 2 niños.
Ah, vale, vale, vale.
No, no más novias.
I think they're showing some sporting event on the big screen, and that's why somebody got a little bit excited.
No more.
Don't they know it's the bubble?
Antonius on the button with 8-4, doing what Antonius does best, putting pressure on the bubble.
Just the sheer disrespect of the people in the blinds. Real talk, though. You think if it was like Phil Ivey in the big blind with a similar stack, Antonius is still going to be raising 8-4 offsuit?
Antonius fears no one.
That's a great question.
Well, we can see that Pochat has flopped best here with top pair and is better than a 9-1 favorite. Has checked the action to Patrick, who continues. Elder asking, what is the average stack? Average right now is around 200K. So still playing a 50 big blind average on the bubble in the main event.
Patrick hoping for maybe a backdoor straight draw. No.
No.
But it's a wicked scare card for a 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think Antonius understands that there are going to be a lot of weak one-pair hands here. There's not going to be a lot of two-pair holdings, right? Like 7-3 offsuit, 7-deuce offsuit. Those hands shouldn't be continuing pre-flop. And so might he try to go for another barrel, just trying to fold out like a 3x or a deuce x? I don't think he believes he could get very many 7x's to fold. Of course, there's also some straight draws, some flush draws possible.
Barry Greenstein
Check
makes an
for
appearance.
deception. Ooh. This would be a nice card for Patrick to find a river barrel on.
No, Patrick decides to check it back. Surrenders. Lame. Apparently, Patrick's membership of the Poker Hall of Fame has just been revoked.
Oh no, geez, that's harsh.
That check back has irked his fellow members.
I was just about to criticize this broiled Dunson on YouTube. It says Patrick scared money in a 5K bubble, lol. Scared money is like such an outdated term. It's like the last poker studying you did was watching the movie Rounders.
Actually, we highlighted them at the start. Now, granted,
yeah, what are they doing?
A few players have gone broke, but I still think there are some super shorties out there who are in a situation where they can barely survive more than an orbit.
Ari looked pretty short when we were at his table moments ago.
I mean, it's 10K in orbit right now.
All right, what are our predictions for how many hands it's going to take for the bubble to burst?
A lot.
Oh, no. Are you trying to reverse jinx it? Because if that's what you're doing, I'm fine with it.
A pessimist is never disappointed, Maria. So the strategy is to predict it's going to take a long while, then be fully expecting it to take a long while, and if we are gifted by a short bubble, we're then delighted. It's one of those situations where you're happy to be wrong.
I'm never happy to be wrong. I hate it.
Well, there's a crowd gathering around this table here, which implies something is happening. Look at the power of groupthink. Everyone else is like, well, something must be happening there, so let's move in.
I think it's someone just doing that, like, look, I've cut off my thumb trick.
Well, people are walking away, so I'm guessing that hand is concluded.
Oh no, it's someone's playing a video on their phone of a monkey scratching his butt.
Okay, dealers, next hand, please.
Next hand.
Please go to the TV table.
And they did. And they're there. Well, this is your fault, Joe, because you instigated this. John Berryman has done the research. Checking Hendon Mob, Maria Ho 12 first place finishes, Joe Stapleton at 0.
We have enough time.
You did kind of ask for that.
Yeah, but how many?
Should I take my apology now or later?
No, I just want to know how many non-ones are there, and those are all losses according to Maria.
3 minutes.
Her words.
You're cute. You're cute.
We're together in this.
Good for you. Good for you being able to open this hand. Sebastian Mallets.
He's just waiting for one of these two to slap it.
Patrick is
slap that hand away.
Wiping the drool off his face. He's getting so hungry to boss this bubble.
Round to Stoyan Obrishkov in the big blind. 7 deuce of diamonds. This guy's a pro. Raise and take it for Mallets. Third in chips at the table with close to 100 big blinds as we reach the halfway point of this level. Still at 177 players. 2 off the money in the main event. Hand for hand on the bubble.
Patrick? To tell the floor. Okay.
John Berryman back. Maria, hundreds of non-wins, but lots of money. Nope, doesn't count. They're all losses.
Oh, Joe.
Now that is a super short
Yeah,
stack.
it is.
That is Pedro Quebeca. He has just 6K. Remember, with blinds at 2-4 with a 4K big blind ante, when he has to post, he does not have enough for the big blind and the ante.
Well, we'll be back. Oh, he looks so sad. Oh my goodness, I can't even look at it. He looks how Maria's just made me feel.
Aw. No, I mean, if I were at this person's table, I would actually be like, you know what? Let's suggest we pay the bubble now. I'll take a little bit away from the first place prize money.
You can't do that. It's an even million. You can't take 8.5 grand off a million. Then it'll be a random number.
Well, okay, then we'll randomly draw for somebody within the money spots, and they will have to pay it out then.
I love that.
We randomly drew 156th place, which will now get nothing because that 8,500 went to the bubble.
Because that guy looks so sad, though.
We play for the pain. Well, this is one of our former feature tables, and there is a triangle here in front of Kuli Sadu, who is all in against Leon Zaita. And no, the dealer started running the board, but we have to wait for all hands to conclude in the room before this all-in is dealt out, so the players need to keep their cards down, as Toby illustrated earlier.
Anybody get a read off of that?
I got the sense
I might have got a read off of that.
Yeah, I don't think Cully Sadu is happy.
Yes, we mean with, you know, the cards he saw. Not having to wait. I mean, although waiting at this point probably doesn't feel great either. We do got a crowd way off in the distance there. That's the table. And I imagine we'll be back there shortly. The question is, will there be other tables or just that one? Doesn't look like any other commotion. I don't see any other hands in play. All right, we're back. We are back to Cully versus Leon Zaiter.
So it's Jack, 9-3 on the board. Remember, it went in on the flop, and the dealer accidentally dealt the turn card, which will not change the outcome of the hand, obviously. When they tabled their cards, I thought I saw Cully Sadu had kings. I'm guessing he's been outflopped. Toby coming over. So just double checking that play has concluded everywhere. We think this is the last hand in progress, or rather no hands in progress, so we can deal out this all-in. Cully Sadu, the at-risk player, called by Leon Zaiter, and based on when they initially turned their cards over and quickly turned them back face down again, Cully Sadu did not look happy.
Okay, players, we have an all-in call. First one. We're on table number 2. We already have a 4-card board. We have Cully is our all-in player, and we have Leon. So we have Cully is our all-in player, and we have Leon. We have a 9 of hearts, 3 of spades, and 2 red jacks. So turn over your cards, please. Cully shows King, King for 2 pair, and Leon shows Jack, 9 for full house.
Oh,
baby.
That's why he didn't look happy.
All right. Final card, please. Final card is a 5.
So Cully Sadu
we have
is out.
Lost a player.
Well, like Cully said, don't.
We are going to break a table, and we are going to continue hand for hand. So please bear with us, and we will continue shortly. Thank you.
That was sad. Also kind of sad that I think the card that got dealt that shouldn't made the full house, right? It was like 2 pair.
It was 2 pair on the flop, and then it became the full house on the turn. He was already drawing thin on the flop.
Yeah, of course, but then you know, like, you're just waiting all that time for there only to be 1 card to come, and you got to hit your 2-outer.
So Cully Sadu out in 177th place. We are now on the pure bubble, 176 remaining, and we continue hand for hand.
It would be really cool to be a part of this sometime, this energy, this buzzing. Also, this is like a time in a poker tournament I would really shine because I'm so good at not playing hands. Like I will just make the tightest folds. Ace queen suited under the gun, no problem, in the muck. Queens to a 3-bet, no thank you, done. Ace king suited in the big blind to a single raise, folding.
So look who's just moved table and has a full orbit before he has to post.
That's running hot.
All right, we're on 176. We are on the pure bubble. Dealers, next hand, please.
That is
Once
amazing.
Again,
now he's
bubble.
smiling.
Keep your cards face down, and dealers announce all in calls nice and loudly. Thank you.
It is
I
good,
mean,
huh?
nothing feels
It's quite
better
good.
than just being down to
Sometimes
one
you misclick
orbit and then having
your foot, but-
two big stacks
game changer.
get involved
It's
in a
good, yeah.
huge hand where one of them
I
gets
enjoy it as well.
eliminated, and you're just sitting there being like, all right, it was worth the wait.
8.
Pedro was down to 6K and could potentially now just fold his way into the money if we get an elimination in the next 8 hands.
Not a long wait hands-wise, but could take several hours in real time. And this is pretty coolery to pay. With pocket 10s under the gun and gets insta 3-bet by Montalban.
The plains, boss.
Yeah, super rough spot, but, you know, again, just how early of a
You
position
guys
this
don't like me or something?
3-bet's coming from. You know, there's not much you can do about it.
Show the 5.
Nice fold.
Show the 5. I
Show
wanna
the
see
5. Come on, let's
I
go.
want to see it early. Unbelievable. Now give me some change.
Everyone's solid. No 5s. No 9s.
Everyone's solid.
So we are on the actual bubble now. One more elimination. The red bubble on the screen will pop and the remaining 175 players will be in the money. A lot of anxious faces out there.
No action, no action, no action.
Just trying to see
action.
which tables still have hands in progress.
It doesn't look like any on this side.
Well, we're bringing the camera crew across to the side of the room. I think there's something happening at table 21.
18, 19.
I need to get my eyes checked. I can barely see the table number placards.
Yeah, so no all-in at this table, but there is a hand in progress. The players involved in this hand, Rafael Robas in the 1 seat and Tommaso Castellano in the 2 seat.
I spy with my little eye Manic Closer.
Yeah, staying in his seat like you're supposed to.
Come on, that still can't be a thing. We got the official ruling from Kenny.
We got 3 clubs on board. Those cards are pretty far forward. And he shows. What does he show? Jack 9 for a 9?
Well, whatever it was, Castellano wins the pot.
And anyone else?
Again, confused by reactions to the
EPT main event
sport
dealers, next hand, please.
rather than reactions to what's happening at the poker tables.
Some of them probably have a bet that's larger than the min cash, riding on the outcome of whatever game it is that they're watching.
That's true. But also these European people, they care about soccer even if there isn't money on it, which is weird.
So that Patrick misses the hand. Didn't hear it?
How dare they enjoy something with no money on the line?
We'll call you over, don't worry.
Baxter says the bubble graphic is confusing. I thought 176 cash. No, 176 is the bubble. It bursts when we're at 175.
Right under some kind of TV. Okay.
And when it does, there'll be a nice little sound, and then the bubble graphic pops.
Oh, yeah. You know it.
I mean, somebody hasn't joined us for world-famous bubble coverage before. But welcome.
I'm sure because you're a nice guy.
Was it Kings?
You show because you actually have something this time.
Friendly table.
Easy fall.
I did see a funny tweet today that related to that guy's patch saying pro is that tournament players want you to know that they're good and cash players want you to think that they're bad.
Huh. So with play
That's funny.
done at the feature table, we come back into the main room to see what hands we still have in progress. And something is happening down at table 19. It's Conor Beresford's table. There has been an all-in. It's not been called. And the player who's all-in is Ian Gascoigne. This is the guy who introduced himself to me at breakfast this morning. Said he was a fan. Said he was really excited to have made it to day 2.
Well, he didn't have to get your attention this way, did he?
But we now know who James is rooting for in this hand.
Yeah, he's rooting for this guy to not accost him at breakfast again tomorrow.
I'm always going to root for the amateur in this spot, especially someone who's a fan of the live stream. And has this all-in been called?
Something's being worked out.
Well, there is a flop out there, which is ace-5-4 with 2 hearts. And looks like Conor Beresford has called Ian Gascoigne's all-in. No, he's still thinking about it, apparently. Connor has not made the call yet.
What would you make of the guy standing up, plugging his phone in, and then sitting back down? Like,
He might be here a while.
what is he trying to tell me?
Next, he asks for a menu and a massage therapist.
Oh, it's going to be so sick if I win.
If you're actually on pocket fives, you're in really good shape.
Everyone's lying here.
No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, bro. That's a quadruple check.
So if I get eye-bust, I'll be the most popular person in here for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good thing though to be that guy, the charitable guy
who bubbled the main event.
Yeah, you know, I really want people to like me, but I think I might have found my limit.
I'm with you. Well, I think Connor has made the call, by the way, and we're now waiting for verification that all other hands have finished, and then Toby Stone will get into position. We'll flip these hands over and we'll see who is ahead, and we'll see how the board runs out.
I feel at risk. My sanity is at risk.
No offense to Connor, but I hope that Ian either has the best hand or gets there.
You're going to have breakfast with him every day for luck moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, James, if this guy bubbles and he tries to sit with you tomorrow, you can't really say no.
Don't worry, I heard 3 bad beat stories during dinner this evening, so I'm like, I'm all good. Predictions that they both have ace-5 here. They both have 2 pair. A chop, I'd take a chop.
I'm not sure I can cope with the 10 show. We're filming it. Oh, even worse.
Yeah, it's on TV, buddy.
I did say to you this morning, Ian, there's a chance you'll be on the live stream. I meant that you might make it onto the feature table, not that you might get knocked out on the bubble.
Snippet video and send it to me. I'll send it to the grandkids. The tension's mounting.
Well,
I'd be freaked out too.
It looks like all other hands have concluded, so Toby is making his way over, and we are going to deal out this all-in. So just to clarify, Ian Gascoigne is the at-risk player here. If Ian loses this hand to Conor Beresford, Ian will be eliminated, and we will be down to 175, and we will be in the money in the Monte Carlo main event.
EPT Monte-Carlo on the pure bubble. We have an all-in and a call. 2 Englishmen battling it out on a flop of ace-4-5. 2 hearts.
Now he's stealing your job.
Well, he needs a job if he bubbles.
All right, players, we do have an all-in call. We're on table number 19. We have Connor and Ian. And Ian is our at-risk player. We already have a flop of 4 of hearts, ace of hearts, and the 5 of clubs. Once again, Ian is our at-risk player. Turn your cards over, guys, please. Connor has a pair of 4s in his hand for trip 4s, and Ian, our at-risk player, has ace, queen, with the queen of hearts.
Not looking good for
Ian. So
Ian.
Ian, our at-risk player, has a pair of aces. Turn card, please.
What'd you say his name was?
Turn is a jack.
Ian Gascoigne.
Final card, please.
It's over.
Final card is a 10. All right. We have lost a player. You are all in the money, players. Congratulations, everybody.
Everyone except Ian Gascoigne is in the money as he bubbles the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Oh, I feel for him.
Okay, please wait.
It does really stink.
Please do not deal. Please wait.
Give him some money. Give him some money.
That guy with 6K is in the money.
That's true. That's true. Thank you, Maria, for accentuating the positive. Pedro Quebeca, who had just 6K left, just over one big blind, has managed to scrape into the money. And congratulations to the 175 players, now guaranteed at least a min cash.
Once again, congratulations everybody for making the money here in Monte Carlo. We are going to continue.
Who is it?
Anthony.
Yours? Splashing them around, yeah?
All right, dealers, in the main event, you can deal normally, please. All right, dealers, you can deal, please.
Okay, so now we are in the money. Let the post-bubble bust-out bonanza begin.
Well, we got to get down to
business.
6K, man. Quebeca.
Well, he's still got an orbit, right? Until he's forced all in. It was in like 2 hands.
Yeah, but he might get it in before that. What if it folds to him?
Number one, I don't believe that I in any way jinxed or cursed Ian Gascoigne this morning. However, I will accept comparisons to Jeff Platt. I will not accept comparisons to anyone else, Labaus. As a consequence, you're banned. Patrick knows that the bubbles burst right, and that this kind of tactic is not necessarily going to work anymore.
No one will ever suspect it.
Looks like he's going to be facing this 3-bet from the suited ace in the big blind.
38 minutes
That's going to be probably all she wrote for King 7 of clubs. Unless...
Oh, no, this is the last level. Oh, this is the last level. It's done for the night.
Beer level.
I hope it's 38 minutes.
So obviously some time got added to the clock because of all the pausing during the bubble. So we got 38 minutes left on the day.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought you were going to get rid of King 7 suited?
Okay. Antonius is doing Antonius things and has flopped top pair.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to continue with this combo kind of, on the weaker side of the King X suiteds, then at least playing in position is nice. I think what's also really problematic for ace-5 of diamonds here is that Patrick's continuing range against the 3-bet pre is going to contain a lot of suited combos. So he's going to have so many flushes here. And you just really can't do much here, even though you do have, a gutter. It's sometimes it's going to be hard for you to, what happens if the deuce of spades comes, right? Like, sure, you have a straight, but it's 4 to a flush.
Ooh.
Okay.
Not just a gut shot, turns out.
Or
the double gutter.
Yes, the double gutter, and it's helpful that it is the non-spade 6.
It's so funny because I know exactly what you're saying, Maria. I would have been like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Antonius. I didn't mean to 3-bet you. This one's yours. I'll get the next one.
It does feel like, based on the sizing that Antonius is choosing, though, that, you know, a lot of the times I think a flush is going to perhaps want to go bigger here on the turn so that, you know, they can maximize the value by the river. But just going for, you know, a quarter pot's not really that dangerous for the straight, even with the flush possible.
I was really hoping it would be a spade on the river so that Antonius could just absolutely bomb the river and get Montalban to fold the straight. But this is going to go check, check, and the straight is good.
Look, even Patrick does a hand funeral from time to time. A brief one, short eulogy, but it was there.
So obviously we're no longer hand for hand, just going to play out the end of this level, which will then bring day 2 to a close. The survivors bag and tag and come back for day 3 and sleep comfortably tonight knowing that you're in the money. And then it's a case of how far can you go? How many money jumps can you ladder? As we play down to the final few tables tomorrow, play down to the last 16 on Thursday, down to the final 6 on Friday, and then down to a champion on Saturday.
Yeah, there's certainly different stages of a poker tournament, right? Because early stages is always about kind of getting into the money. And then once you're in the money, it's like a new tournament begins because there is some ICM in play, you know, and there's going to be some decision making that, you know, you might not be playing chip EV anymore and you have to kind of consider other things. So there are going to be general adjustments being made, but I think that is the first step of just getting a little bit of a sigh of relief of being like, okay, now I'm in the money. Kind of recalibrate what your strategy is going to be going into the next several days, you know, when it's about kind of accumulating chips to set yourself up to be able to win this thing and to be able to come in as a real force, you know, heading into the final few tables of the tournament.
Must be great to be in a position to be able to do that and not just constantly be clinging for the next ladder.
But clinging to the next ladder is a strategy in and of itself, right? So, I mean, it's an aspect of the game that is not as fun, but the fact that you get to kind of practice it a lot, Stapes, is a good thing. It'll pay off.
I will say that in the tournament that I just did well in, that having watched so much late stage poker and ICM strategy really did help me quite a bit. I think I went into the final day like 13 of 16 and I laddered up to like 5th before really playing a hand.
Yeah, and sometimes that feels better, right? That almost sometimes feels better just, you know, knowing that you survived and watching people get eliminated around you, you know, versus having the big stack. You know, that's also a source of pride, I think, is to be able to say, like, I was able to pick my spots wisely and I had enough patience.
Well, especially because the big stack option was never available to me. Like, it was just never going to happen based on, you know, where I started the day, at least.
Right.
We're equal. 1-1.
30 minutes left on the day. Have we really not seen any eliminations yet? Still at 175? How? Guess everyone's trying to ladder for that min plus cash.
Pretty far from that, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
30 eliminations we need, 31.
Yeah.
My guess is that we probably have lost a few players, and it just is slow to update. There's probably...
Yeah, I imagine when they come
Some
to break a
admin.
table, they'll just bring it down by...
Yeah.
Oppo opening here with a raise to 9,000. And Tony's in the small blind with ace-10.
All right. I'm going to have a little three-way.
Both blinds calling, taking us to the flop, which is Jack 9-7. Oppo with the best hand right now, pair of sevens.
Yeah, I like the check back here. Just a little bit of concern for the flatting range coming out of the small blind here to contain a lot of those, you know, Jack X Broadway type holdings that are going to interact with that flop quite well. So just exercising a little bit of pot control, and this kind of allows Antonius to come with the bet here. Does have that gutter and the overcard, and again also aware that his range is going to contain some made hands as well, and made it look easy.
Nice work.
Antonius playing 265,000, around 65 big blinds. Average stack is still around 200K.
And we're finally starting to see a few shallower stacks at this table. Still quite deep for everyone but Mulhausen and Tepe.
Sebastian Mallet's opening here with King Queen. We have got a 15 blind stack here for Cian Tepe.
Yeah, definitely considering this spot. You know, we saw him have to raise full tens earlier before the bubble burst. Now it's a little bit different. Still doesn't want to go with ace-9 suited though.
I can feel that. Early open, lots of action behind. A boom.
Not gonna lie, I am looking forward to the shot clock tomorrow.
James, did you know that Popot is a an anagram for poopty? Or pooped?
That's a hashtag fun fact.
I'm a word guy. I can't turn it off, you know?
Well, Popo has made it 23K, and Mallets is in, calling with the King Queen. And we have a Jack high flop. And with Popo continuing for 19K with top pair, top kicker, Mallets folds.
Really interesting to see Popo just seem to have kind of one gear pre-flop. We've just seen a lot of 3-bets come out of him. Obviously, understandably, because it was the bubble quite recently, but also, you know, not really mixing with these types of hands.
And that is Ari Lodge.
Lodge.
Eliminated, but in the money. Cash is for 8,500 euros. So we are now seeing some eliminations. We are starting to lose players. Now we are in the money. So I imagine we're going to see that field ticker work its way down. Yeah, hearing cries of seat open coming from the floor. Tepe decided to make a stand here, all in with King Jack of clubs.
Okay, what are our thoughts on D3X Drive's comment that Sebastian Malich, this is most likely going to be looking up that shove. Sebastian Malich, bad look-alike, Eugene Levy. I see it. Anybody else?
I mean, it's based on eyebrows alone, which for me isn't really enough. No, no, no.
What?
Wow.
Why? Why?
That was good.
I win.
That shove gets through. Another famous face we have just lost from the main event.
Ooh.
A former Monte Carlo champion, Steve O'Dwyer.
Wow.
Another player cashing for 8,500 euros. Now, Spraggy is still in, but Spraggy just lost a huge pot. Ace-9 versus Ace-10, and Spraggy has just 3K. Spraggy has less than a big blind right now.
I still believe her.
I love old men cash Sprag.
Popo was open with Ace-10, Matthias Milhusen with Ace-King. And yeah, we've ticked down below 170 now. D3 says, Spraggy still believes, but we don't, Spraggy. We don't.
That's rude. I believe in Spraggy. Not enough to like put any money on it or like emotionally invest in it, but I believe in him.
Sure. Empty words from Joe Stapleton, just what everyone would want.
Shocker.
I'd like to be known not just for my empty words, but also for my empty promises. And possibly also my empty morality.
Again, I think that's related to sport and not the poker. Sport.
Somebody must have had a really good kick.
So I'm going to give you a reason why I think we're not seeing the usual mass elimination bust-out bonanza-a-thon.
Why?
Because actually we hit the bubble relatively early. And at no point did the average stack go below 50 big blinds. It's not like we got super shallow. So granted, there's a few shorties who are clinging on who are now basically going to take a chance, but actually it's still relatively deep.
Okay. I like this rationale. James seems sound. Feel like that makes sense. And you know, even the few short stacks that are out there, they can double, you know, so that's probably why. I mean, probably the shorties out there just probably doubled in the last few hands and have not been eliminated yet. Couple of 3-bets and take it. But Breshkov just has the best hair. Look at that quaff.
All right. Cool. It is pretty good hair. I don't want to say Monte Carlo is expensive, but it costs 35 euros for a haircut. For a single hair to get cut.
Sounds about right.
Are you not posting these on social media anymore, Stapes? Are you? Is it just on Blue Sky maybe? And I'm not seeing
I did
it
one
on
today
X?
on.
Not that I frequent X.
I did one today on the hellhole that is X.
But you also made an interesting comment, which is very valid, which is what's weird is that either the rest of the world has caught up or maybe we're just numb to it now. Nothing here actually seems that obscenely expensive anymore. Like,
it's because everything else is obscenely expensive everywhere else.
That's what I mean, I think.
Yeah.
It's like if we think about Vegas prices, right? If I went out for a burger in Vegas...
7 to 10 years ago, I do remember being from someone who Monaco and being like, wow, like this Coke is really 15 euros. That seems insane. But I will say that nowadays, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You're right. Relatively speaking, does not seem as bad. But I do remember being shocked, like having sticker shock.
Oh, for sure.
For a couple of years.
Yeah, it kills the bit, but like, good for Monte Carlo for not raising their prices.
They were ahead of the curve. They were price gouging before everyone else was, and now they're like, yeah, we're done with that.
It used to be that, like Maria said, like a Coca-Cola was like 3 times the price of anywhere else, and now it's only like 1 or 2 euros more than everywhere else.
Well, here's the real barometer. Yeah. Someone go to a grocery store and tell me how much a dozen eggs are.
You, white, brown, or Fabergé?
We want those organic, low PUFA eggs.
Round to Montalban in the small blind. Popo, 5 deuce in the big.
Now we're really going to see what gear he's in post-bubble. You going to just let this slide, or doesn't look
wow.
Like it.
Pop it up.
Yeah, you're not really going to shed a hand like King 9. I mean, those types of hands are just strong enough to be able to limp call a raise. But definitely some of the weaker part of his limping range would have been in the muck.
C-bet, let's go. Get it done. Come on, you got this. They're cheering for you, Pop Pot.
Probably ball.
What's the score now?
2-2, I guess.
I'm not going to lie, this whole, you know, raising against a small blind limp with the bottom of your range thing, I really feel like people wouldn't have caught on as quickly if it weren't for live streams. But now, you know, everybody's doing it.
Let's test Maria's soccer expertise, Joseph. Okay. Do you know who's playing right now, Maria? Do you know why they're very excited?
Same as the
Okay, I will say, and this might have been kind of a hint, so deductive reasoning tells me it's a Spanish team, because I saw Juan Pardo during the bubble shots of all the tables, he was rooting really hard.
Okay, it is a Spanish team. That's one of the teams. And what's the other team?
Okay.
Do you know which Spanish team, first of all? I can hear you typing. I can hear you typing. Don't start Googling.
No. How many are there? Like, I want to know my odds if I just take a wild.
How many Spanish teams are there?
There are 2
like 100
really big Spanish teams, though, which it would potentially be in a huge match. Like 2 big cities.
Okay, I know Barcelona has a team.
Okay,
for sure.
boom. There we go. You got Barcelona. Who's the other team? And here's your clue. They're not Spanish.
Okay.
They're not fake.
Definitely. Okay, I feel like I'm trying to think about who else I saw kind of standing up and watching in the direction of the TV. I don't know. I'm just going to guess English, because there's a lot of English football teams, right? So.
You got 2 more strikes. Otherwise, Joe gets a chance to steal.
Kings versus Ace-Jack suited. Pair of jacks for Patrick.
Okay, France.
I think France is a good educated guess, though, Maria, given where we are and how many French players there would be sweating this game.
Which other country are we very close to right now?
Italy.
Ding! Okay, now we're going to pinpoint a city in Italy.
Is there a
Milan?
Yes!
I was going to say, is there a cookie named after it?
You guys, I swear I did not Google this. This is just.
Well, yeah, you took
dome.
8 guesses. I mean, no one's accusing you of cheating. You barely got it.
No, the city in Italy was my first guess. All right. You know what, James, you're right. Maybe it's time to go back to trivia after all. I'm ready.
You just nailed it.
My confidence has grown.
Maria, that's your favorite Pepperidge Farm cookie, right?
I can't eat anything from Pepperidge Farm because I have to eat gluten-free these days.
I remember, and Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Oh, Patrick. Second pair top kicker.
Yeah, facing the second bar. I can't do the French accent as good as you, James. Sorry. I mean, Mulhausen's really telling the story that, you know, what type of hands would he fire 2 barrels here? You know, ace, queen, perhaps queens, kings, aces, all of those hands in the equation. You know, a little bit harder to have a hand like queen jack just because Antonius does block 2 pair, but is going to believe him here.
The clock stopped.
That's because we're going to draw for the number of hands to play.
Is it going to be like Dublin where it goes up to 11?
No. So yeah, they'll decide how many more hands to play tonight, deal that number of hands at every single table, and then that will conclude day 2 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. We have lost 20 players, by the way, since we got into the money. 20 players have cashed. We are now getting closer to the first pay jump. Apparently there might be overtime in this soccer match.
I thought you meant in the game.
Stapes is like, all right, BRB, gonna get another cup of coffee.
Oh, I hope we get the goal kicking contest.
That should just be the game. It's way more exciting than the rest of it.
Listen, I'll watch football/soccer when they just start counting down instead of up, time-wise.
Yeah, same.
4 more hands. 4 more hands to be played on day 2. Luckily, we don't use a double-sided, 12-sided die to decide the number of hands here. So this is the first of 4.
This feels like the one.
Yeah, and got a little reprieve last time he shoved, getting a better hand to fold. But I would literally lose it if someone had ace queen here and folded it. So it's time to go.
Ooh. Gets a slightly better hand to fold. See this comment from Daniel? I'm very disappointed in the commentator's lack of football knowledge. American. That is the only reason I come to watch these tournaments. Things must improve. Do better, PokerStars.
Oh, no. We saw he had the proverbial bowl of rice, and now he is departing with a min cash of 8,500 euros. Spraggy eliminated on one of the last hands of day 2.
GG, Sprags.
Looks like he had his good friend Adam there to root against him.
So 3 hands left to play. 6s here for Tepper.
Fanatics. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think that. Yeah.
Well, we only know one of Antonius' cards, but we know it's good enough to give him the advantage right now. Top pair. At least top pair.
This is hand 2?
Yeah. But we count down.
Right. So how many are left?
3, including this one.
How many not including this one?
2 more after this. And before you ask,
yeah,
1 not including this and the one after it.
I'm amazed you knew I was going to ask that.
I've been working with you for like 15 years now. I can preempt pretty much every single word that's going to come out of your mouth.
Makes me feel great.
That's kind of scary, James. I'm like, oh no. Are you starting to, do you have to think like Joe though? Do you have to put yourself in the way that his brain thinks?
He is a simple creature. It's not difficult to...
It's not difficult, but it is scary.
It's very, very scary.
Tough decision here for the sixes. Obviously, just went over to his pair. Antonius did flat his raise pre-flop.
Well, again, even without knowing one of Patrick's cards, we know he's still ahead. So it went check on the turn. That 3 on the river has not helped Tepe. We know he does not have the best hand. And he has checked to Patrick.
His name sounds like when I have a hair on my tongue.
And I think there's a strong case to be made here for Antonius trying to get some value now that it's checked again to him on the river. And this is kind of Stapes where finally you might be right, where, you know, Antonius checked back on the turn, not necessarily for deception, but because obviously he was afraid there might be some traps. But it is deceiving in the sense of Tep might be here wondering now what types of hands don't bet the turn but now are betting on the river. You know, are 10X's going to be a part of that range, or are there hands where my sixes can still be good here given the way that this hand is played out? Obviously, backdoor flush does get there. You know, ace 4 gets there. So there is still some hands of concern, I think, that might have decided to take this bet flop, check back turn, and then bet river line. But, you know, certainly the check back on the turn is what is making Tepe consider calling with sixes.
I mean, I heard you say not for deception, but then I heard a whole lot of words that sounded like deception. And check this out. Look at Tepe's got those MS-13 tattoos. Look, that X.
Well, I thought...
What's MS-13?
Don't worry about it. So we got to let that one fly. Just let that slide.
Oh, someone has called clock.
Time, teacher.
Oh, he's made the call. Ace 10 for Patrick.
That was good.
And that's going to leave Tepe with just 8 big blinds. And remember, we've only got 2 hands left to play tonight, only 2 hands left at this blind level. So if he does manage to fold his way into day 3, he's going to be a lot shallower. Penultimate hand. Nines for Sebastian Mallets. Barcelona champion from 2016 raises to 9,000. Ace King for Patrick Antonius.
Well, these two are too deep to have a disgusting flip at the end of the night, right?
You're going to have to flip at some point in this tournament. Why not make it now? Three bet to 32,000 action back on Mallets.
Yeah, Antonius is the effective stack here with about 70 big blinds to start. So, you know, I really don't think that Mallet is going to be doing much other than just calling here. I think you're right, Stapes, that just deciding that you want to go with it here and for all of it is just a little reckless given how deep they are. So, set mimes.
Queen, queen, 3, 9 still good.
Definitely the next best thing to hitting a set, of course, is getting this type of board texture. The paired boards usually feel somewhat favorable to the pairs.
Somebody remembers your lines, James.
Well, it's calling the 17K.
Man, he was pretty good a decade ago. He's got to be real good now.
Deuce on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Mallet's now an 86% favorite.
Is Patrick going to go quietly into the good night?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a portion of Malich's range that contains some of these, you know, paired hands that, you know, may or may not be folding to additional barrels. But of course, they will also have, you know, some ace queen, some king queen suited, some king queen jack suited, and, you know, Antonius deciding that he just wanted to check back the turn. And, you know, with this 3 pairing on the river, there's just, you know, the smallest bit of showdown value here for Antonius with ace high. You would imagine when Malich calls the flop bet, though, that he is going to have a lot of, you know, perhaps jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s in his range along with the trips. So even though, you know, ace high doesn't look too bad on this run out against the range that called a 3-bet pre and then calls the flop bet, you aren't very often thinking that you're going to be able to win with ace high should you check and this go to showdown. And now it looks like Malich is the one who's going to come out with a lead here for value.
I knew it. He's pretty good. Dex Drive is calling Malitz's win probably the best moment in EPT history.
It's certainly up there.
Agreed. Now, Maria, when you said the 3 pairing, did you mean that the board paired 3s or the fact that Mallets now has 3 pair?
Both. Thank you for the question.
Think both applies, yeah. I think Antonius just needs to think does Malich have a lot of floats out of position here that, you know, don't make some type of hand here, you know, even something like the ace-x of clubs, right? If they decided to call the flop with the backdoor flush potential, that gets there as well. So I just don't know if there is a lot of these floats that he's going to be beating. You know, granted, maybe some ace-x of hearts and some ace-x of spades would have also floated if we, you know, put the ace-x of clubs there in as a float on the flop. But I do think that, again, we think about the entirety of Malich's range here that calls a 3-bet pre-opening from under the gun. And there will just be so many more of these types of value hands, I think, in that range. Not to say there's no bluffs, but, you know, again, when you're thinking about calling on the river, you're really trying to decide, are there more value hands here or are there more bluffs? And if there's more value hands, then you will have to fold. And it looks like that's what Antonius does.
And I'm getting word that because this hand and the last one were so long that we're not going to play the fourth one.
I'm afraid, Joe, you have been misinformed. One more hand with 149 players remaining. And if there aren't any eliminations on this last hand, it'll be 149 players returning for day 3. A reminder that we will be playing another full session tomorrow. 4.5 levels on the slate for day 3, with the action starting at 12:30 Central European Summer Time. We'll be kicking off the broadcast then.
And that's it? Just 4.5 levels?
Yeah, there's then another 3 days after that, but... Tepper all in with 5s. And it is round to Mallets in the big blind.
33.
10-8.
Come on.
GG, guys.
Is that it?
GG. Thank you.
That is it. Time to bag and tag. Congratulations, guys. Not only are you in the money, but you're returning for day 3 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. Maria, thank you very much for being with us for world famous bubble coverage and the latter end of this session.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for not showering me and giving me a chance.
I didn't know that was an option.
We'll get the uplink live again tomorrow, and we will speak to you then as we check on the stacks of the players who we've been watching at the feature table for the last level. And this is the chips they'll be bringing back tomorrow and how they translate into big blinds at the next blind level. Tomorrow we'll kick things off at the 2K, 5K blind level. And a reminder of the big sums up top in this tournament. We're still paying out them in cash right now with 149 remaining. But once we get to the final table, we're looking at significant sums of money with €1 million up top. Won't be until Friday and Saturday of this week that we see those payouts received by players. So make sure you're with us tomorrow, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. A reminder that we're kicking things off at 12:30. And a reminder that if you check out the PokerStars blog, they've got updates and stories from what's happening here in Monte Carlo, as well as a look ahead to future stops on the European Poker Tour, Barcelona, Malta and Prague. But as far as Monte Carlo is concerned, day 3 starts 12:30 local time. We'll see you here on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Until then, from Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Monte Carlo. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3.